Step right in. Through the sand and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern. Bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief, mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showmen, grins from the dune, call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of war, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it rust? Every storm, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of war. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship. Tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending? Every score, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of war. If your truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of war, we're calling out the sky, not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to lie. Every doubt, every cry, bat bright in the night. We question the answer, try under the wings of war.
Hell yeah. Welcome everybody to the Batcolyte. Thank you all for tapping the screen up 4,000 times already. Oh, my mic is way over there. Oh, that's better. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Thank you for tapping the screen up 4,000 times already. And of course, thank you for all the shares, 22. That's awesome. Of course, the more of those we do, the more likely we'll get out to the FYP and maybe get somebody in here who can question their beliefs. Of course, well, we are just getting started, so we won't let that number bother us yet, but maybe that might help, because we're not just here questioning beliefs. I'm apparently on the menu. I mean, my beliefs questioning me. If you have been questioned before and you know, been waiting for your opportunity to turn the tables to question me, now's your chance. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power or something like that, and you haven't been questioned, well, come on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I am here just to see if you can question your beliefs, but I'm also open, if you can, to questioning me. Yeah, Valkyrie, that was probably a bad choice of words. But yeah, questioning me is on the agenda. If you've been waiting for your opportunity, now's your chance. Birdie says, not much to dine on. I mean, just depends on how much calcium you need, I guess. Nonora says that I should be more chatty. It attracts believers. Well, I should be more chatty. The problem, of course, is that I don't just like to say random things and monologue nonsensically in circles. I feel like I start questioning myself in the middle of it, and then where am I? Just in the middle of a sentence that never got finished, that's being questioned, because why was that sentence my choice? Was it really going to make the point that I was trying to make? And then I do that. A moment where I think quietly to myself. It's not great for a live audience, but helps me. Wesley asks, what is the goal with allowing a space for people to question what they believe? Well, I mean, the goal is allowing a space. I think it's important, obviously, to question beliefs. Here's a space to do it. Oh, Wesley knows he's been up here twice now, at least. Second time did better, but there's more to question there. But before we do go back to Wesley, I was hoping to get a new face up here to start the night. So, if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. This name looks familiar, but I do not remember our conversation. See if they're still there.
Hello.
Image. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do. I'm Christian and I was born and raised Christian. I've been baptized and I have, so to speak, been born again.
In what denomination?
The denomination I grew up in is Pentecostal, but I don't really think it matters.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I have not. I actually I started reading it from beginning to end this year, and that's kind of what caused me to start, questioning things and whatnot.
When you say caused you to start questioning, was there a particular passage or part of the book that began you questioning?
Well, I don't want to say it started because I kind of had questions like growing up, but like they kind of faded into the background, and I don't know how to explain it. Like I'll read passages in like Exodus and Numbers and whatnot about how the Israelites God led the Israelites to victory over certain tribes and whatnot. And I'll read that, and I'll also hear people talk about the merciful and good nature of God, and I can't really reconcile those two because in the Bible, like we see God as like an almighty, powerful God of war, and outside of that, I don't know. I can't reconcile those two natures, and I don't know.
Does it seem to you that a God, if it exists, must be one or the other?
Can you ask that in another way?
If a God exists, would it have to be either all-loving or some kind of powerful conqueror?
Well, at the very least, I'd like to see a kind of middle ground. Like I feel like every time I hear someone talk about God, and then I read about God, it's like they're two very polarized like ideas I get.
Like people talk about something that makes them happy and comfortable, but then you read about something cold and
Right.
calculating.
Right. And it's like it doesn't seem right to like base a lot of my faith on just anecdotal evidence, so to speak. So I don't know.
Does the God
Yeah.
you read about not strike you as a God you'd want to believe in?
I wouldn't say that. Part of me just thinks that I just haven't read enough, and I'm kind of just looking at it through my own, human understanding, and my own human understanding sees this. I don't know. I feel like I just don't have enough understanding right
How
now.
far into the book are you?
Well, it's not like I haven't read the Bible before, but like I think I've left off at like the end of Deuteronomy. I've kind of been slacking.
Kind of started the Torah and just kind of got to the end of that. And
Yeah.
Moses dies, and that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, the Torah is fairly fresh in your mind. You've read it recently.
Right.
Do you believe any of the stories from those first 5 books?
Yes, somewhat, yeah.
Which ones?
Well, I believe in, well, beginning, I believe in the story of creation somewhat. Kind of, I almost see it as like well, nowadays I kind of see it as a symbolic kind of idea story, because I I'm also like a scientist, essentially. Like I'm a bio student, and I believe in the theory of evolution and whatnot. But I don't believe that the Bible and science have to negate each other. And in order to hold that belief, I have to kind of interpret the Bible a certain way, and I don't know if that's correct.
So, because you're a bio student, then you would accept evolution
Right.
as an explanation for the diversity of life.
Right. Because it makes sense, and I don't believe that science and theology in the Bible have to be at odds with each other.
He, we didn't say conscious yet. Sorry.
You don't have to. It's not the only word I respond to.
Bio. She said bio.
Yeah, it's in my Venn diagram of stuff.
But before we get to your questions, and I know they're mounting, do you believe then that the earth was created in 6 days?
Yes.
And
Well, actually,
go ahead.
yes and no. I haven't really done too much research on this, but like right now, I kind of see the 6 days as like symbolic. I feel like they're different time, like they're different units of time. I don't like if you interpret it as 6 days, like generally like 6 days. I don't really. That's none of my business, but I believe like the 6 days were like more so like time units. Maybe they're like 6,000 years, or like every day was like a million. I don't know, something like that. But that's right now. That's what I'm kind of grappling with.
Six time units.
Yeah.
I see. And each one of these time units, you believe God took another step in this creation.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm really curious about the second time unit. So the first one would have been what?
I don't really recall the order, but I believe it was the Earth and the everything on it.
Depends on your translation. It might say heaven and earth is on the first day. I mean, it will say heaven and earth, but whether or not he created it.
Right.
So he created. Many translations might say heaven and earth and light all on the first day. Or it might say heaven and earth, being well, it's going to get into interpretation. But yeah, in order, heaven, earth, and light, before it says the first day. And then the second day. Do you know what happens next?
No, unfortunately I don't remember the order.
Fair enough. Which translation of the Bible do you read? Oh, I got you to tab out of the app. You'll have to come back for us to hear you. There you go. We couldn't hear you when you left the app. So which translation?
I said
was it?
I read the KJV and the NSRVUE.
Oh, good choice. So why the KJV though?
I just like how poetic it sounds, to be honest.
I see. Do you find differences between those translations?
I haven't found anything too stark. I just find that the NSRVUE is easier to understand.
It's also one of the more recent translations. And, which one are you on your read-through, your full read-through with?
The KJV.
Oh,
And sometimes I'll switch between translations to compare.
So when understanding the days of creation, if we looked at the KJV, The second day would be firmament.
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's the sky, and yeah, like the sky and space.
So it says he creates the firmament to separate the waters from the waters, waters above the firmament from the waters below the firmament. What are the waters above?
Well, in my very un, I would say it's like the moisture in the air, or something like that. The clouds.
So, so the sky separates the clouds from what? Oh wow, thank you, Jade.
Um, what'd you say? Sorry.
You were saying the clouds are the water above, so the sky is separating the clouds from what water below.
Yeah, like the sea and the ocean.
I see. And so the sky is a firmament then.
Yeah.
If there's a water cycle where water goes up and down between these two areas of atmosphere, if you've got clouds and they're seeded by, the evaporation of water on the ground, what is the firmament actually separating? How is there any separation?
I don't know if it's like a separation as like these two things don't touch. I think it's more so like a demarcation. So there's like a difference between the waters of the below and the waters of the above.
Does it matter that he goes on to call this firmament heaven?
I believe there's a couple different meanings the word heaven, and I might be wrong, but I think pretty sure there's like three heavens that are referred to in the Bible, and one is like the sky, the other is like the universe, like space and whatnot, and like the third heaven is like the realm of heaven.
Interesting. That doesn't get confusing.
I it does, but I mean,
So if the firmament's the sky, then the next thing that happens would be the plants. Do you know what comes after that?
after the plants,
Mm-hmm.
is it? No, I don't.
The sun and the moon and the stars
Right.
after the plants.
After the plants. Okay.
Does that work with what you've come to know in biology? Does that still fit?
Not necessarily, but then again, like if we're talking about, an all-powerful, all-knowing God, I don't really like. I feel like he'd be able to, sustain plant life, even though it doesn't make sense, like scientifically. I believe he'd still be able. If we're talking about a God who's like, all powerful.
Right.
But is that what we see in the fossil record with plants?
Well, no, to my knowledge, um, I'm not really a master of this kind of thing. But then again, in theory, we're talking about an all-powerful God, so I wouldn't really put it past him to not ascribe to, the law of nature. I guess that's my interpretation.
So would that mean that God put plant fossils in like the wrong time to like confuse us or something?
I don't really know. I don't really know. I wouldn't say that he was intentionally trying to confuse us. I don't know why that occurred that way, or maybe someone got the order wrong. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know.
I don't knows, though. It's a fair answer, but I wonder if it's a little bit of a retreat this time. Um, Go ahead, Blake. I could feel another question coming.
Yeah, the what was the last thing you said right before? I don't know that maybe somebody got the order wrong. Do you mean that like maybe Genesis got the order wrong?
Yeah, maybe someone who was recording this got the order wrong. Maybe.
Is it possible that it was entirely metaphorical, as a lot of origin stories for peoples are, and was treated as such in the time that it was created?
That's something that I've kind of been, you know, holding, like grappling with, because yeah, if we're talking about like logically, it doesn't make sense. So I was thinking more so that a lot of the stories in the Bible are allegorical because they're often, talking about topics that I mean, these are the people that are reading this or being read this aren't really educated. So I believe that the use of allegory was in a way meant to, I don't know, not dumb it down, but like make it palatable for regular lay people. So yeah, it could be metaphorical or allegorical. I don't know.
Have you ever heard the story of the founding of Rome?
No.
The well, long story short, it was founded by these twins, Romulus and Remus. I might be messing up the second name.
Yeah, Romulus and Remus.
Okay, but they were raised by a wolf in the wild, and it's where the name comes from. Um,
Well, yes, I've heard of this.
yeah, but people at the time even understood that like it probably wasn't a real story. Like wolves tend to like there was literally bounties being put out by the Roman Empire against wolves in various parts of like their colonies and like trading posts around the continent of Europe. So like people had an understanding that like wolves don't tend to raise children. So, but the warrior ethos that kind of comes out, or ethos, not ethos, it kind of comes out of an origin story like your founders being raised by wolves has a lot of power, no?
Yeah, I'd say so. Someone's asking what order I believe the Bible should be in, like the books.
Oh, we'll get there in a moment. Um, it almost feels like there's one more question on that question sandwich there. Blake, did you have a follow up?
Nope, I don't want to push too hard. We already got
I
to an I
got you.
don't know, so I don't want to be antagonize you too much.
I appreciate it.
Did you did you catch the meaning of what Blake was pointing out with Romulus and Remus?
That at the time of the conception of Genesis and whatnot, people who were there might have accepted or understood that the creation story might not have been completely, factual, and that like it's common practice to have like mythicized origins of things like entire empires and creations of the world and stuff like that.
Is it possible that Genesis and a few of the stories within it are a collection of various different creation stories that have been accumulated as these people came together from various areas in the Levant?
It could be, but the thing is that a lot of Christianity is based on the fact that the Bible is inerrant, and to accept that one part of the Bible is either, metaphorical or, I don't know, fabricated. It would put a lot of it and put all of it into question, and I think that's what's difficult for me. But yeah, I do think that that is a possibility.
Like with the Tower of Babel, does that not also strike you as an origin story as well?
It does now that you say it. But then again, the whole inerrancy thing.
Yeah, like have you ever seen a ziggurat before?
Ziggurat. That name sounds familiar.
It's basically, well, or like the Egyptian mastaba, but the um, if you look up a ziggurat, it is very reminiscent of every drawing you've ever seen of a Tower of Babel, and it's just very reminiscent. It's interesting how the memory of the architecture of Babel was kind of accurately remembered in some ways.
Hmm. I'm looking at the pictures now. It's interesting.
But I'm sure Thrayle has more questions for you about Genesis 1 and 2, and I don't want to step too much over those questions.
I don't always go for 1 and 2. I feel like I'm getting predictable. I've been predictable for the better part of a year, I'm sure. So we talked a little bit about the order, and the plants came before the sun. After that comes the well, narrowing it down. I think it goes into the fish, the sea creatures, and the birds. The next day,
Right.
and then the last day would be the land animals and the humans.
Right.
Again, as a biology student, the birds before the land animals. Does that make sense to you?
The birds were for the land animals. Um, to be honest, I'm not really seeing anything. I mean, well, not really actually, because
How did birds
yeah,
evolve?
yeah, yeah, because flight evolved later on. I don't know, but
So flight would have come long after um, bipedal
but
or quadrupedal locomotion.
right,
Um, so already you're finding questions, and I don't want to kind of like slowly peel off a scab. Um,
well, I mean, it's already too late for that.
right. Um,
we could take a page out of Kat's book and go, um, does something have to be true or completely accurate for it to be meaningful to you or useful to you in your life?
Like in general, or
Yeah, just like in general.
um, not really. Could you give me like an example?
Well, for example, like if you were to find out that the stories within the Bible were not true, but it still gave you the same sense of um, whatever that it is giving you now, does that make it any less important?
Um, well, it depends on how it would depend on how I see the Bible. Like right now, or I mean, leading up to now, I kind of always seen the Bible and God almost separately. Like I've seen the Bible as like almost a set of rules and obligations, and then God is like this for like this. He's like almost in a way he's a comfort, but at the same time, when I again, like I said, when I read the Bible, I'm like I can't reconcile that comforting, nature that I'm always hearing about. Um, but yeah, the Bible I often view it as almost a rule book, but that sounds a little cold, but a little bit. I view it as a rule book almost. So for it to not be true, would essentially kind of render it pointless.
Well, thank God, store brands here. This cheap knockoff can stop and like take the line of questioning.
I've been summoned.
Were your ears burning?
No, Thrayle literally shared the live with me. I don't know, he never does that, so I thought it was important. Hello, what's happening?
Yeah, we were talking Genesis, but we got several I don't know. So I was trying to move into your questioning of does something have to be like true to be important, but doing it much less eloquently than you do it.
Oh, okay. So, can I know, I'm sorry to make you do this, but like, I just got here. So, if we were talking about Genesis, that means you are a Christian?
Yes.
Um, do you have a specific denomination or?
The denomination I was brought up in is Pentecostal, although if I just say that to identify myself, but it doesn't really matter to me.
Okay, so like the whole Pentecostal of it all isn't the important part. It's like the belief in the God and Jesus that's the important part. Okay. Um, but you don't find the story, like you don't take the story as like completely literal.
Yeah, right now I don't. Like if
Why
you
is
asked
that?
me this like a couple years ago, I'd be like, yeah, absolutely.
Hmm. Why is that?
It's just like it doesn't make sense like logically, but at the same time, I don't really need things to make logical sense for me to believe in it.
Why not?
But and I also hold the belief that like science and the Bible don't need to negate each other. In order for me to hold that, I have to interpret the Bible a certain way
Okay.
because with hmm?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, okay, that okay. Why don't you think that, why does something not have to be logical for you to believe it?
Well, hmm. I think belief is more so something that it well because with logic it's like it doesn't matter if you believe in it, it's true. With belief, like there has to be like the
It's more emotional.
yeah, like
Hmm.
I don't have to believe in gravity, like it exists regardless if you believe it or not.
Yeah. But does God exist regardless of whether you believe in it or not?
Um, I want to say yes.
But you're hesitant to say yes.
Because if I ask somebody else, they'd say, well, because I don't believe in God, he doesn't exist. So it's kind of like my word against theirs.
Do you think they would say that because they don't believe in him, he doesn't exist?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Um, that's something to think about, actually. Uh, does it have to exist for it to be something that is meaningful in your life and in the way you like carry yourself and the way you do your life and stuff?
So I was kind of toying with the idea, okay, what if I just completely shed the belief in God? Thing is, I don't think I'd ever do that, but I still think I'd find myself, practicing, I still find myself, praying. I'd still find myself, like, thanking God subconsciously. So I don't think that's because it has meaning to me. I think it's just because it's something I've always done.
It's a
I don't,
ritual, it's a routine, and that is like useful. Yeah.
yeah.
But I didn't say shed the belief. I just said, does it, like, you don't have to even if it doesn't exist, right? You can still believe in it, and that's fine, whatever. But does it lose any meaning by not existing?
Yeah, it does.
Why?
Well, what's the point of me putting all this energy into something that doesn't exist?
What's the point of you putting all that energy into something that you don't know exists?
Right. I don't know what the point of that is. I think it's pointless.
I didn't quite mean to do that to you right then. It was just, it rolled off the tongue. Is there a point? So are you saying that there is no point in believing if it doesn't exist?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But I'm not saying that God doesn't exist, but I'm saying, like, on the chance if he didn't, I don't think there's a point in, I don't think there's a point in, like, that belief at all, to be honest. I
What
mean,
do you see any scenario in which it is in which it becomes more likely that God does not exist than it does?
I think I'm not really, because I'm kind of on a pendulum right now, because I'll have this moment where I'm like, okay, I kind of just want to take a step back, but it's not really like I can, because my entire family, like, we're all in church. Like, the church I go to, like, they're like family to me. Like, it's not really something that I could easily
Cultural, it's your community, you're ingrained in it. Yeah, it's important. Mm-hmm.
So as of now, I don't think so.
Okay. What, let's hypothetical real quick. Let's say that something did come along and whatever it was enough to sway you to that. Like, not necessarily God doesn't exist, but you start to think that it is more likely that God does not exist than God does exist. What changes for you? And just life, right?
I think that's more like of an existential question, because I can, like, okay, God doesn't exist, and whatever me praying, whatever, has no effect on my life now. Like, it's not going to change anything. Then there's also that question of, like, okay, what happens after that? Like, what happens after life? Like, there's always, like, that anxiety that comes up, and it's not really something I ever see leaving me.
Do you have anxiety related to what happens after life?
Kind of, yeah.
I'm sorry, the gifty thing went and I didn't hear you.
I said, yeah, pretty much, to put it lightly.
What gives you anxiety about that?
It's more so like I feel like at any given moment, if I were just like drop dead, I would just like end up in hell or something.
Why do you think that? That's horrifying. I understand the anxiety.
I don't know. It's a hard question to answer because it's
It's because you're Pentecostal. I'm sorry. It was right there.
like I can't even like point to you. I can't even point like a specific moment where anyone has told me like, okay, if you die right now, you're going to hell. Like no one's ever said that to me.
No, but
But
it's like this very strong undertone, right?
right.
Right. I grew up in the South. I'm familiar enough. I get it, you know. Um, is I'm not saying that this is what drives your belief, but is fear a good reason to hold a belief?
Oh, absolutely not. And there was a point in my life where I wasn't really motivated by that fear of okay, I'm going to hell. Like it was more so like I genuinely like have a love for Christ and I have a love for his people and yada yada yada. Like I don't know why this I don't know what the heck the impetus was for this to happen to me, but I don't know. I think it's just like everything was just all the questions I've ever had just weighed upon me the minute I started like deciding to actually like
Acknowledging them, and
yeah.
yeah. Hmm. Can I tell you something real quick? I'll probably have more questions in a minute, but I just want to say to you that it's a really, really difficult thing to do to like really engage with those things when you're like so like your life has been this belief, you know, like this has been a very big part of your life. And it's really, really brave and it's really difficult to engage with that. And I'm really proud of you. And that's awesome that you are doing that.
Thank you.
I know it sucks though, also. So,
I
yeah.
was I was going through it for a couple weeks. Like this right now I'm like a little calmer, but it was a lot worse a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, no, it's really, really, it's a really hard thing to do. And so it's really impressive that you just like took the step and started doing it just like on your own. That's amazing. Um, do, hmm. Why do the questions weigh on you so heavily?
It's first of all, it's hard to like hold contradicting beliefs. Like one question that has I came across that has kind of been in the back of my mind, but I've never actually asked it was if okay, we know that God is all knowing, and in that He knows essentially how everyone's life will end, and if we're familiar with how with the Bible and how Christianity works, not every single person that is born is going to heaven. And if the God that created me knows, imagine you are created and God knows that at the end of your life you're not going to make it to heaven. You're going to go essentially to hell, and He still allows you to be born. Like how is like I'm trying to reconcile how a God like that could be as good
Good.
as we all say he is. And that's not really something I like to ask because, like, who am I to question, But
You
I don't
know,
know.
do you know what to contextualize what I'm about to say, right? So Abrahamic religions, these are based off of the Hebrew Bible, right? The text the Jews wrote. Do you know what the word Israel means?
No.
I think it's to wrestle with God or to fight with God. Yeah.
Restful.
To wrestle with God. So the people who originally were writing the story, right? The people who practice this and this God, comes from this text, like that is like one of the main things that they do is to question God, to wrestle with God. God should be questioned. Because, like, why would we follow anything without question, even God? You've read the Bible. There are plenty of instances of people questioning God in the Old Testament. Now, I don't know, like, we could get into how well it works out for them, you know, but like, but I think that it is perfectly reasonable. And I also am fairly certain, and I know a rabbi who would almost certainly agree with me on this, that like the goal of the text, one of the goals of the text is to wrestle with these things, is to question these things.
I see that, but like, how does that look for someone in this era? Like back then, I feel like people were a lot, like God was a little bit more obvious, if that makes sense.
Like he was presenting himself a little bit more.
Yeah, like he was quite literally like, setting bushes aflame. It was not, there was no doubt that he was there speaking to you.
How much of that do you think is metaphor?
How much of what?
These, sorry, I like took a drink and it did not go well. These instances that God presents himself, setting bushes on fire and such.
I don't really believe it's a metaphor.
Oh, you think the bush, that okay, but you don't think it's all literal either.
I like there's some parts that I'm like, okay, maybe this is like a metaphor, maybe this is allegorical, but like in that instance where like God was talking to Moses, like I was like, when I'm reading that, I'm like, yeah, God actually came down and like the bush set on fire because of his presence.
Interesting.
Side note, I saw this TikTok earlier today where this guy was like, you can't trust men with plural names. Like, and like the big example he used was Moses. And it just made me laugh. Anyway.
Wait, you're saying he should have just been one Mose?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that still be plural to someone else? You should just be Mo.
I'm sorry. It's just so funny. Anyway. Yes, yeah. Or one James. Not James.
One
James.
Yeah. Charles.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm really glad I brought that to you because that made it funnier.
Why do you think Moses existed?
That was a good
Why do I think Moses existed?
Yeah.
Like what do I think his purpose was?
No, why do you believe that he was real?
Well, I'm inclined to believe what's written in the Bible, essentially.
Why?
Well, if I can't believe what's in the Bible, as a Christian, what am I supposed to do? Like, what's the point?
That is true. As a Christian, it is pretty important to believe what's in the Bible. Yeah. But maybe not.
Do you think all Christians believe every word?
I don't think so. There are people who identify as Christians and they don't necessarily.
I'm thinking of one person in particular now.
Yes, I know. I'm thinking of several, though.
What is important, like what is important to you? Like why do you think to be a Christian you have to believe everything in the Bible?
Well, because we're told that the Bible is the word of God, and if this is something that's extremely fundamental to Christianity, and if that one thing that we're supposed to believe in and put all of our faith in and base our entire life on is 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 erroneous, like that puts everything else into question. And yeah,
So you're saying if the Bible's not true, it all falls apart.
essentially, yeah.
So what if Jesus never existed?
What if Jesus never existed?
Mm-hmm.
Um, well, to put it lightly, then it all falls apart.
Is there any scenario in which Jesus never existed and it doesn't all fall apart? Like could Jesus have never existed and also the story, the text, the ideas put forth are still relevant and meaningful?
Well, I'll put it this way. The way I see Jesus and the way I see God, even though like their belief is that they're the same entity, are different. Like I see the way Jesus is depicted is a little bit more personable, and the fact that he was both human and both God is a little bit more. It's a little easier to digest, and I feel like Jesus as a person is a lot more approachable.
So Jesus is like 100% God and also godlike.
Right.
Harry Potter was a lot more relatable as a human than as a Horcrux. Is that kind of what you mean?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said Harry Potter was a lot more relatable as a human than a Horcrux.
Oh, well, I've never watched or read any of the books, so I don't really
see.
know what that means.
Thrayle Pentecostal. There's no Harry Potter
That's
there.
right, that would have been evil.
In my defense, I tried to read it and it bored me a little bit. It's it wasn't really I read all sorts of fiction. It was just not my kind of thing.
For you, the Jesus character is more relatable than the Old Testament God. That's what you're saying. Do you believe them to be the same entity? Is God
Yes.
fully that God and Jesus? Well, Jesus is that God.
Yes.
If he's fully God and he was Jesus.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I love fantasy. Just not Harry Potter.
Okay. If he's fully God and he's Jesus, and while Jesus is Jesus, he's still God. What is he actually giving up? By
Well, in human in any being human in any way, I feel like there's a vulnerability to that.
thank you, Yerza. Wow.
Also, Jake sent a super fan box, so it's up there in the top left, and there's 5 of them.
Hell yeah. Sorry about that egg sandwich.
I was
How
just
is,
saying that. Oh,
yeah, you were talking about him being vulnerable.
yeah, I was just saying like, well, my whole hang up on Jesus isn't necessarily that he's sacrificing anything, though that's generally the belief, but him being both 100% God and both 100% human, him being human, there's like a vulnerability aspect to it.
But when that human life is over, he's just God again, right?
Yeah.
So what's really at risk?
Well, what's really well if okay if we're looking at a Christian and they're the full wash and say born again, baptized and whatnot, and they die, what are they losing? I
I
feel like it's
don't
like
know.
the same. It's like the same kind of thing. Because yeah, when Jesus dies, he's God, but when
Mm,
a Christian dies, they get a new celestial body or whatnot, and they go to heaven. So they're not really losing, so
new
to speak.
celestial body. And they go to heaven. Have you read that part of the book?
Uh, Briefly, I'm not well versed on it, but
What is heaven?
heaven is the realm that God resides in.
Is that like a place somewhere?
Well, yeah, it's like a realm.
What does realm mean?
It's like I don't know, a different plane of existence from our own. Like there's the mortal realm and then there's the spiritual realm.
Spiritual realm. Like a, is this like an alternate dimension?
I mean, that's one way to put it.
Thrayle.
Yes, Cat.
Nothing. You
So is it, mm, is the place that you go after this life described as an alternate dimension?
I'm not sure it's described that way, but it seems I feel like that's just another way to see it as another dimension or whatnot. I mean, I don't really get too hung up on those details.
What if it was actually here in the future?
If heaven was here in the future,
Yeah, like if if it was like instead of you wake up in this other place at this time, you wake up in this other place way in the future with a new body. And
It's just here in the future with a giant cube.
yep, Borg cube. It's gonna land on the Earth.
2/3 the size of the moon or something like that.
Half,
Gorgeous.
half, half the size.
I'm not sure I follow.
The cube is half the size of the moon.
Have you read Revelation recently?
No, I have read Revelations, but not recently, so it's not fresh in my mind.
I think it's Revelation 21, maybe? New Jerusalem.
One second. Okay.
Yeah, the key part's not super important. We're mostly being smartasses, but it is a good thing to look up.
I'm sorry. What was the question again?
Well, the heaven you were thinking of is some alternate dimension where you, like when this life is over, you wake up at the same time. Like this you sleeps here and that you wakes up there or something like that, right?
More or less.
But what if the book says that this you ends and then later with a new body begins again on this earth with a giant cube?
I mean, does it say that?
Well,
It probably does.
Technically, it says it with a new earth. So this earth gets made into a new one, and then big Borg cube. Pardon the flippancy with the Borg thing.
I mean, what if, you know?
Resistance is futile. Okay, I'm sure.
Does that sit like the heaven that you've always heard of?
I have heard of the New Earth thing, but I could care less what it looks like. I just we're just always given a set of rules and how to get there. It's not really my concern of what it looks like or where exactly it is. I guess that hasn't really been my concern.
So it doesn't matter too much if it's a different dimension or this place in the future.
Not really.
Does it matter if the people in your life who didn't believe, well, they don't get to be there? I mean, they do. Something else happens to them.
That is just not a fun question. Yeah, I guess it would matter.
Would you be happy in that place, knowing that they're burning in a lake of fire?
How could I be? No, that's awful. Yeah, those are just some of the things I just can't reconcile.
Hey, you were You're doing a really good job, and you are really valid in all your questions and all these feelings. And it's okay, no matter where you end up with it.
Thank you.
And if you need some support, Thrayle, that skeleton right there, has a great Discord where that is definitely a huge part of the conversation and the community. And so
Asking
feel free.
questions.
Feel free to join us and be able to ask the questions and have the discussions. Not right here in front of all the people and only at nighttime in the middle of the night, anytime.
Yeah, it's ironic because I literally have to wake up in like a couple hours and go to church.
But if you need that support, there is a place to go.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
telling me you spent Saturday night with a bunch of heathens.
Talking to a skeleton about God.
It's a more interesting night, I will say that.
Yeah, you don't even know this, but I'm actually just like an orange cat in a jar floating through space, so.
Hey, Sandwich, you have been wonderful, and I could keep asking you questions all night. It seems like you would honestly consider and ponder every one of them, and I can't tell you how delightful that is, but I don't want to push you too much. I hope that you keep asking questions, and I hope that you come back to us and ask more here. If you have any questions for me or anyone on the panel, you can definitely ask them now.
Thank you. If I could ask if any of you grew up in like religious homes.
Not me, no.
I did. I grew up Roman Catholic and like with some folk Catholicism thrown in there.
I see.
My home had a religion, but it was a little different, and everyone started kind of moving away from it after a while.
I see.
It was not Christian. It was something very different.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you for answering, everybody.
Absolutely.
Please feel free to join us here or in Discord or both anytime. You're delightful.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Big W's for egg sandwich. Thank you. And I hope that we see you again soon.
You probably will. Maybe when I finish up my finals and whatnot.
Good luck in your finals. Sleep good. Have a good day.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Yes, good luck.
All right, boot me out of here. I like literally stopped everything that I was doing to come do this.
You did great. Thank you, Kat.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for like doing that because I am happy to have done that.
Thank you for the assist. Yeah, you thought you did so much better than me trying to replicate you.
Big W's for Kat. Also, thank you to Ketchup, Always Mustard, and Tricerabere for helping with the first call. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you. And I do see, well, I don't know if they're still there.
And lay down good night.
A Kazoo.
Let him sleep. Let him sleep right.
Okay, let me mute her for just a moment, just in case she doesn't know she's on the panel. She was waiting a while. Kazoo, are you with us?
Oh God. At the wrong time. I'm gonna add up here in
did
just
you?
a second as soon as I'm sorry, hold on.
Okay.
I really want to question the questioner, so just I'll
You'll come
request
back
up in a
when you're
minute.
ready. Okay. Well, hopefully it lines up for Kazoo. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate. We're not here to argue or tear you down. We really just want to know if you can question. And if you can, then what is it that you believe and why do you believe it? And if you've questioned before and, well, wanted to question me, it is your opportunity to turn the tables.
Okay, kids' ability to interrupt you exactly at the right moment of time kind of makes me believe in precognition a little bit.
Mhm. It could be that, or it just could be that they need constant attention.
Yeah, it might just be that they're continuously doing that. So yeah, is Batitude up for answering questions? Where are they from? Jersey?
That's what he says.
Did they ever run into Pete Davidson?
I hope not.
How you guys doing?
Doing great. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
24.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, sir. I believe in one powerful God.
And which powerful god is that?
I refer to him as God, honestly.
And does your god have any faiths or books written about him?
Oh, yes, the Quran.
And have you read the Quran
Yes, sir.
from beginning to end?
Yes, I have.
In Arabic?
Yep.
Do you believe that the words of the Quran are entirely true?
Yeah, 100%.
Why?
Well, it is the only text that, has been preserved for over 1,500 years. And, we believe it doesn't have any contradictions in it. And God poses a challenge in our book and says, if you're able to come up with something like it, then go ahead and, bring forward your proof. And
Fascinating.
yeah.
To you, it's those are the reasons you actually believe it's true.
Yeah.
Or those things that you've heard other people say.
Yeah, no, I personally believe it's true.
What are the 5 pillars of Islam?
5 pillars are the testimony of faith, prayer, almsgiving, sorry, my mind is fasting, and pilgrimage.
Can you question those?
You said, can I question those?
Yes.
Well, yeah, the first one is just testimony of faith, which is believing in God.
Just testimony of faith.
Yeah, it's believing in God and Muhammad as the prophet.
And can you question that?
What do you mean? What do you mean by question it? Like,
Scrutinize, analyze, examine, try to understand, inquire.
Yeah, I mean, we call it the Shahada. So, the way I would analyze it is, it's not just a belief. It's like a whole metaphysical term for us, you know, because first we're negating the La ilaha, which is there is no God. So it first destroys, you know, false gods or absolutes. So we don't believe in any idols or anything like that, or no ruler is ultimate, no wealth is
Sorry.
ultimate. You
You
know?
say, but then you go on to add a God, right?
Yeah. We
So
say
you say
that.
there's no God but the God that I say that there is.
Yeah. There is no God worthy of worship except the ultimate.
Oh, so are there
God.
other gods?
No. There's one God.
But you said no God worthy of worship.
Right. Like there's no in Arabic ilaha is not like literal God. It's almost like, you know, anything that people try to pose worship on, or, you know, higher significance.
So you believe that there is this one God.
Yeah. We believe in you know, one
Why?
God. You know, basically God for us, I don't know about the other religions, but God isn't just like a powerful being somewhere in the sky, right? We believe he's the
Where is
necessary.
God?
That's a really good question. So that question is, we believe it's like an invalid question, because we believe that,
Fascinating.
we believe that,
When you say we, who is we specifically?
like Muslims.
I speak to Muslims all the time. I ask them that question.
Oh,
They all
okay.
have, and many of them have answers, different answers, surprisingly. But what is
Sorry, then
invalid about that?
I should probably say because there are slightly different perspectives from different Muslims. But I personally believe that it's a invalid claim, basically, or an invalid question to ask God, because God is the creator of where, or a place, or time and space. So he's far beyond. We believe he's basically the only thing that's beyond like human
Are you Sufi?
comprehension. No, sir, I'm not Sufi.
You're describing a God that's kind of everywhere, aren't you?
No, he's not everywhere. He's above his creation. He created everything. His knowledge is everywhere, but God in his essence, we believe it's beyond our comprehension.
Does the Quran say anything about where God is?
It says he's above his throne, but we kind
Where's
of
his throne?
yeah. So what we
What is
say,
his throne?
yeah. So what we say about that is that we affirm what God said. He's above his throne.
You keep saying we, but are you a monolith? Are you all Muslims? We've already established that some actually
All right.
have an answer to this question.
True. So what I would say, and I mean my teacher, my sheikh that taught me, is that basically, your question was about where the throne is, correct?
I altered it and I said, what is the throne?
Yeah. So the throne, we just affirm what God said, and we just say that
What is the throne?
we just say that we can't comprehend the throne. That's actually the answer.
Are you French?
Sorry, it's a habit. But yeah, I just believe that we can't comprehend his throne, but I affirm what God,
Blake's
claimed.
about to start speaking to you in French.
Oh yeah, bro. Oh my God, I keep saying we. Yeah, sorry, it's kind of a habit.
I was like, wait, what were they saying in French? Did I just translate it and not even realize? Now I get it. Now I get it.
Oui.
Yeah.
But yeah, so God also has 99 different names. Some of them is like As-Samad, which means he's the eternal refuge, basically the one that everything depends on, like everything in it. I believe that he created existence.
You believe he created existence.
Yes.
Does that mean that he does not exist?
No.
Oh,
That
so does he exist?
yeah, he's
So
the
who
ultimate
created
existence.
him?
That's also, I believe that's also invalid because there has to be a first domino, you know?
Why?
Because then there would be nothing that exists right now.
Why are you equating existence to dominoes?
But I just mean that there has to be a first necessary being for all, you know, then I just believe that there would be nothing, there would just be nothingness, not even like darkness or blackness. Like it would just, we wouldn't exist.
Yeah, that's a thing people say, but like, how does that follow? Like, people just say that, but like, are those like causally? How are those causally related in any way?
You're saying how is what and what related, sorry?
Any of the things that you just said. You claim
You said
like you're like,
You said there had to be a first cause and that we wouldn't exist without it. How is that related?
you know, like how do you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my bad, that was just a little like, yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, so basically, I mean, the first cause in our existence, I just think that beings like us, you know, we wouldn't have any sufficient explanation for why we exist. Because, I mean, we're contingent beings and we began to exist and we can
What does
cease to
that
exist.
mean? What is a contingent being?
A being that's dependent on other things, on other subjects.
How does that, like us being dependent, like interdependent? What is that proving? You said.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, contingent things can't fully explain themselves. Like, I think you can't like explain yourself, you know, your existence by saying I exist because of me, because you depend on biology, physical laws, you know, I mean your parents, conditions of the universe. So
But how does any of that get you to like a deity? Like, I agree that like we don't exist in isolation from each other, but like, how does like a contingent being, like being an interdependent, like existing within the world and there being like other people, how does that get you to like necessitating this first mover?
because the chain can't stay contingent forever. I believe it has to stop somewhere at an ultimate being that his reality is completely different than any other.
But why? Like, why? Where? What is the explanation for why that would be? Like, you're declaring like there must be an original being, but you're not providing a mechanism as to why that must be the case. You're just saying because we exist independently, something must be first. Like, that's not really a mechanism to explain why there must be a first thing. You understand?
Yeah, I mean, by everything we observe, like, I think all we know is cause and effect, you know? I mean, like, a house exists because a builder built it, or like, you know, I exist because my parents conceived me. So I think that something exists because its nature is such, you know, that it can't, like, fail
So
to
who
exist.
made God?
Yeah, so God is so one thing that I was also taught is that the same way basically we have five senses. For example, my eyesight has a limit. My my arms, right? I can't reach all the way. Like
Okay, but who made
all my
God?
senses have.
I get we have senses. Like, our
Right,
senses
I'm just
have
saying,
limitations.
our senses all have limits. So our brains also have limits. So when you ask who made God, it was our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. What he says is that it was God and there was nothing else. two of his names are Al-Awwal and Al-Akhir, the first and the last. So basically, God just is. Basically, his life is nowhere near. I think that's actually
So it's
also
not because
yeah.
we're contingent being, it's because Muhammad said so.
No. I was just
Is there
adding
like,
another.
but so like why, what necessitates there being a first? And because all of the arguments you're giving kind of also lead towards whatever this first thing also needing a cause. And like earlier you said that like God is beyond our understanding. So like how can you even like make
Yeah.
any of these claims about them to begin with?
Well, I just think contingent things can't explain themselves because everything we observe is contingent and can fail to exist. So purely dependent things with no like independent foundation, I don't think I don't think it can explain why anything exists at all. So I personally believe that the only other option.
How
Yeah, go ahead.
can God not also be contingent? If we're contingent on
Because
that, like if
because
he's the
yeah,
what's the cause of God if he's the cause of us?
right.
Like
So
what's their cause?
yeah, so well, contingent like is something that I like might have not like could have not exist, right? Or like is made up of parts. So everything can't. I don't think everything can be contingent because I'm sure you've heard like the A depends on B, B depends on C, and
So
so
what
on.
else is not contingent? What else
O-
besides God is not
only
contingent?
God, only God is non. Oh, did you say contingent or sorry, non-contingent?
None.
Yeah, so why is God the only one that is this special thing? Because it needs to be to make sense within this worldview?
Basically, we believe Allahu Nuru Samawati wal Ard. God is the source of all existence. And God, the another
But
thing also,
why?
another thing I just
Like
want
you
to
just keep
distinguish.
saying he's the source, he's the first, but like why?
Well, um, you mean I'm sorry, I'm kind of confused. So you're asking why is
Because like
he?
you've said that they're like they need to be like this prime mover,
Yeah.
but why? You keep just like, and I understand that like that's the belief, but like but why? Why do you believe that?
Well, yeah. I mean, you mean why? Well, why do I believe in God or something
Like why
specific?
do you believe the prime mover thing? Like why is that? Yeah, just I still don't think that I've heard like a mechanism for why a prime mover is necessary and how that prime mover can is this special thing that is the only thing that is not contingent, because it seems from the outside like it's just because it has to be. It's like a circular reasoning.
Well,
Is there
yeah.
anything outside of the circular reasoning there
Um.
to say that God is the prime mover because they must be?
Well, you for a prime mover is necessary, because it needs because motion or change can't be explained by only things that they themselves need to be moved. So
Why?
I'm sorry.
Why?
Well, things in motion usually do not
Like you
explain
keep
themselves.
piling claims on top of other things, but you're not really like. But I'm still left with wondering
All
why
right.
to the original claim. But Tab probably has some more pertinent questions than just why we want to tap them in.
I mean, as simple as I just believe that if I exist, then I had a creator. Like straight up. Like I believe if
Like I
I
understand
exist,
that's why that, or I mean, not why. See, no, that's not a word. I understand that is your belief. I
yeah.
don't think I
Why?
understand why you believe that.
Well, because I didn't create myself, and everything around me didn't. Like I think another issue is that other religions, I mean, maybe like Christian, I mean, they believe Jesus is like either, Son of God or the Trinity, stuff like that. So our belief is God is beyond human comprehension. So I don't believe in like a sky God. I don't believe in that, or I don't believe in a God that you can grasp with your mind.
So how
Nor do I
can you
believe
make
in
any claims about them? If you can't understand the God, then
right.
how can you make any claims at all about them if they're
Because
incomprehensible?
you can understand his attributes, but you cannot
What does
understand
incomprehensible mean?
incomprehensible. Like you mean to God, or just in general?
Like, what does the word incomprehensible mean?
Like you can't understand it.
So God is incomprehensible when you don't have an explanation for something,
His
but
essence
he
is
is
incomprehensible.
comprehensible when they're like
His guidance
you
is
want to make a claim
comprehensible.
about it.
His guidance is comprehensible, but his essence is not comprehensible to humans.
So how do you know anything about him?
I personally, I don't even believe that there's such thing as atheist.
That's a whole other thing.
But
that
that's
is
just I
completely
don't
out
believe
of
that.
left field.
I believe there's no
Like
atheist on a sinking ship.
that is completely pivoting to something else.
Sorry, yeah, that was a side note. But yeah,
Fishing for a debate.
the prime mover must be unmoved, because if the ultimate mover also required moving, then it's not ultimate. That points to a God. When I say God, I'm not talking about a fairy tale, sky God. I'm just talking about the reason that anything exists. It's God. And this God
So
is
can you
nothing like his creation.
stop for a moment? You're just kind of preaching about it now, but you've already said all this.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought
Remember
you just
the
wanted
question?
me to take place.
Well, the question that led us here was where is God? You
Where
said that
where
that
is
was a
God?
nonsense question, and then you started down this that
Right.
God had to be an ultimate creator, that it was outside of where.
You asking me like where God is?
So, well, we had already done that, and you
Yeah.
said that it was outside of where.
Yeah. I just
Before we go into any new questions, good morning, Tabby. I guess good afternoon now. Oh no, it is morning. It's early morning. I can do math.
Morning, gang.
How you doing?
Morning, sir.
Grabbing Vampleros and I was grabbing coffee. How you doing, buddy?
How dare you? We're doing pretty good.
So, what are we talking about?
Well, it was where God is, but that answer was beyond where or outside of where.
So he doesn't sit on his throne?
Above the throne. And then I asked what the
But
throne
where is
is.
The throne
Or
is
where?
not a humanly comprehensible subject. Anything I think of, like in terms of God or his throne, is not its actual reality.
So you're like an Ash'ari, correct?
I'm an Athari, actually. Athari.
Aren't you guys saying like God has two hands, both of them are right? He sits on a throne, the throne is above water. Well, where's that? Like, really? Incomprehensible.
Yeah.
Still, there's a hand and there's a, but we don't know where and we don't know how. Really?
Yeah, I just affirm anything from the Quran. Whatever the Quran says, I affirm it.
Say God is on. Why didn't you just say God is in the skies? God is on His throne. God has two hands. Why don't you just say that?
God, I'm sorry. God is in the sky. I don't believe that God is within His creation. My brother.
Okay. I'm driving right now. Can't bring up the hadith, but wasn't that something that I think about the servant that the Prophet asked her, "Where is your God?" And she pointed up, and he said, "She believed in me and my God."
Right.
Didn't that happen?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So God is up. He's in the skies.
No, I don't think the point in that hadith, he wasn't talking physically. He was actually just trying to get the concept of not anything worshipable on the earth. You know, fis sama is not a directional term. I believe that was just
Fis sama is not a directional term. However, she pointed up, didn't she?
Right.
That was a directional gesture, right?
You're talking about the woman in the hadith?
That's what I said. المرأة الخادمة اللي في الحديث الجارية اللي جابها الشخص ذاك الرسول قال له what do we do with her? He said, where's your God? She said upstairs, up there, pointed with her finger. I don't believe she said anything. She just pointed with her finger, and the Prophet said she believes in me and the one who sent me.
Yeah, but fis sama is like above or exalted, transcendent, you know?
She didn't say fis sama, she pointed up. The Prophet was the one who said fis sama. And there was a few verses in the Quran, I believe. I'm just in the car right now, can't look him up. And no, I'm not driving.
He pointed up because upward is like the most natural human symbol for God's transcendence. So it's not a literal up, you know? It's just high status or...
So why didn't the Prophet correct her and said, no, he's not up there. He's just high.
Because that wasn't the subject of it. It was just trying to negate any other idol worship or any other thing on the earth. As in she got the memo.
He wasn't really doing that. He was just ruling if she was okay or not. If she was to live or not, I believe.
Right. Wait, are you Ash'ari or Athari? Or not?
Mu'tazila.
Oh, okay.
So, what's the next, like, how do you deal with that? God is up, but he's not in his creation. Isn't up in God's creation? Didn't God create the up?
God is, what do you, up? I said up means transcendence.
Why
God
didn't
is
the
not,
Prophet?
God is not in directions, my brother.
Why didn't the Prophet say that though?
Because that wasn't the test that he was trying, that was not his point to this woman. It was just to negate anything on the earth.
Well, okay, sure, fine. Let's move past that point. I wanted to ask you, why do you? Why do you? What the? Did he go?
Wow, I guess he did.
That was interesting.
I guess he decided that was a victory.
Hi.
That was my wife.
Oh, Wi-Fi disconnected, he says. Oh, hello, Tavium's wife.
How's everyone doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm in the car right now. I'm not driving, just precious. Don't worry. We're going somewhere, but I'm parked right now. Just got coffee and we're hanging out.
Hell yeah. Well, I appreciate you joining us on your Sunday morning.
I appreciate y'all being here. My question was, maybe you guys can pick this up later. Why does he trust in the chain of narrations that got the Quran to him? What's the trustful or the trustworthy thing? Fuck up. The trustworthy thing in that chain of narration.
That is a great question. And if he comes back,
Because
we'll
they're
definitely explore it.
Because they're human, you know? Humans can make mistakes. They're not God. They're not transcendent. So why do you trust them and trust that they didn't edit anything in and out?
Exactly.
And the follow-up question would be, how would you trust that the Quran is unedited? Nothing is lost, nothing is added, nothing at all. Because we have a few hadiths that said the Quran was like naqs, or missing a few ayat. Anyways, if I got some time, I'll probably join later.
Hell yeah.
See you guys.
Well, I appreciate you, Tab. It's good to see you. Big W's for Tavium. Great questions. And we've got more people in queue. I know Kazoo's got questions for me. Let's go ahead and bring you up.
Hello, hello.
Hello. We do have a few other people in queue, so we're going to keep moving forward, but I'll let you get a question or two at a time and see how it goes.
I was just gonna question the questioner. If that's not the time, I can drop down.
No, it's a great time.
Okay. Do you want to add somebody up first, or?
No, you go for it, and they'll wait for a moment. You get a few questions in,
Okay.
and I get to thank everybody real quick for the 24,000 times they tapped the screen, which is really, really amazing, and the 45 times you shared it. All those get us out to the FYP, so keep tapping and sharing. Thank you guys. Go ahead, Kazoo.
I've noticed that you really seem to like the answer "I don't know" from some of these guests. Why does it seem like that's your favorite answer?
A genuine I don't know, admitting you don't know something that you obviously don't, is telling, especially when it's something that is involved in a belief system that you shape your worldview on. It's big to admit the things you don't know when you build so many assumptions around you. And that shows that you can critically think about the things that you assume. In certain cases, there are times when an I don't know is just an I don't know, isn't just an I don't know, where sometimes it's meant to avoid, or so people know that, that's an answer I like.
So do you think that people should respect authority, or do you think that they should more rebel in those types of things?
Respect authority and rebel. That's a pretty big question, actually. I think it's nuanced. I think there are certain times where we should adhere to certain social expectations if we want to participate. But I also think that there are times when authorities in those expectations push too hard, and we should maintain our freedom. It's a very broad question.
So you say, what is your belief in, like, what does a society look like in your head? What are the expectations? I mean,
what are the expectations of society?
no, maybe like what if in a perfect world, and you could say what everybody should live by. What do you think? What does that look like to you?
I don't know what a perfect world is. as soon as I begin in my mind to construct some utopian fantasy world,
Sure.
I can narrow in on flaws in nearly any system or understanding.
Okay, maybe I'm just asking you maybe what humans should live by, like what belief system that you think is best.
I don't know.
Fair.
Maybe I don't know.
Maybe you don't. I think we love a I don't know around here, huh? I'll let you add another
I think
consensus.
epistemic humility is important in whatever it is we pursue.
You said what?
Epistemic humility. The humility to know what you don't know. To admit what you don't know.
Do you believe in a god or gods?
None that I've heard of.
Does it bother you when other people do? Because you know the answer at the end of the day is there is that they don't know because you can't know. Does it bother you when people do believe in a god?
Not really.
Why not? Like, why don't you have a feeling
Believe
about
what
it?
they believe. I'm not. Well, it's not that I don't have a feeling. You asked if it bothers me. And bother, I mean, kind of loaded there. I don't know if it bothers me.
Maybe I shouldn't
I
say
question it.
What is your feeling on it?
I find it questionable.
Okay. Okay. Do you acknowledge magic?
Acknowledge. What is magic?
I'm not sure. What is your definition of magic?
Well, I mean, it's a word people use and apply in several different ways. I don't tend to apply it unless I'm being flippant or sarcastic about something, or talking about, like sleight of hand or.
Of course, I'm not talking about a magic show at Las Vegas. What I mean by do you acknowledge magic? I mean, do you? I mean, of course, you know the definition. I mean, what I'm trying to say.
I don't know what you're trying to say. I mean, I talk to witches, pagans, chaos magicians.
May I ask what your definition of magic is then, personally?
But that's just it. So, like, I talk to people with all kinds of different views on what magic is. So my definition is whatever it needs to be in the conversation with someone. I don't think of anything. Okay, hang on.
Right. Well, what? Yeah.
If I apply the word other than in sarcasm or in, like, in conversation with someone about their magic or in talk about shows, like the illusion, then the only other way that I might use magic could be to describe an emotion, a feeling that something is magical.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, that would be just like a feeling of awe or wonder at generally what would be a common occurrence, or like a sunset you might poetically say it's magical, but that doesn't mean something otherworldly is happening.
Okay. Have you ever? So you're okay. So only in. Basically, what I'm getting is not like the definition of real like spells or magic or voodoo, maybe even. Your only definition of it is maybe even a birth of a child. Maybe it would be kind of that feeling, right? Maybe.
I don't know if I would even say that's magic.
Okay.
Again, it might be in more of a lighthearted, poetic way.
Okay.
I don't know that it's
A serious thing.
I don't know.
Okay. How do you look at death?
How do I look at death?
Yeah. What is your understanding of life after death, if there's any at all? When a human passes away, what happens?
I don't know.
You don't have any inkling at all about what might happen. And you're rattling around in your head what death looks like after life.
So, I don't know that there's any thing left to be considered a life or an experience, perception. I don't know if there's anything there. I have no reason to believe there is, but that doesn't mean I'm saying there isn't.
I'm asking what you believe.
I'm answering.
Okay. So you think it's just consciousness is over? It's just the end of consciousness. You don't know?
Mm-hmm.
Or you've had many different thoughts about it and you just never really landed on 100%.
Yeah, I can have many different thoughts about it right now.
What was your most recent one that you believed the most?
Believed the most?
Maybe not 100% believe, but leaning towards.
I'm trying to think of it in percentages. Oh.
You know I'm not smart, so I'm trying to word it the best I can.
No, that's all right. If I had to think of what outcome I think is most likely, based upon what I can see, I don't know why there would be anything else, why there would be anything after. Did you hear that answer?
I did. I'm just trying to look at my notes. So do you think that beliefs should conform to the best scientific understanding of the world?
Should.
Yeah, in your head, should they? That should be pretty easy to understand. In your head, should you believe?
I don't know why there's a should. I prefer for myself to believe things that fit the best scientific understanding. But I would question those things if I find myself not understanding them. I question them anyways.
Do you think you'll ever land on a perfect understanding?
No. I don't know, but I don't think so.
Why do you think it's so important for you to question other people's beliefs? And I must ask, because I'm going to, when they don't or cannot, you get very upset. Is it because they joined up on the panel, or is it because you're frustrated that they can't be led astray.
Mm. I definitely hope it's not that.
Not what?
That I'd be frustrated they can't be led astray. I don't think it's that.
Then why do you get so frustrated?
It's a good question. It's one I should really ponder.
Are you being sarcastic?
No. I'm being self-reflective.
All right, do you think that they're ignorant? Is that why you get upset? Or they're not able to be as complex in thinking as you?
No.
Okay.
I think in many cases, when I get frustrated, it's because the indications in the conversation are that there's some dishonesty or disingenuous behavior. But I am absolutely capable of being wrong, and sometimes it could just be me.
Yeah, is that just kind of like you projecting a little bit, maybe?
Projecting. I don't know if it's projecting.
Well, I mean, maybe that's the
that
best word I'm
you know,
understanding is what I mean.
Projecting, at least I think, would imply that I'm myself being disingenuous by accusing them of that. I think what could be happening is I could just be in a bad mood sometimes, and that doesn't excuse it. But I'm, well, mostly human. But it's absolutely something that is not my goal, is to get frustrated. I prefer not to.
You seem like a very quiet, level-headed somebody that you think ahead, obviously, before you speak. But in those moments, you get very upset. So it's very surprising. And so I'm trying to uncover where that comes from, just because I'm nosy and I question. I guess I'm confused why she's pressed about this. I shouldn't look at the comments. What's the significance of the bats theme in your lives?
I like bats.
And that's simply it?
I mean,
why do you like bats?
Because I mean, there's a whole myriad of reasons.
I'd love to hear them all.
Resilient. They're flying mammals. I mean, how cool is that? How many other flying mammals do you know?
I mean, sure, cool. That is very cool if you look at animal world. But there's got to be more to it. You just love bats and want to have that whole thing, a bat thing.
Why does there have to be something more?
Because you're human. That's why.
Because I'm human.
Because you didn't create a live with a theme that's very bat heavy without a significance or favor for bats. And so what is that?
Why?
What do you mean, why?
You're saying I didn't do it without a significant favor, but what if I grew to love bats after choosing the bat for the show?
I don't think that's how it happened.
Why?
Because I don't believe that. Because it's called, what's the name there? How do you pronounce that? I don't even know how to pronounce it. What does that mean?
Batcolyte.
Okay, I'm explain that to me like I'm 4. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, an acolyte is someone who either follows or teaches about a belief or a god, a practice, a ritual even.
So there was a reason you picked it when you started this live.
Well, it's the mouthpiece, the representation of the celestial skeletal back goddess, who, as you know, unfurls her wings in accordance with the Lambda Cedia model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages.
Did your parents influence this who you are and why you question and what you do? Did your parents have anything to do with this? Don't laugh. I'm being genuine.
You're asking who to blame.
Well, you know the parents always got something to do with
Hell
it.
yeah, you're guilty as a motherfucker. What I am asking is, this is a very specific lane. If you can say it's not, but it is. Did you? What? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm trying to word it, I guess.
Are you asking if my mother was a clown?
What? No.
Well, she
Was your
is.
mother a clown? No, I would never ask that. What?
No.
Yo, did y'all?
That was oddly specific.
Did y'all wear red noses at the dinner table?
No.
You know I'm not asking that. Am I annoying you with your questions? Are they harsh? Why do you decide to portray yourself as a skeleton and not human? Like, is it privacy or is it just fun or what?
All of those and more.
What's your more?
I'm the faceless questioner.
So you think that humans won't be... You think it's a little intimidating for people to answer these questions or let their guard down when they're looking at a human face?
Not necessarily that. It's kind of more to how these conversations usually go. Without question the questioner, I'm usually not answering questions, talking about what I believe. I'm not necessarily avoiding, but redirecting from those because it tends to detract from the exercise.
A face?
To debate.
A human face?
Yes.
Like their expressions?
Well, it's more metaphor.
Okay, what's a metaphor?
That's just it.
Okay,
the metaphor is that me answering questions or talking about who I am or what I believe sort of detracts from the exercise, the focus of questioning the guest's belief.
So do you not enjoy doing the question the questioner?
Oh, I do. I think this is a lot of fun. That's why I'm doing it all weekend.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, second night. And I'll do it one more, at least.
Do you respect other people's freedoms, including freedom to offend?
Do I respect people's freedom to offend?
Freedoms, but also if you do believe in their freedoms or freedom of speech or freedom of everything, do you think that that includes freedom to offend if they are being genuine?
What does that mean, freedom to offend?
People can say things that are offending and mean it.
People can say certain things and mean it.
Okay. I think you're You're good at dancing around things. Maybe
I'm not dancing
wording
around
them
this.
correctly. Yeah, maybe it's
really
my
am
fault.
trying
I might
to-
be wording them incorrectly.
Well, no, I'm really trying to understand what freedom to offend is, and kind of like Kira's asking there, do you mean like hate speech? Do I
No, of course not hate
respect
speech.
someone's right to say slurs or harsh language?
No, not those things.
Okay, then what is it?
Well, maybe. Do you believe people should say what they absolutely mean, even if it means to offend? Do you respect that?
I think if you're aware that the thing can be offensive, there are other ways that you can express the thing. But I do think that you should be honest. I think that's important. So if it is something that might offend people, then there's time and place, and perhaps you might want to have that thing be questioned so that you can see why you assume it would be offensive.
Okay. Do you think people could ever reach? Do you think that human potential can be explored to its fullest if someone believes in God?
Do I think human potential can be fully explored if people in general believe in gods?
Yeah. Like that person. So let's just use an example. Me or something, hypothetically. If I believe in God or gods or some kind of belief, do you think that I'm able to reach my full potential?
I don't know what it means to reach your full potential.
Maybe I need to ask you what is humans? What do you think humans the full potential of humans are?
I don't know.
You don't have any idea.
I think it's a broad question, and yeah, I really don't. Do you mean like mental ability, physical ability? Are we talking ability at all?
Let's talk about
societal structure.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's societal.
I have no idea. I already don't know. Like, I can argue with any utopia, I imagine.
Well, I think everybody can poke holes in that too, because we're all human. But I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe I need to work on narrowing that question down next time.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Not a bad question. It just does need
some revising,
direction and detail.
I gotta highlight that one. Well, I guess I'll let you move on.
I wonder if any of them are still there.
Made them all fall asleep.
Maybe.
Oh, the freedom to offend.
Do you think that humanity has a potential?
Yeah.
Do you think that we can know that potential?
I think we can have a good idea of what it might look like. I think that's what I'm asking you.
When you imagine a potential, is that something of finality, or are there more potentials that follow?
I want to think it as like a machine running to its full potential, but then again, I don't really know what it looks like in humans, so I'll have to narrow that one down. My question. I think I've asked you this before, but zodiacs hold no merit for you, right?
Not really, no.
Why not?
I don't understand how positions of planets can have effect on human personality.
Is it because you don't think, or you just haven't?
Outcomes. I don't know how we can predict sociological interactions through celestial bodies.
Have you ever done any research on it?
Minimal. I know very little, but I know enough to want to question anybody who would hold it as a truth.
I would love to have a guest like that too. I think it's interesting. I don't really know anything about it. It seems to be very fun in culture. But I think I'm in the same boat as you.
Wait, if you don't know anything
Hey,
about
Sam.
it, what are you telling us?
San, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
40.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
There's like a dude there, but maybe it could be a chick, right? You know, it could be a chick.
I see. How drunk are you?
Not enough. That's the answer. The answer's the answer.
The answer's the answer, is it?
That's the answer, which is the answer. Do I have to? Well, you want to say it again, or?
I think you might be drunker than you think you are.
I
We're gonna move on
think
to somebody
that
else.
you.
Stop.
I was gonna ask
Somebody I
an
will get
ice cream
that
question.
is something I will get frustrated at. But hell, if I hadn't been drunk on a panel before, I'd be lying.
I have not. But
You don't have an esophagus.
hello, Rachel. Can
Hi.
I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 26. Sorry, I didn't realize exactly what the live was about. I'm an atheist, so if you guys want to drop me, that's all good. I don't have any like higher power beliefs, but
Can you question that?
I mean, I can obviously there's no concrete proof, I guess, either way, because only people who know are people who can tell us. But I think that all evidence and based on contradictions, I especially don't believe in, the Catholic or Christian faith, but I'm not too educated on any other faiths. But yeah, sorry, I didn't know it was about just...
It's not just about, it's about seeing if anyone can question their beliefs.
Oh yeah, no, and I'm totally welcome for anyone to question my atheism.
Generally, I do only look for guests that believe in a god. But when an atheist stumbles up here, I question why not? Why you don't believe in a god?
I just think because I guess I would say that I explicitly don't believe in the Christian or Catholic God or the Western ideology of religion, just because of the contradictions in their beliefs, and I just believe that for me, I feel like there's no evidence to believe it. So why would I believe it? I would say maybe I'm more agnostic if evidence was presented.
What do you think would compel you to believe? What kind of evidence do you think you would accept?
It would have to be well, it's kind of complicated, right? Because I feel like if people are saying, oh, God speaks to me, God is, presented himself to me, then I believe they're in some sort of religious psychosis. Not gonna lie. But so I think that, my argument with the Christian God is that if he is all good and all knowing and all powerful, then he would know what his followers needed to like fully have faith in him, and he doesn't present that. So I feel like I would have to have like concrete proof of like, this is, like he would have to come down and like do some crazy stuff, and multiple, like there would have to be multiple witnesses, and like people might bring up, the witnesses of, I forget exactly what it is, but like Jesus's resurrection or whatever. But I'm like, it's someone wrote about the witnesses in the book. They're not like firsthand accounts. They're just someone saying, oh, this person did witness this. Like it's a secondhand source kind of thing, So I feel like he would have to like present himself to me and like perform a miracle in front of me or something.
And if that happened, would you worship the God?
If it was
for existing.
If it was the Christian or Catholic God, no, I'd rather go to hell than worship that God. Absolutely, because I don't think he is a God worthy of worship.
What makes a God worthy of worship?
Personally, I don't believe that any God, like any being is worth worship. Like I don't think any one person should have to dedicate their whole life to a being, unless they were like actually like all good, which I don't think any of the gods that exist in religion today are all good. They all have qualities that make them inherently not good.
You just said you don't think any God is all good. You said earlier that you weren't really studied outside of Christianity, right? You're not aware of very many other gods.
I am aware of them. I think the general like idea of, worship me or you're a bad person is not inherently good, and I feel like that's most religions, but I could be wrong. Like I know there's obviously like hundreds of religions in the world, and I unfortunately can't be like, aware of all of them. So I don't know 100% that there isn't a God that says, oh, worship me or you're a bad person, but I feel like that's the general idea of religions.
Fascinating.
I would love to be educated though, if like, there is one that says, oh, like I don't give you any reason to believe in me. So if you don't believe in me, then that's okay. But I don't think there's a lot of gods like that.
Interesting. Yeah, I would definitely encourage you to look at nearly any God that isn't the God of the Bible or Quran.
Okay. Do you have like a specific religion to look into? Like
Well, there are suggestions already in the comments. Or
okay.
paganism might be one to look into. Nearly any pagan religion.
Okay, and pagan is sorry, could someone let me know, like, because I've heard, pagan being like witches or whatever, but I don't think that's the thing of the religion. Could someone educate me on what that like pagan actually means?
It's a great question. You might want to ask a pagan. Their
Fair.
answers will differ, but oftentimes it's people who believe in either nature-based or culturally indigenous beliefs.
And those, like, I would be more inclined to consider, but for me, unless, like, I'm very much the type of person to be like, I need evidence in order to believe something, and so I feel like it'd be hard because there's no way to prove, any of, an afterlife or anything, but... respect other people's beliefs for sure, and I do like learning about it, but I just, I'm very much an evidence-based person where if I don't have like, I wouldn't believe in gravity if there wasn't like concrete evidence for it. Like I wouldn't believe in, like chemotherapy if there wasn't concrete evidence for it. Why would I believe in an afterlife if there's no concrete evidence for that.
Concrete evidence. So can you think of what concrete evidence might convince you of an afterlife?
If a deity like presented himself to me and performed like I said, like a miracle in front of multiple other witnesses that proved I wasn't going through a religious psychosis.
So only a god could prove to you that there's an afterlife.
Well, I guess not. Like it's interesting. That's a good thing to think about, because I haven't really thought about, the religions that don't have like a, one specific entity that they worship. I would have to have, if they could find evidence for a soul or like something that exists outside of, the physical body, then like if they could have concrete evidence of, there is this soul that exists, this is how we figured it out, this is the proof of it, then maybe that. But as of so far, like we don't even have proof that a soul exists or anything like that. So. I know lots of people refer to energy as, part of their spirituality, the energy has to go somewhere, but we don't have any proof that there is, even like after death, that there is energy to go somewhere.
Would you say you have absolute certainty in all the things you believe?
No, I would believe I'm the type of person, I'm a very open-minded person. I can't absolutely for certainty say that, nothing happens after we die, because I haven't died myself. So I'm not naive to the fact that I'm ignorant on exactly what happens.
Do you have absolute certainty in anything?
No. And I think that's what science is. I don't think that any science, I think, as science evolves, we discover new things that can prove other things wrong. Like, I feel like anything even like that, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but I feel like you can never be truly certain about anything for sure. But I'm a very scientific mind, where it's like, as proof is presented to me, I will, make my decisions based off that proof. And then if, alternate proof is presented to me, then I am willing to change my mind.
Okay, Rachel. I think Kazoo had a question, but I don't know if it's already been answered. Go ahead, Kazoo.
I was thinking, if you needed concrete evidence and you saw it, would you even push back at it at all and try to rationalize it in a way?
That's a good question. I feel like I always am. It depends. Like, if a deity let's say, for example, a deity presented to himself to me, performed a miracle in front of me and all my friends, and they're like, oh yeah, that absolutely happened. I feel like I would question it, but like if it is concrete evidence, where evidence that can't be disputed. But that's the thing though, you're making me really think.
Right. Would you have to go check for her gas leak? Would you have to check all of your friends?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Would you, even if you were to have that, your definition of concrete evidence, would you even question that?
And I think I would. I'd probably rule out, because they say, the scientific process is like ruling out other hypotheses, competing hypothesis. Like, that's what you want to do in order to prove yours. And I think that's probably would be my first step, is ruling out anything else that could be the reason that this happened, rather than just accepting it.
And if you couldn't come up with anything, would you believe it and spread it? Like, tell people and keep your life up?
No, I don't think so. Honestly, it depends. If it was if I had no other reason to believe it, if it was full on, unarguable, if you could not have an argument and against it, if it was 100% full proof and it was to save my soul, as they say, then probably, just because, obviously I wouldn't want the alternative. But I think I would have to exhaust every other option before I did that. I think that living for something other than yourself is like a bad go about of life. So it would have to take a lot for me to devote my life to something other than myself.
Do you believe in ghosts or anything supernatural like that?
No,
At all?
I don't. I believe that people have experiences that they attribute to supernatural, but I think that I don't believe in like, spirits living.
So when somebody tells you they saw a ghost, you would automatically in your head say, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
Because you've never experienced it yourself.
No, I mean, like, I feel like people throughout their lives experience things that at the moment they can't explain, but that there is an explanation for, you know what I mean? Like, so I wouldn't say, oh, you're just dumb and you're like stupid for thinking that it's a ghost. I would say, like, especially if someone's religious, I'd be like, oh, of course you would attribute that to, like, if you can't explain something. I think human nature is to try to explain the unexplainable. And that's why a lot of people go towards religion, why people go towards, ghosts and spirits. But I think there is always, like a physical world explanation for things that happen to people that they contribute to ghosts, I guess.
I have no more questions.
Blake, do you have any questions for our guest?
No.
I appreciate you, Rachel. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great conversation. You guys really made me think a lot, and I'll definitely take, everything you guys said to heart. And thank you for being alive. That actually has a really awesome, conversation and makes people think. I think that's awesome of you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate
Bye-bye.
you. Take care. I hope you keep asking questions.
Absolutely.
Big W's for Rachel. There are some things there I think could be dug into more, but she can question. I think that was evident. And if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher powers or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request out. And if you've been questioned before and were just waiting for your chance to turn the tables, well, those tables are turned. You can come up and question me if I've questioned you.
What would make you worship a god, Thrayle? What does worship look like to you?
What would make me worship a god?
Yeah. What would make you believe? What would make you worship?
Well, those are two different questions.
Okay, let's start with what make you believe.
I've often answered, God only knows if it exists. But I really don't. I don't know.
So what would have to happen for anything to present itself to you? You wouldn't believe it?
I didn't say that.
What would make you believe it if something presented itself to you?
Well, that's just it. I know it seems like I might be guarding some hidden answer, but I don't know is really my answer. Wow. I can imagine scenarios. In nearly any imagined scenario, I can imagine some way of questioning, some alternate explanation.
I mean, I feel like when I ask you this question, you know what I mean when I'm asking this question.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just convince me. Yeah, what would convince you?
I do know what you mean.
What would convince you?
I don't know. It's not an escape hatch. I'm not using it as a
You're using them as a kind of escape hatch. I don't like it.
It's not a shield. I genuinely don't know. For instance, some people come up here and I ask that question a lot, and some people might say he would come down to me and tell me he's God, and that would convince them. But how would I know that what came down and said a thing to me is God? I mean, is that just his
It's
name?
a good question.
Is that this alien's designation on his mothership? I have no idea.
Not easily convinced. You would try to rationalize it, basically.
I'm not necessarily. Is it rationalizing?
I think that if you weren't going to believe it, that it was God, I think it would be questioning and trying to rationalize it as a human. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, well, what is it that's in front of me that's saying it's God? How do I know that that's God?
Yeah, I mean, how would it convince you? Is there anything in your head that would make you believe this thing was God? Would there be any way that you would believe him? And what would it be? And what would he have to do? What would he have to do? Her, she, them, they, who? Blue, green, who?
So, again, I don't know.
I'm going to take that fucking latch off so you can't hit it anymore.
I can add why I don't know.
Okay.
So, if a God standing in front of me tried to do things to convince me that it's God, how do I know that I am actually experiencing that? How do I know that that's actually what I'm experiencing?
So, right. Okay.
If a God...
So no emotion, no show of magic, if you will. Or
I don't know.
What have you.
But I don't know.
But you don't know.
Magic. Yeah, maybe a show of magic and a special feeling.
And a dance?
But I don't
a song?
think so. But I don't know.
All right. We love an I don't know.
We do. I made a sticker.
I just want to know what would make you kneel, Thrayle.
See my sticker?
– This is what they do, folks. You ask them a question and they don't know.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hello, Crazy 8. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 35, he, him.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything?
So I don't, but I do, so like as a natural empiricist, really appreciate the question that Kazu just asked, because I also question how I would determine if a god revealed itself to me, how I would know that too. So that's something that I wonder about for no real reason other than it's an interesting question. I think that, yeah.
Do you have an answer as to what might convince you of a god's existence?
Oh, I like yours, which God only knows. The thing that I've kind of come to is it would have to be some level of personal experience that I could not refute. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how that'd be actionable. But the part that's even harder is even whatever I experience would be within nature. So it would be hard for me still to bridge the gap from whatever I experienced to this was a supernatural thing.
Assuming something did bridge that gap.
Exactly, yes.
Assuming something did, what would it take for you to worship it? What would make something
my
worthy
God.
of worship?
Yeah, I don't know. I know we don't like that hatch, but I am unsure.
We actually do. It's she.
Oh,
she
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
want- She's frustrated with me because
that's the most honest
I'm gonna break off
response.
the handle.
Well, the only way you can break that off, and I'm with you, but the only way you can break it off is if you give me a compelling reason to not feel like I don't know anymore.
well, that's definitely not what we're doing here.
No, I didn't get that impression.
So, does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
Man, not anymore. When we did the whole deconstruction thing, of course, but yeah, it used to tremendously, but now it doesn't impact my life. Aside from conversations like this, it doesn't meaningfully impact my life. Whether it does or doesn't, if it doesn't, if it's not observable, then there's a space for infinite number of things that are unobservable to me that also don't cross my mind. But I didn't come up to just agree and pat backs and everything, but also W for Rachel, because I think that the skepticism was alive and healthy.
So why did you come up, Crazy?
Yeah, well, I came up just to kind of continue the conversation, albeit briefly, with Kazu about how one would be able to remove
to be
the
clear,
escape hatch.
Kazu was questioning me as part of Question the Questioner.
Great. Okay.
Flip here. So at the moment,
I'm just trying to get in that head, Thrayle's head,
because I've questioned Kazoo for months.
I see.
So, but you're new to the panel, so we would be questioning your beliefs.
Oh, hit me! Yeah, question everything.
Right. Well, actually, what? Do you have a belief in an afterlife?
No, I would say that my personal perspective is that the experience, right? It's kind of a trope, but it's very much like the experience to before you were born. If we want to get into like fringe fun philosophies that I can kind of entertain is, I don't know, maybe we're stuck in some sort of like infinite cycle with this like big bounce idea. There's the bang and then the crunch, and it just repeats forever. But this arrangement of atoms won't be around again. So that's a long answer to a short question.
Does it?
Yeah. I was just gonna say I'm equally open, right, to all.
Do you feel the need
possible.
to fill every silence?
No, I mean, I guess kind of in conversations like this, I might, just because it's the hope is that I come up on the panel as a guest and fill that role by participating. But I definitely don't want to talk over someone else.
Is it important for you to be right? or to sound right?
I think being right is more important to me. Sounding right is only important, I think, as it has utility if I need buy-in or if I'm trying to convince someone of something, but generally I would prefer to give reliable information.
Why would you prefer to give information?
Well, because I don't know, following the question of if I give right information or just sound like I'm right, that is me giving things. But if I give information, right, there's utility in that. Or I can save you time for researching it, or I can provide a new perspective. Maybe it's the same words you've heard before, but through my lens may help add to your perspective. And so if whatever I give you is reliable, then I don't know, it's more trustworthy. Like I fail to see a downside of being accurate.
You fail to see a downside of being accurate.
Yeah, like I mean, I guess I could see see a reason to lie in like certain circumstances, but again, me personally, I don't encounter many circumstances where there's a benefit in lying. So, or just like I don't know, knowingly being wrong. But yeah, I think
Did
that.
Copernicus find a benefit in being accurate? Did Galileo?
Oh man, it's been a minute. Was Copernicus the heliocentric or the geocentric dude?
I believe Helio.
Um, then I would think so. I think refuting evidence is beneficial, right? We can switch. We just update the version of the software with newer, more correct functionality.
Um, how did that respond to my question?
Oh, sorry. Well, what I was interpreting the initial question between Galileo and Copernicus to be was really if updating astrophysics models is maybe to summarize beneficial, but and I don't want to misrepresent your point. But the way that I thought that answered was I think it is beneficial for more accurate information to come out. And the software connection was when new information is added, when we have a better understanding of how things should function, you like update the programming. So like if you're using a literal computer model of space and you understand more reliable measures, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
You totally went off in a hole.
My bad. Yeah. Well, feel free to clarify if there's an aspect of that I didn't address. It wasn't my intention to dodge it.
I think my point was, did people who were persecuted for bringing forth new ideas that happened to be accurate, did they benefit from accuracy?
Oh, apologies. I did not interpret it that way. God, I wouldn't argue that they directly benefited. No. are, I guess, scientific martyrs.
Could it even be said that they suffered for their accuracy?
I would agree with that completely.
Could there have been benefit in them not being accurate?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you believe that it is always beneficial to be accurate?
Clearly not. Yeah, that was a very good example. I think
Didn't
it's
give us very many beliefs to question, so
Ah,
I had to find
so
the one thing I could.
yeah. Oh man. Okay. I'm trying not to find a belief I have that's
No, it's
just
all
like
right. We're
silly.
there. No, it's okay, crazy. I appreciate you coming up and
Yeah,
answering
guys.
questions.
Wish you all the best. Appreciate the panel. Bye.
Thank you. I hope you keep asking questions. And if you find new answers, bring them back to us, and we'll question those. We got there. It was a bit of a trail we had to follow. But he can question. It's a night full of W's. We had one yesterday, too, where it was everybody but the trolls. It might be the prompt.
What's your definition of worship?
Since it's not something I participate in, I don't really have a working definition.
So you don't worship anything at all?
I mean, unless you define worship.
That's what I'm asking you to do.
I do. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't call anything I do worship.
What's the closest thing, and what do you call it?
Routine.
And what do you call that?
Like,
if it's not
routine.
Worship, what is it?
Routine.
Okay.
Like brushing my teeth.
Okay. So there's no ideology, life ideology, or philosophy or idea of how to live your life. You don't live by anything.
Well, that's not. I don't know that that's
What
quite
are
accurate.
What are your
But there's
top?
not like a singular named guideline.
Where do you get your morality then?
I suppose it was from my mother. My dad probably had a little bit to do with that too. And, I went to public school, so there's some questions to be asked. That wasn't the answer.
The routines, such as brushing your teeth, is the highest you can get in your head.
Well, I mean, it's going to depend on what worship is.
That's why I'm asking you, man. What's your definition of worship?
But if I don't call anything worship, if nothing I do is worship,
okay, just play along.
Okay, play along. Does that mean be dishonest?
I'm sorry. No, I'm trying to figure out how to question you, goddammit. You're like a little dodger. You're dodging it. I'm trying to catch you. So, routine is number one in your home. That's the way you lead your home. Everybody needs to have a routine, or that's how to be the best self is to have a routine.
No.
Then why would you believe that above all then?
It's not above all.
What's above all for you in the way you run a house?
Above all in the way I run a house. I don't know. I don't know what above all means.
I'm asking you, basically, how are you leading your home? And what is the highest value that you have to lead your home and teach your children and to keep things afloat?
Highest. I'm not sure what highest value is. Is that like a favorite moral? I should warn you, I don't have a favorite color.
Okay. Gotcha.
Is that what highest value is?
No.
What is the highest value?
You know how I thought, okay, so you know my example of duty, right?
That was in my mind.
What's yours? That's the way I would like to think about life and what I hold important. What's yours?
Honesty, maybe.
You said that you and your wife do not necessarily have the same beliefs. Does that throw a wrench in the way that you...
They're not, like, widely different.
Heard. Why don't you... I almost want to nitpick. Why don't you have a favorite color? Nothing brings you joy when you look at it.
No, a lot of colors bring me joy.
Which one? Okay.
Or that I obviously like purple and green.
Maybe which one evokes the most emotion? Never mind. Never mind. I'm good. I'm done. God damn. Fuck.
You're great, because you're doing great.
Fucking...
I'm very frustrating to question.
Fucking pulling teeth, man. But maybe I need to circle it. I gotta hone in on what I'm
Monster
asking
didn't
about.
mean to be up here.
Hi.
Hello, Monster. Good to see you again.
Yes. Do you want my age?
Sure, let's go with that.
Oh God, I just had my birthday. I am actually 42 now.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Remember when I forgot and I thought I was 40? Yeah, anyway. Okay, so Thrayle. You know how we had the conversation about paranormal? And we came to the conclusion that it's not a belief that you hold personally.
In paranormal.
In ghosts and yeah. So my question is, if you had somebody that you cared about deeply that passed, and you had the chance to at least try to communicate with them, would you even try?
To try to communicate with them.
Even though you hold the belief that you do, would you still try? Just to see?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps. But I don't know that. I would be very skeptical of what it is that occurs. If
Well,
there's response or
right. Because you're an intelligent person, and I'm not talking about like sitting with a spirit box and where something obviously
I thought that's what you meant.
Nope,
Like,
I didn't.
okay.
I meant like
So-
actual communication where there could be no question about it, where
Well, I mean, if so, actual communication where there's no question would imply that there's a certainty that communication will occur, that there's something there to communicate with.
yeah.
So then participating in that implies that I already believe that there's something there.
Right, but I'm saying like even though you have the belief that it's not real,
It's not that I have a belief it's not real. It's
Oh.
that I don't have a reason to believe. There's a slight difference between believing against something and just not accepting the positive.
yeah, that makes sense. Okay. My question more was like, you know, it, even though you I'm just glad that I got an answer.
In that situation, I would question if that's an answer.
I was willing to take it. It was more than Kazoo was getting, for God's sakes. Golly, that was like pulling teeth, man.
She's been at it for a while too.
It's very much how my first question, the questioner went. I think I got about 7 questions dodged, Kazoo. I get it.
I actually don't like how much of a shit I give about questioning this skeleton. That's what bothers me the most, if I'm gonna be honest. Is how much I want to fucking dig in there.
Right? He's very interesting. Thrill. Another
No, I don't want him to be interesting. Damn it.
I know. He should not be. Thrill, does it bother you knowing that that is what we look like on the inside of us? Have you ever thought about the fact that we carry that around every day? Isn't that weird?
What, carry what around?
That skeleton.
Skeleton. I think it's pretty cool.
I don't know. Something about knowing that that's how I look on the inside freaks me the fuck out, dude. But I love them. Don't get me wrong. I love skeletons, but there's something that bothers me about it.
With the nice blonde wig, that bothers you as well?
It's very Norman Bates at the end.
Sage and Bear asks a great question. Does it make you feel weird to know that your bones are constantly wet?
Yeah. Yes. And I also don't appreciate the way my lungs look.
Oh, yeah.
That's freaking weird, right?
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Let's see. What else do I have for you? Are you a dog person or a cat person?
Yes.
Got it.
And no.
Hatch.
God damn it. God damn it. Okay.
You know that all we wish is genuine answers from you, as you expect genuine answers from everybody else on the panel.
Just fucking with them.
Yeah, he's trolling us right now.
I expect follow-ups if I give unclear answers.
Yeah, which brings me to my next question. Remember the last time, you probably don't. You have a lot of questions in between me and you the last time I was here. So I asked you before, what was your favorite movie? And you said you'd get back to me on it, and you never did. I know it's a hard thing. Do you have a favorite movie that you can think of?
Favorite.
What is a movie?
Right. Okay, forget that fucking question. Okay, Thrayle, have you ever considered pegging as an option? Don't drop me. Just answer the question. Oh my god, I got the sigh. I got the fucking sigh. I don't know. I don't know if that works.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's the most generous answer I could give, I think.
Ouch.
Even a consideration, like you never thought, hey, you know what? Like there are people that enjoy it. Maybe it might a little.
Yeah, no, I know there are. I understand the reasons why. There's biology there.
Yeah. Don't knock it till you try it.
I didn't knock anything. I am, however, gonna thank Scarwolf, Tide of Silence, Holy Guacamole. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you.
Okay, I have one last question. Why do you think it is that people skip over the really important aspect of the Bible where the whatever God is literally passes by consent and impregnates somebody? Why do you think that people have no issue with that are like following that weird book?
I think that that kind of consent, as we understand it, isn't emphasized in that culture. And it's only just now coming about in our culture as something that is important, and we are seeing a clash.
Yeah, it's really weird if you think about it. She had no choice. Anywho, okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. Great questions. Oh, and gone like that. Thank you, Monster.
Do you specifically dodge answers that require your opinion?
No.
Okay.
You could try to, I mean, I like blueberries in coffee.
Riveting.
And in smoothies, and straight out of the freezer sometimes.
No, no shits from the milk I see in your future with all of that dairy, dude.
I have no problem with dairy.
Do you have problems with the shits? No, I'm just joking. Okay, I'm sorry.
Not from dairy.
Why do you always do this at night?
Because it's when I'm awake.
Why do you have a family? I mean, this might be a little personal. I don't give a shit. You have a family. You're just not awake during the day for your family. Doesn't that bother anybody?
I am awake. I am awake for much of the day for my family.
Aren't you tired?
Sometimes.
Don't you get tired of hearing the same answers over and over? Or do you think that the importance of being on here is just to make people question? Is that what keeps you going?
I don't know about making people question. Facilitating it.
Okay. So
room for it for those who can.
Obviously making room for making room for people to question their beliefs is very important to you. But why do you think that? You must like poking holes. That must be in your nature.
I don't know if I like poking holes.
Yeah, you do. That's exactly what this is about. Is it not?
I don't think so.
Why? If they believe you bring up inconsistencies, that's poking holes, right?
I like to see if they can question.
Yeah, but why is that so important to you is what I want to know.
Because beliefs inform our actions.
So I think it really does bother you, people walking around this earth amongst you with beliefs.
Bother. What do you mean by bother?
It bothers you. You're maybe you're not bothered. Okay, so you're interested. It keeps you going. You want to question it.
I do.
Where did you
If we
get
all
this
agreed-
curiosity from?
I just want to point out, if we all agreed, if we all believed the same thing, I think I'd question that too. Especially question that.
It makes me want to assume that you questioned a certain sect of belief at one point in your life, maybe even an early age, right? Maybe.
Well, a certain sect of belief. Are you talking about Christianity?
I'm asking about what your family was in, what your family put upon you.
Oh, what my family put upon me.
Parents, the ones that raised you.
The belief that I was raised in was called the Baha'i faith.
Can you spell that for me, dude, so I can look it up?
B-A-H apostrophe A-I. I might have misplaced the apostrophe. It might go between the A and the I. Baha'i or Baha'i. Okay.
And that is no longer what you believe.
No.
And what is your biggest bone to pick?
I don't know that I have a bone to pick with the Baha'i. Maybe.
Well, you don't believe it, so
things I learned later. But I was young and I left it because I didn't believe it.
Did your parents, are they still in it?
No.
Did they leave after you left?
Yes.
Did you have some effect on them?
To be clear, I don't think my dad was ever a part of it, or ever really believed it.
So he appeased your mother.
I don't know if appease is the right word either. He supported it.
Entertained it?
Yeah, but he also supported questioning.
Do you think that's where you get it from? Does your mom question now?
She already did. And she
landed on anything?
No. They're both agnostic, and as far as I know, possibly atheist.
How long were they in that religion for?
I don't know.
You've never asked.
Well, I'm doing the math right now, I think. Because I know they joined when my oldest sister was an infant. So.
What made them join
My
that?
mother was the only one who joined. My mother joined to provide structure and an idea of belief for us to be in.
Well, that certainly isn't a mainstream one. What made her choose that one?
The people and the beliefs that were presented to her.
What's the number one belief in that religion?
I mean, they believe in a God that's basically everything. Everyone believes in the same God.
Does there have a name? Do they have a name for that?
I think that it might fall under pantheism, but technically it's an Abrahamic faith.
They don't have a name for the God.
God.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Probably Allah.
Are you from that part of? I don't know anything about your fleshy parts. Are they from that type of the part of the world? Damn, dude, I'm trying to ask what color you are, bro. Damn. Sorry, man. God. Did they
Like
grow
guy
up
from
where
Texas.
somebody would, would they grow up with somebody, their family believes in
No.
Allah?
No.
Okay. Did your mother wear anything around her head?
No. Except hats sometimes. Maybe a bandana.
Sometimes a good hat.
If
Okay.
it's, you know, a bandana in the garden.
Am I being combative?
No.
Am I being rude?
Not to me, but I don't think so.
Okay.
I think you skirted a line.
Well, you know, I actually really, I hate to be a bitch, but I don't care. I'm going to ask questions that I'm curious about, and somebody will be offended by everything.
Oh, we do have a request, and they are eager to come up. Hey, Penny, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 41 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
100%. I believe that there is 100% a God.
100% you believe 100%.
Yes,
So it's a belief then that it's a belief then that you can't question.
I mean, I'll question I could question the source of it, I guess. But I believe there is a creator, 100%. And I think the thing that might be open to interpretation is, okay, yeah.
Sorry. So you're saying you believe in a creator 100%, you believe in a God 100%. My question was, can you question it? And so it's seeming like you can't question your belief in a God.
I think that the part
before we
that
go
I
further,
okay, yeah.
Which God is it that you can't question the belief in?
Well, I think that is what I was going to say. I feel like there is a God, there is something that is 100% in
100%.
it's the source of everything. I think that the part that would make me question is I feel like there's pathways to this God. I feel like religions.
My question is,
there's
I'm
different.
not asking,
Mhm.
I'm not asking about.
Yeah, I think that there's something. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so your God is not a God of Christianity, of Islam, of Hindu practices, of Norse paganism. Is that correct?
I believe that the God is bigger than that.
What is God?
So I believe God is something that's out. I can't quite pin it down, and I don't think anybody can pin it down. But it's something bigger than all of us that is outside of what we are able to comprehend with our language, even the way we're able to imagine something. We don't have the. Okay. Well,
So
yeah.
you're saying it's something outside of our imaginings, our perception. It's something we can't comprehend. It's something that you can't describe. You can't give any attributes to. But it is something you say exists, and not only exists, but 100% exists and 100% created all of this. Isn't it interesting that you said that we can't fathom it, we can't describe it, we can't understand it, and yet you seem to understand that it is not only 100% there with certainty, but that you think that you can say it created this. Isn't that you understanding some aspect of it? Does that
Okay, so you
contradict?
contradictory, perhaps, but I know it in my bones, like on
Your
the
bones
topic,
know
right?
things.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the topic.
No. Well, I would, anyways. I think that basically, when you know something is true, it's it's so
How do you know that
beyond
what
what
you're
we're able.
claiming
Okay.
is knowledge is not assumption?
Okay. How about, okay. So perhaps this assumption, what I would say is like, the specific religions, I don't know about those. I feel like specific religions might
Yeah.
be.
How do you know that
Okay.
you're not just assuming that there is this creator being from beyond all of our understanding that you somehow understand to exist?
Okay.
That's
So
not just an assumption.
there would be, I mean, there are specific instances of science. I think that, okay, so then we go into proof of like a creator. We would talk about like the intricacy of the universe. I feel like, I feel like that just loses the meaning of it. Like we could talk about the Fibonacci sequence, like that's
What?
not,
What does that have to
Do you-
do with?
We're trying to nail
Well-
down exactly.
well, when you talk about like the idea of like there has to be a creator, right?
Why?
Does there?
If you, well, do you guys know what the Fibonacci sequence is or no?
That's not answering the question. Why are you saying there has to be a creator?
Well, okay, so there are certain things that are in place that just like you can't necessarily explain if there isn't something else that is greater than us. And like, how about this? It doesn't have to be like the creator that let me hear me out though. It doesn't have to. Yes. Okay.
Kazoo, did you have a question?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I'm trying to still nail it down exactly what.
You're saying that there's a creator, that there must be something that created this, but why would you assume that there must be some creator? Why would you assume that this needs creating?
Okay, so that's what I started to explain. I think proof of there being something that is in charge of this would
bringing up proof.
Would
you have proof?
What is the alternative? If there's no creator, what, like something just starts from nothing and there's no, like, it just haphazard? There's no way. This is like intricately, the way our universe is,
so I've got
it's
Penny,
intricate.
Did you come up here just to lay blanket assertions and assumptions at our feet and expect us to bow down and agree to all of them? Or are you actually capable of questioning your own beliefs? I'm not here to debate or argue with you.
I'm 100% capable of questioning. But I think that what
You must
okay,
ask
so
questions that we're asking you.
Can we steer the conversation then? Because I feel like
can we steer the conversation to wherever you want to go, so you can just preach at us and keep going on this monologue?
But that's not what I was trying to. Can you hear me out?
I'm going to drop you because no, you don't have the ability to have a conversation with people. You are just trying to get at something. You want to tell us things. You don't want to question. And I would much prefer have somebody up here who can. It's frustrating when they just want to talk over and make a point. Is that what you meant, Kazoo? Earlier?
Perhaps.
Was that me being impatient? It might have been.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I'm willing to accept that. Good answer.
And I think that what you're looking for on the panel is somebody who listens to your questions and gives quick answers.
No, not quick. Direct.
That's what, yeah, maybe that's a better word.
Yeah. I actually prefer if there's a pause between the question and the answer. If there isn't a pause, then they're not thinking. They're just responding.
Some people might just be doing the best they can sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And that might be true. And
I feel you.
Maybe the previous guest was doing the best they could. I don't think they were here to question that. Their answers were immediate and often before the questions were done. And long-winded, going nowhere. But I try to be patient with those answers. But if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, if you're curious enough or courageous enough to hit one of those boxes right there, we might have some questions for you. Otherwise, Kazoo's going to keep questioning me.
Dude, all right. It's late anyway. You can drop me, man. I'll catch you on the flip side.
Mm-hmm. We got at
Thanks
least
for having me,
one
man.
more full night of this one, so you can always come back and question again tomorrow.
I stayed up specifically late for this because I'm gonna get there someday. Y'all have a good night. Thank you so much for having me. Love
Absolutely.
it. Bye.
Big Debbie is for Kazoo. Great questions tonight. Oh, I probably should have left her up here a little longer. Debbie's for Jade, too. Thank you, Jade. Grim says, I believe that Thrayle is cool. Should I question that? Yeah, we should probably question that. It seems like a questionable belief. Especially since I'm in Texas and it is really warm tonight. It has been a really good night of questioning. We've had some really great guests so far. Nearly every single one able to question in some way, except the last one. But maybe you can question your beliefs in a god or gods, higher powers, or something like that. Maybe you believe in just some afterlife of your own design or your own idea, or maybe you believe in creator being that is not a traditional God. Or maybe you just believe in Jesus or Muhammad or some other traditional faith. Whatever it is you believe in, if you can question that belief, then go ahead and hit one of those boxes. I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not looking for an argument. I really am just curious if you can question. And also if you have been questioned before, if I've questioned your beliefs and you've been up here and questioned your own beliefs, well, guess what? Now's your chance to turn the tables. If you've been waiting to question the questioner, this is it. You can come up and ask me questions if I've questioned you. Is there a memorable dream I've had that I can describe? Probably not the most memorable ones. I don't know that I can describe them, but there are some that I can. And, I mean, if I remember it, it's usually pretty strange and vivid. I had an alien invasion dream once. The flying saucers were visible outside my bedroom window. They looked like 1950s special effects, like dinner plates on strings. And the TV was too loud. We couldn't turn it down. And it was reporting, War of the Worlds style broadcast. Very doom and gloom. This is the end. They're coming. And I turned to see the corner of my bedroom. There was a very campy alien, in like a human in costume, like a very obvious costume. And it was utterly terrifying, despite the cheese of it all. It had a very very threatening feel. Did I pray to something while I was scared? Great question, Kazoo. No, I didn't. I remember what's common amongst my dreams whenever there is something frightening is that urge to scream, but not being able to. Like a muted exasperation. Yeah, it's a silent scream. I remember that feeling of a silent scream and then waking up. No, I don't. I remember the day. I don't think it was an abduction memory. Not with the low level of production. Well, how about that? We got a cat in the bat.
Here we find ourselves. It's
just
4 in the morning.
counting dream.
I don't know about this. Do I know about this? I might know about it.
I don't know. I might have told you. Welcome back, monster.
Hello.
Oh, hello, dear.
Hi. So I think I'm ready to question my really absurd belief in the Mothman, and I'm not being disingenuous at all, you guys. It's literally something that I've been wanting to hold, but I'm going to give it a try.
Do you live in West Virginia?
No, but no. Mm-mm.
Did you at some point?
No, I'm very near there right now, though, on vacation.
Okay, so like I drove through there once, and I can see how. Sorry, it's fucking loud. I can see how it would be very compelling, because it's everywhere and it's real creepy.
Yeah. It's so real to me that I don't even have to be there to believe it. And I actually think that the Mothman is a Mothwoman, but...
Okay. Why do you believe... Why is it so real to you? What makes it so real to you?
So, with the research that I've done, I find it compelling when certain events take place and the witnesses are spread all over and they haven't had conversations about what they've seen. And they're literally all drawing the same being. They're describing what they've seen, and it's all exactly the same. Thrayle, I can't even look at you.
Yeah, don't pay it. He's terrible.
Such a dork. I find it really fascinating that so many different people who hadn't even had conversations with each other can be describing the same thing.
Okay. So, right. So I hear the same thing a lot when people have their like psychedelic woo, is what I call it. Especially with one specific thing, which is also like my favorite thing. And they talk about these entities that they see and they describe them, and they all describe the same type things, you know, like just from a verbal or written description, it sounds like they're describing the exact same thing. But the problem with that is there's like information about this that's like really easily publicly available, right? Just like the Mothman. And so even if you're not like consciously doing like necessarily like meaning to, you have this experience or perception that is primed by the information you already know, right?
Yeah.
And is it possible that some of these accounts, these people saw something they couldn't explain, and then because of this thing that they didn't know about that might be similar to what they saw or seemed similar to what they saw, their account then ended up being just like the other people's accounts.
I see how, yeah, and I see how that would be, you know, a perfect explanation. But what I'm specifically saying is when, like, the witnesses who hadn't even, like, read anything about it, or, well, like at the very beginning, when the people were drawing it specifically, and it hadn't been published, and it was seen by many different people around the same time, so that there wasn't any information crossing. I feel like that's why it's so difficult for me to question, because a lot of the people that had seen it didn't even want to be known They were anonymously reporting. So it's not like they wanted fame, and this was way before like the movie.
Is this like unsettling for you?
Yeah.
Like it sounds like it is something that like really like horrifies you.
Yeah. But I love him too, but I love him too.
Why is that?
Something about a being that you weren't even supposed to see that's been seen accidentally is fascinating to me. And me personally, it is unsettling, but I don't fear things in the same way other people do. I'm more of a like, oh, look at that scary thing. I'm going to go over there and inspect it instead of run the other way, even though it might traumatize me for the rest of my life.
You mean you're the type of person to run towards the talking skeleton?
Up the stairs instead of out the front door. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. I love the skeleton. So my main thing is I keep going back in my mind to, questioning the belief and then questioning that I'm questioning it. Like, is it really that outlandish to believe that there is a being out there and that it is real? There's so many things.
Do you believe that the Loch Ness Monster exists?
I don't have enough information about that subject to even make an opinion.
What about Sasquatch or a Yeti of any sort, fire or otherwise?
Bigfoot, yeah. Yes, is the short answer. I can explain why if you care to know, but I know that sometimes you don't like people to do that. So if you don't want me to, I won't.
I just want to know what cryptids you believe in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like Bigfoot, Mothman. That's pretty much it.
No chupacabras.
No. Basically, I feel like they've been seen on accident.
Mermaids.
I believe in mermaids. I do. It sounds so ridiculous, I know. I really do.
Doesn't feel he's a mermaid, so.
She really is. I think that people have accidentally seen things that they're not supposed to. And it was even said in some of the research I've done on the Mothman specifically that the Men in Black even showed up. And I believe that happens when they need to be monitoring the people that are giving the accounts and attempting to erase what they've seen. So.
What?
Go ahead.
No, you go. Or no, your turn.
The Men in Black are real too, by the way. Sorry.
I've seen many men in black.
Government agents showing up to investigate things, or do you think they show up to cover up things?
Yeah, I definitely think they show up to cover up things. There's been many reports on those specific people dressed in a certain way, driving certain cars with the tint and everything, knocking on doors, unable to identify themselves, asking questions about what was reported. And I believe it is to erase what they've seen.
erase what they've seen.
I'm not talking about in the movie like holding up a light and zapping their memories. I feel like it is possibly to have a conversation with them and deem them of some type of mania or insanity and toss them in an institution so that nobody believes what they've seen.
Make it appear that they're crazy, and so nobody like.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is a thing.
Why do you think that's a thing? Do you have any like instances of this happening?
So my best answer on that subject would be if you listen to interviews of people who are considered criminally insane or, schizophrenic, I feel like they're so smart that it's hard for people that can't comprehend the subjects to understand, so they're automatically looked at as incapable of normalcy. Basically, I think that there are things that certain people can see and it sounds crazy to everybody else. Does that make sense?
So, okay. So this isn't exactly the same, but it's close enough, right? So there is this guy. He's a lawyer. He's an attorney, a pretty like reputable attorney in a major in Seattle, right? And he has his whole life. He's a reputable attorney in Seattle, fairly successful. And then he comes forward with this story about this government project that was done in the 70s to do time travel, and his dad was in the CIA, and so they used kids for this project, and he, as a child, was used to jump through time, and it's a whole thing. It's very this is the most conspiratorial thing you'll ever hear me say.
I love it.
And I don't believe it, right? But but he came forward and he said all these things, and it's like MK Ultra Light, right, or whatever. But nobody came and erased him. He is still an attorney in Seattle today, even though he's been, pushing this narrative for a decade or so, whatever. And so why not that? Like, why did that not get erased?
So I think that that's because, like, the societal norms now, we already deem anybody with a different belief on things like of that nature to be insane. So I think that, like, they don't really have to go putting people in asylums anymore. We're just conditioned to look at them like they're absolutely crazy now.
That's interesting.
Whereas back, when they had institutions and things like that, it was easier to just throw people in them and walk away than it is now, because you have social media and things of that nature. So it's harder to erase people.
If this were the case, wouldn't it be difficult to distinguish between things that people just make up and things that are supposedly actually occurring? Do you think that's the point?
Yeah, it's a possibility.
How does that benefit a government?
Keeping the mass of people calm in situations that they don't understand is an important thing, because if you start throwing out I mean, kind of like, you know, and I don't want to bring up politics, but when Trump came out and was like, hey, guess what? Everybody, there's aliens and it's time for it to come out. You know what I mean? I feel like the government fears, like something happening, when people find out what's really going on, if that makes sense. I can't think of the words I'm trying to say. Hysteria, mass hysteria. Especially now because of social media and how fast things travel and what it could possibly do on a faster scale.
Doesn't it seem likely that if something like the Mothman, for instance, were real, that in present day with social media there would be more evidence of it?
I feel like it's a possibility that people are seeing it. They just don't say it anymore because of what happens to them.
Wait, is this like a species or is it like a one thing? Would it still be alive if it was just one being? Sorry.
I'm not sure on its lifespan or if it even would be the same or if it had a partner or anything. My belief on whether or not people would be talking about it would mostly be because they don't want anybody to know anymore. I'm not really sure, Kat.
Is this a belief or a fear?
It's a belief, yeah.
I ask because I will not go in the woods at night.
Yeah.
Or even really the woods at all. But definitely not at night because I'm fucking terrified of the Slender Man, even though I know it's not real.
I have the door open and my feet are next to it and I can't see the opening.
Yeah, fuck that, dude. Absolutely not.
I also believe in the Wendigo, but that's a whole other thing. I know that's
like
a lot.
10 years ago, it was so bad I wouldn't drive with my brights on through wooded areas at night because I was so scared. But I know it's not real. But I was still, but that didn't stop the fear, you know? It doesn't
But
stop
how do
the
you
fear.
know? How do you know it's not, though? You know?
I guess, I mean, like, I don't, because it's a story somebody made up on the internet. I think the Slender Man is, like, the least believable cryptid ever, also. Like, really. But it doesn't mean it's not terrifying, right?
He's so terrifying.
But my point, yeah, right. And so my point is, like, even, like, I've never actually believed in this. I've never thought this was a really credible or, like, this had any merit.
Slender Man is less believable than Siren Head.
What the fuck is a Siren Head? I don't even know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, the point is that I've never believed in it. But I felt the terror so deeply that it still affected, like, my actions and, like, I mean, again, I to this day will not go in the woods at night, like, so that's why I asked specifically for fear, because I think that it can feel very similar, right? Or at least present very similarly.
Yeah, and I can't even give you, like what its purpose would even be, because I don't believe that, like, the Mothman has, like, harmed anybody. I don't even think that, like, it was responsible for the bridge collapse or any of that stuff that was reported. I believe that thing was there to tell them that it was going to happen, not cause it, if that makes sense. So it's not even like a fear of, like, being unalived by him or anything.
If it was there to tell them it was going to happen, how did it manage to, like, in what ways did it communicate that?
Through the thoughts, the mind. I know it sounds so crazy. I don't believe it was an actual phone call. But it gave a name, and it also did tell him in his mind.
Are you specifically talking about the movie version of events?
Not just that. I'm talking about the whole entirety of the legend, because that was based, on actual events. So I'm talking about the ones that are more well known.
How do you know which events from that legend are actual and which ones are dramatized or exaggerated?
Ooh, that's a great question. I don't. You're right. I don't. Damn. Oh, man, you got me. God damn it. I didn't even, you know what's crazy? I didn't even think about that. I've been so wrapped up in that thing, and I didn't even think of the most, practical question in the research. I've been kind of, obsessed with the fact that so many people had seen the same thing, drawing it and describing it and all that stuff more than anything. But yeah, I mean, how would you know?
Sometimes you get too close to it to see the obvious, question.
It's so fucked up. God damn it. Well, okay, so that aside, then I do go back in my mind that, okay, well, why were so many different people that never had a conversation drawing the same thing?
Were they?
That's yeah. Because if you look at the pictures, if you watch there's a most recent documentary on Netflix about it too that just came out not too long ago. It's been, in my opinion, well, see, how could it even be my opinion that it's the most logical? Hold on, I'm questioning my own belief right now. God damn it. Because I was gonna say the most the most honest. How would I know what the most honest is? Oh, Lord. I think I'd be a little disappointed if it wasn't real.
Why?
Because I think that there's a deeper belief underlying that that there are a group of people that can see things that nobody else can. And that it's part of some kind of alternate space between, trying not to use trigger words. Nope, don't say dimension. Like a space where people are able to see things that they're not supposed to.
Like a space that's like a liminal space.
Yes, like something that can come through accidentally, that lives on a different, it's the same but a different
plane of existence.
Yeah, that there you go. I didn't want to say it, and he's gonna be like, "What's a dimension?" And I'm gonna be like, "I don't fucking know."
Is it possible that these experiences could be hallucinations or dissociations?
were going to get there eventually. No. I mean, is it possible? Yes. Am I of sound mind? Yes. Am I sober? Yes. I don't partake in any hallucinogens or anything like that. And I've never been diagnosed with any kind of disorder that causes hallucinations or auditory hallucinations. But it is possible.
So the thing about hallucinations and dissociations, everybody thinks that you have to have a disorder, like a serious disorder, or maybe some sort of substance involved for these things to happen.
Mhm.
And that is not necessarily the case. The brain does weird brain things in a weird brain way. And like there are the closest thing to woo that I have happened in the middle of the day in the craft store, stone cold sober. And I can't explain it, and I can't, whatever. But like, it is something. Especially like if any of these people who have this experience were like going through something stressful or anything like that can cause the brain to do things like dissociate or hallucinate or anything to distract or to like explain,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that if I had seen it myself, that would be a possibility. But since it's not something that I've seen myself, that's different, It's just a belief from knowledge that now I am questioning is even real. Because how do I even know? It's just stuff that's told to other people. And that's kind of disappointing. Wait, Kat, were you asking if it was possible if other people could have been hallucinating, or were you asking if it could be me doing that? I'm sorry.
The people who were having the experiences, like could they have been hallucinating or dissociating?
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question. My brain put it together after I was already done. But so many different ones.
A lot of people have a lot of stressful things going on in their lives, and a lot of people also like as much as we can like say or speculate that there wasn't information out there or whatever out there means, right?
Passing at the grocery store, yeah.
Yeah, it's a small community in West Virginia. People talk.
Right. It's very fair that it possibly could have been a hallucination and it was ran with. Absolutely. And that sucks.
Could it have been that one story from a small group of teenagers, some fantastical story about a flying man with 10-foot wings and red eyes, was publicized, and then after that other people could have, for attention or for novelty, added to the reports from those details?
Yes. What I was specifically talking about was my belief that that hadn't happened. So if it had, it would be more believable, yeah.
Well, my question is, could that first report, could it have been fabricated? And then all others after that?
Ooh.
Been fabricated to match.
Oh, man.
Could a bunch of kids have made up a story that took off?
Mm-hmm. Yep. That could have happened. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Dang.
Can I tell you another interesting thing real quick? A related anecdote.
Yes.
One time I went on this hike and I saw something that I couldn't explain, and I told my friends about it. And now there's a Martian fire yeti from Mars on TikTok.
Oh. God damn it. Of course there is.
And for all she knows, she saw a hippie carrying a dog.
I wasn't going to say anything, but like, it could have been anything. And the red eyes could have been, you know, lights in the sky from a satellite. Like,
well, what red eyes if the whole story were made up by eager teenagers trying to explain why they were late for something or...
Oh. I hadn't even thought about a reason, but yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. Damn it. So that would mean that all of those people that were giving their interviews and accounts were just fucking lying?
Well, why would all of them have to lie? Couldn't some of them have seen a shadow and assumed it was that thing that those kids were talking about?
Actually, yeah, because some did report that the eyes weren't shining, but they were saying, well, he could have been standing there sleeping.
If you look into the reports, aren't there really different details? Like some of them say he doesn't even have a head, the eyes are part of the torso.
Yeah.
Some of them give him a pronounced neck and a large head. Some of them, you know, a thick neck, no real distinct. Like they all seem to be very different, don't they?
Yeah, actually. I feel like it was the drawings that had me hung up mostly.
Some had smooth wings, some had feathers.
I suppose that the people that were drawing just were all, you know, intermediate artists and all ended up drawing the same thing.
How many drawings are there actually from that period of time? From the, 13 months before the collapse?
I'm not sure of an exact number of the pictures, but I know that there was quite a few. But you know how you were describing, like, their visual descriptions were way different with a, like, elongated neck and those types of things. Like, if you didn't know how to draw, a lot of the pictures would have come out looking the same. So,
but if these were verbal, independent reports,
then it would be ridiculous.
It would at least highlight an inconsistency.
Yeah. Dang it. See, I knew this was going to happen, and I wanted to hold it. This one belief.
Why?
We had talked about, you know, I don't want to say the word, but the spirits on the other side. And I feel like, because I believe that's what he was, you know, to warn. I feel like if he wasn't real, then that would mean that ghosts aren't real, and I can't accept that.
Can you... Oh, sorry, Thrayle.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Can you live with the cognitive dissonance of not accepting something that you can see is logically consistent and sit in that? Can you do that?
I suppose I've been doing that.
Is it stressful or bothersome for you?
It causes severe anxiety, yeah. That's probably why I seem unnerved.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. I feel like I hold a hope so hard, and everything has a reason of why I'm holding it, and it's never really the actual thing, like the Mothman, right? It's what it means if it isn't real. It means that it's likely that another thing that I want to hold isn't real. And it would make me sad. And it's very much like the people that try to hold on to the Bible, right? And those things, because for them, it's totally just debilitating without their creator. I just want to believe in ghosts, and I have a hope that one day I'm going to be able to talk to my husband who passed.
Really sorry to hear that. So you've probably heard it a little bit. I have a thing. It's not a belief that I hold. It's something that I reject, that I have to reject, even though it's the most logically consistent thing, because I have to.
Right.
Because I kind of like the ghosts, right? You have the belief because you have to, right? And it causes immense distress to not have it. And
yeah,
I think that if you're questioning it, if you're willing to do something like question the Mothman, even though you know what the consequences could be of that, I think that is your brain telling you that Thrayle, don't fucking say anything to me about what I'm about to say. I think that is your brain telling you that it might be time to start letting it go. And it's okay to be resistant to that, because I am. But I have thought about this a lot. Like, I've spent so much time on this, you know? And that's the best thing I've come up with, like, as to why we would put ourselves through this, right?
Right.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Oh my God, I'm not. I think, I've been sitting here since I started watching this live many, many months ago. And I've been saying, I'm not questioning this one. I'm holding it because I knew deep down that there is a way that it couldn't be real. And it was, I'll laugh and joke with people in here, and we'll have our little Bible jokes in the comments and whatnot. And, but really for some of us, like, it's what we have that we're holding on to, like last hope almost. And like I was saying, the correlation between the Mothman and like the other side for me is like, I feel like he came and was like trying to warn people like about the collapse and whatnot. Like, he was good. He just was scary looking. And it's how I picture helpful beings that know the future on the other side, meaning somebody that was looking out for a guardian angel, if you will.
The dark aesthetic.
Yeah. It's very much how I picture somebody that I care about would look, because it would appeal to me. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry. No, you.
Because it would appeal to you. Makes a lot of sense.
Anyways.
I could not empathize more with this, with holding this illogical thing so tightly, because it's so important to something else that you hold on to really tightly.
Yeah.
And I also understand the cognitive dissonance that you're feeling.
Yeah.
And that is the part that really fucks me up, right? That's and I don't know.
And you guys have heard me talk about like the spirit box and stuff before, Kat.
Mhm.
Like, you know that I wouldn't even try to like communicate with him over that thing because I know in my mind that it is the radio, right?
Yeah, and you're just, yeah, exactly, right?
I know that it is the radio signals. And I feel like it would be disrespectful to even assume that a voice would be him coming through there. So I would take another route, like, you know, a board or something before I did that ever. And I'm so scared to even try. I haven't even tried. I go on paranormal investigations all the time. I mean, I've heard auditory, like, voices and whatnot on those hunts, and I know that they can be debunked. We don't know if people set up speakers in there. We don't know if, you know, it's an attraction. So what I'm saying is, I'm so scared to know that I won't even try.
That's okay.
Because I don't want him to not be there. Sorry.
It's okay. If something is unfalsifiable, meaning there's no way to know, does that mean you have to reject it completely?
I mean, I could be one of those people that's like, oh, I'll see you in heaven later.
Right. I think that was a poorly worded question on my part, but
you know, I know what you meant.
So I have ridden this train pretty hard, and I've backed off it a little bit, but I still really do think it. I think that unfalsifiable things like ghosts or hard determinism or whatever it may be. I think that if you have some sort of strong emotional attachment, I think if there's some utility there to that, that it's okay to let yourself have that, as long as, you know, we're not delusional, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I don't
and not going out of our way. Yeah.
Right. I don't think this is a delusion so much as an emotional, I think, so I've come to the conclusion recently that beliefs are emotional and have utility generally, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to varying degrees of importance, right?
Right.
It seems like this is a very important, this serves a very important utility for you. So
it's so important that I won't even try. And that's why I asked Thrayle earlier, like, if he lost somebody, if he would try to contact him.
I think what's important here is that you're saying you won't even try to contact, you won't even try to do that, but you are willing to question it. You are willing to think about it and engage with it.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I was going to say was important. The utility is so important, but also it is important that we don't let it take over and we don't yell and scream at people about it on panel at all, ever. Not even once. Not even one time.
I appreciate you guys, really. This live has helped me tremendously. Just so you guys know.
I'm tired of you people making me cry. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm so glad I got to this. we started at Mothman and we got to a very different place, and
I know.
we took like a hard left.
I know,
And
I
I'm really
always
glad we
do.
went there because I feel like there's. If you ever want to talk about the whole cognitive dissonance and any of it, but like, you know, you're not alone in this like feeling and this like thing that you're dealing with.
Right. And it's so crazy because like I see other people do that like with the Bible and their beliefs in like their creator,
And
where
they
they
don't realize how dissonant it is.
Right. And I'm literally holding on to mine like, but you're not touching this.
The difference is you can acknowledge like you can acknowledge the cognitive dissonance, and you can acknowledge that it's illogical, and you can acknowledge all of these things. And I think that's that's the distinction there, right? Like you can acknowledge that this is not like in line with what everything else we know and believe about reality, right? But that doesn't mean it's not important to you.
Right. And obviously my opinion and belief is going to be skewed because of the emotional attachment. So I can't even be trusted with the belief because of that. So it's like, ugh. So yeah. But anyway, I appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you.
I hope I did a good job questioning.
You did a great job.
Great, Monster. Thank you so much.
You didn't yell at us or cry. Or, well, you did cry, but you didn't, like, yell at us about it.
No.
Make it a whole thing. So, you know, yeah, you did a really good job.
Yeah, you guys did a great job with your questions, too. I was able to actually really break it down, and you guys did it in a very kind way, and you did a great job questioning, too, and I appreciate you very much.
Anytime.
You can get rid of me, Thrayle.
I'm going to.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, Monster. Yep, I just had to light up that gift gallery first.
I didn't know that we were gonna. I feel like it was so set up.
It was amazing. Thank you, Monster, so much for really questioning, really engaging, and opening up. It was not where I expected the Mothman to take us.
You can say something to me about the thing that I said in Discord later. We can talk about that later.
I got you. We have a few people who've been waiting in queue for a while. Starting with, okay, ghost number 1.
Oh, also, the jungle's about to yeet me off, so if you want to do it before it does, you can. I'll be back later.
Sounds good. Appreciate you, Kat. And there she goes. Let's see who else we have. This guest actually was in line way earlier, even though they just jumped in the queue again. Welcome up, Scratches and Scribbles. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I am 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Mine's so the belief I have right now is a bit more complicated and self-focused. I'm questioning whether or not I'm a good parent because
I'm really more interested in sort of beliefs about God or afterlife.
Oh, okay.
And go to cryptids and things like that.
Well, then...
that's why I asked if you had a belief in a god or higher power.
Oh, I was going... Well, I tried to queue up earlier when you said any type of belief, and then was listing off a bunch of stuff, so that's what I was going off of. I apologize.
Any type of belief. Well, yeah, so you're wanting to question your belief if you're a good parent?
Yeah.
I'm not really finding that to be the kind of belief I'm interested in questioning.
Yeah, no, so
I think it is
that's
something
fine.
you should definitely question along with whatever co-parent or partner you
Well,
might have.
so it was going to
But
tie into a more spiritual belief. I probably should have led with it, but I gotcha.
yeah, I feel like I feel like I'm going to go ahead and keep moving forward and see who else has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. And if we get to the end of the long line of people who are waiting the whole time there, and no one has a belief in a god, then maybe we'll question whatever spiritual aspect there was. But I'm not here to question your parenting methods. That does not seem like it's in line with my topic. Oh, we ended up with 2. Well, I gotta mute one of you for the moment, so just hold
I'll
on
mute
that
myself.
moment. Nutter Butter, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do.
And which god is that?
It'd be the Jesus of Nazareth. Yahweh.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Oh boy, no, probably, maybe over the years, probably, but no, like, if you're gonna ask me like a passage, probably not.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
No, I don't believe in all to be literal. I don't believe in all to be literal.
Are there stories from the Bible that are not true?
For me personally, yeah, I think there's a lot of stories from the Bible that are not true.
Can you give me an example?
I don't believe the story from like the biggest one probably is like a lot of people believe is the Israel's in slaves to Egypt. It's probably the biggest one a lot of people believe in. I don't believe in it's true.
You don't believe the Exodus is true at all?
Don't believe in the Exodus, no. But I believe in the Bible.
Interesting. So you don't believe Exodus, do you believe Genesis?
To some extent.
Which parts of Genesis are true?
I mean, I just like the part with Jesus, like,
Where was Jesus in Genesis?
I mean, just the... Wait, Jesus wasn't in Genesis at all, or no? I feel like he is. Oh, no, that's the... No, never mind. I think it's something... That's the Old Testament. Never mind. That's something completely different.
So if Genesis is the first book, the one before Exodus, and Exodus isn't true, then why would any of Genesis be true?
I don't think so at all. I more believe in the New Testament.
Mm-hmm. So, for you, then the Old Testament, the creation story, the flood, the Exodus, those stories aren't real. Those are myths.
Yeah, those are more the myth sides. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Does it matter to you if Jesus believed those myths?
No, that doesn't matter at all. Mm-mm.
So for you, what matters is the New Testament is true.
Mm-hmm.
Have you read all of that, the New Testament?
All the new? Probably. I probably more like my preacher has told me the most of part of it. So I'd probably have it's just, listening to like a teacher would say, like I'd have to look it up a little bit. But I think more of just, I believe in more in Jesus and stuff like that.
You just believe in more of Jesus and stuff like that.
Yeah. I get okay. I'm gonna give you a question. I'll give you a question. Do you
I'm sorry. Why are you?
Sorry. Do you believe in Tiktaalik?
The what?
Tiktaalik.
Tiktaalik.
Tiktaalik. You know what Tiktaalik is? Tiktaalik is
have to do with.
Well, I'm giving I guess what are your beliefs in?
What do you mean? What are my beliefs?
What do you believe in like a beginning of the universe and stuff like that, or no?
The what?
Do you believe in the beginning of the universe or no?
The beginning. What beginning?
The beginning of you.
The beginning of me, like when I was born.
No, that's not. Do you have a belief in what your ancestors were or not?
What do you mean, like what country they were from?
No. Do you believe in like your like?
Are you drunk?
Am I drunk? No.
You seem to be slurring your speech and not able to really coherently ask questions.
Okay. Sorry, but no.
So are you capable of questioning your beliefs, Netterbutter?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus Christ and like in the New Testament.
Are you capable of questioning that?
Uh-huh.
What does that mean?
I believe Jesus Christ died for our sins, and
what does it mean to question that?
To question it?
Yes.
Well, I think Jesus Christ is the end all be all.
Holy shit. And you're not drunk?
Mm-mm.
And you still don't understand the question I'm asking then? Why not just say you don't understand the question?
Well, I just like how you pivoted to when I asked you, do you know, like, are you drunk to my question? Do you know what Tiktaalik it is?
I already asked you what that was.
Okay. So you believe
you're acting incredulous, like, what is the matter with you right now?
Nothing the matter with me.
Why did you request up here? You don't seem capable of questioning your beliefs or forming coherent questions, so why did you request up?
All right, I'm gonna leave. I don't know.
Yep. That was interesting. Welcome up, the real mister. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Real mister. Are you going to speak verbally on panel or just type text?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Can I
How are
get your
you?
age for TikTok TOS?
31.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that?
Okay, I'm going to keep this pretty basic, but I believe or have a feeling that the universe is conscious.
What does conscious mean? And can you turn off the background music?
Yeah, sure. This song's mid anyway. So conscious, it displays characteristics of being and being and also like kind of like intelligence, like it's intelligent, it's responsive, it's almost breathing. Not breathing,
so
but
conscious is intelligent, responsive, and you said breathing but not breathing.
expanding exponentially, really, and also contracting and under opposing forces. Can we agree that the universe is both expanding at an exponential rate but contracting under gravity?
I'm not here to agree or disagree with anything.
Okay, I like to talk science, but you want to talk belief.
Why did you request out?
I wanted to have an educated discussion on the nature of the universe, I suppose, that we live in and that we experience.
So you weren't interested in questioning your own belief?
We can question everything, like
It's like people don't read the prompt. Why watch for an hour and not read the prompt? Not pay attention to the discourse happening on stage? I don't understand. Hello, Phoenix. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS? Phoenix Rising. You have risen to the panel. Did you mean to? That's Phoenix falling. Fascinating. What does that even mean? Scientific spirituality. It's almost like we could have questioned, but you just really want to be up here to preach your point, not to question it. Why? Why would you want to just preach at me? I'm not interested in that. Do you? Matthew Cobb says, are you okay talking like this every day for months upon months? Am I okay talking like this every day for years upon years? I do drink water. Do you? It's interesting the assumptions people make. Do you question those assumptions? Yeah, Matthew, that's how voices work. You talk like you talk. You know, while you're talking. The real Mr. Wants to preach at me and make me a believer in their scientific spirituality. That's fascinating. Now they have all kinds of beliefs. It's almost like you're disingenuous. Like you're a salesman wanting to sell people an idea who will say whatever they can to sell it. It's almost like I wouldn't trust you really to say another word. And if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I am here just to see if you can question. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And if you can question it, then I might have even a few more questions for you. And if I've questioned you, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well then, this is your opportunity to turn the tables and question the questioner. If you've been waiting, then, well, now's your chance. Empty panel. No other questioners to defend me. At least not for now, I don't see any. Just you and me. The AI says, debate on questioning beliefs about God and the universe. No. It's almost like I made a sign that says, not a debate. I'm not here to present an opposite view, to convince you of, to change your mind to. Thank you, monster. Your questioning was incredible. Really, each time you've been here. Fascinating. I wonder if it's maybe time for a music break. We have gone all night without a song break. It's pretty strange for Saturday. Usually everybody's either drunk or sleeping, and we end up with a lot of music, so. I know what song I want to hear. So listen, let's keep tapping the screen. We're up to 36,000, which, I mean, yeah, we could really do better, but it's pretty good. I appreciate all the taps and all those shares. Those do help get us out to the FYP. Maybe somebody who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
Who carved these crowns in your sky? Gave them your hunger and your time. Taught you to kneel so you feel tall. Then called the shiver in your spine a sign. Tell me, what are gods to you? Names on a leash around your throat, soft little certainties, tied like stones inside your coat. If doubt is such a holy crime, why does it feel so sharp, so true? Tell me, what are gods to you? A cage is made of words you never choose. You say you're led by sacred hands, yet you won't look at your own. You fear the crack in every room, so you build your prison out of stone. Tell me, what are gods to you? Echoes you're scared to let grow old, sweet little certainties, burning your questions into gold. If silence is the highest law, why does your buried anger move? Tell me, what are gods to you? But change your kiss, afraid to lose. What if the voice you call divine is just your terror, dressed in light? What if the devil that you blame is only you, with open eyes? Tell me, what are gods to you? Masks you mistake for your own face, harsh little certainties, keeping you frozen in one place. If freedom is a whispered word, why does it thunder when it blooms? Tell me, what are gods to you? If not the key of fear to turn you.
Hello there, Ido. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Ido? Ido. Edu. If I just keep guessing, are you gonna come off mute and give me your age when I get it right? I mean, yeah, I said hello, but you didn't. Maybe I didn't say hello. I said everything else. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, there's plenty of boxes up here. I'm not here to debate. I'm here to see if you can question your belief. And if you can, well, then I've got some questions for you. And if you've questioned before on this panel, and you can question, and maybe you've been waiting for your chance to question me, this is it. Well, I mean, not it. This is one of them. I did have another song queued up, but then I had a guest, and I thought, well, let's keep talking, keep asking questions, and, well, I mean, I don't know, because Ido didn't talk to us, but maybe you will. Hell yeah. We're almost 42. I do like that number. Not a favorite. I mean, we can keep going. 47's pretty cool too. I don't know, is that our nature? What is the nature of a skeleton?
There's a quiet in the room tonight, like something's waiting to be named. I've been holding on to borrowed truths, but they don't feel the same. You lean back like you've seen it all, like doubt so well you drink from slow. And I'm standing on the edge of it, just asking what you know. I don't need a final answer, just something I can hold. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm tracing out the fault lines between what's true and what we're told. Do you ever feel it slipping, like the ground won't stay consistent, like belief is just a place we go. And you say, sit with the question, don't rush to fill the space. So I ask you one thing at a time and hope you critically think. You say certainty's a heavy crown and doubt's a lighter way to live. But I've seen people build their homes on things they won't forgive. And I don't know if I want that, or if I'm just scared of none. Is it braver to keep searching, or to say you found the one? You smile like it's familiar, like you've walked this road before. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm knocking on a door frame, but I'm not sure what's inside. Do you ever miss the answers, even if they weren't the right ones? Just a place you used to hide. And you say, sit with the question, let it echo, let it stay. So I ask you one thing at a time and drift your way. If I let it all unravel, who am I without the threat? If I question every sacred thing, does sacred lose its meaning? Do you think there's something listening, or just silence dressed as peace? Or is asking all we get? You don't answer right away, you never really do. Just say, what do you believe? And hand it back like truth. So I ask you one thing at a time, though I'm scared of what I'll find in the spaces in between. Is it faith or is it habit? Is it comfort? Is it panic? Is it something I've just seen? And you say, stay in the question. Doubt is where we grow. So I ask you one thing at a time. Together we understand more about what we do not know.
Hell yeah. You guys are awesome. 44,000 already. And I gotta thank Hazelnut for that song. I really like it. It feels like a conversation between us. One that would have been had right here on this panel. And if you can sit with the questions and let it echo in your mind, if you can question your beliefs, find one of them boxes with your finger and we can find out if you can question, with some questions.
little table in the corner by the bar, where the questions pour like the
Hello, V. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, it's 38.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I think I believe in the potential, but without certainty or as much attachment as I used to when I identified as Christian.
So you believe in the potential for a god?
Yeah, I believe it's possible, but without certainty.
Mm-hmm. You believe that it's possible for what exactly?
For God to exist.
What is a god?
I mean, that's a fantastic question. I think you also kind of worded it as a higher power, something greater than yourself, a creator. I mean, I think God can be, God has been defined as so many things. I couldn't do it justice in a quick, simple sentence. How would you define God, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't tend to.
Oh, okay.
You believe in potential for something godlike or higher power greater than yourself.
While balancing a possibility of there isn't inherent meaning. I will add that in here. I got into a little debate in the comments that I'll be honest, I'm not overly committed to. I'm just seeking and trying to be present without, I don't know, overly attaching in my ego or emotions. Easier said than done.
So the belief in higher power, the potential belief in higher power, is it that you don't currently believe something does exist and that you leave room for it? Or is it that you believe something higher power greater than yourself exists and you can't identify it?
Oh, goodness. I actually think it might be both. I leave room for it. Truthfully, if I may, but I don't want to interject here.
Well, I was just, if you were going to add something else about your belief, something that helps to clarify.
Yeah, I think so. In July of last year, I had a severe episodic migraine where I passed out. It was one of the most painful things I've ever experienced. Thankfully, it was brief. When I woke up in the preceding months, I had this extreme sense of nihilism just seep in and pervade over everything. It was actually very uncomfortable. It started sort of with this like euphoria and then settled more into this anhedonia. I checked on it medically. I tried to
I'm
make
not sure what this has to do too much with it, except that you're saying that you had a period of nihilism.
Right, but it became part of my beliefs. It deconstructed a lot of beliefs founded both like in my youth and college, and it was a very different expression of experiencing belief versus academic belief.
So now is your belief still nihilistic? You said earlier, I think you said things are devoid of meaning.
Of inherent meaning.
see. So, what is meaning in this case?
I'm happy to be upfront that I do struggle to define words quickly on the spot. I do better like referentially looking up like established definitions and then trying to discuss off that. But I don't know if that's really what you're wanting. And so if that's not what you're wanting, I don't want to try to like quickly do that.
Mean? It's more about like your intended purpose in using the word.
And using the word meaning?
Mm-hmm.
Probably to communicate well and be like,
Okay,
sure.
Let's stop, because that's a little broad and I would say pedantic here.
Okay, that's fair. I'm open to your experience or your like experience of me, and I've just gotten a little bit better at being misunderstood as well, which I think might be starting to happen here, but I'm not assuming that.
Why did you request up?
Because I face a lot of boredom and a very chronically ill life. And I thought it might be worthwhile. But I know it's important for it to be worthwhile for both of us. I live in a lot of pain. I live in like severe, at times, chronic pain. I also am on a lot of medications, so it can make it difficult to like be articulate and recall definitions on the spot. So I understand if it gets a little too.
It's not about recalling definitions on the spot.
Okay.
I simply asked why you requested to be on the panel.
I'm more referring
So
back
what I'm
to
hearing is
meaning.
Bored and wanted to come and talk.
I don't know if you caught that. Not just bored, but also managing like suffering, which I think that does factor into philosophical like meaning.
Did you come up here to question your belief, or just to kind of
absolutely
meander and monologue away from questions?
No, I'm more explaining
Seems
the
like you're
meandering
here
is
kind of to debate and talk over me, so I'm going to move on to somebody who's not here to be obnoxious. Not interested. But if you are capable of questioning your beliefs in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not interested in being talked over. And as soon as that begins, I move on. Fascinating. It wasn't anecdotal overlapping. You were arguing with me about the purpose of my life and why you requested up. It was ridiculous. You know you're acting childish.
Howdy.
Hello, Jay. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
26, going on 27 this July.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I used to be hardcore atheist, but talking with a lot of people around my life having to go through issues and stuff, there are a lot of...
Can you answer my question directly instead of giving me a life story?
I'm very spiritual. I apologize.
What does spiritual mean?
I think there's some out there. You can kick me if you don't wanna. If I ain't up for your debates, man. I apologize.
Holy crap. Are you drunk?
Autistic, I apologize.
Holy shit. That in no way answered my question, and I'm fairly certain it was ableistic. Let's just move forward. If you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're lucid enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. But how do people not read? Not a debate. Questioning beliefs. Questioning. How do you question your belief? What does questioning belief mean to you? Why is everybody trying to argue with questioning? To think I interrupted one of my favorite songs for that. That little double display of lack of attention span. Well, listen to this classic from Heretical Apothecary. Let's keep tapping the screen and share the live.
Got a quiet little table in the corner by the bar, where the questions pour like whiskey and the truth walks in unstarred. I'm not stealing any halos, I'm not picking heaven's lot, just a curious kind of stranger tapping gently on the box. So come on up and join the panel palette. Slide your stories in the light. I won't burgle any gods you're holding. I just want to see if they survive the night. Lay your answers on the table or say nothing if you fall. 'Cause I don't know is a fine confession. It might be the truest one of all. You can bring your saints and sages, you can bring your private prayers. We'll hang them on the coat rack with our worries and our stares. Every creed can take a shiver, every faith can feel a chill. If it trembles when we touch it, tell me, was it ever really still? So come on up and join the panel, darling. Let your certainties feel small. I won't shake the sky just to be clever. I just want to see what stands, what falls. Lay your answers on the table or leave fingerprints and stall. 'Cause I don't know is a sweet surrender. It might be the truest one of all. I'm not here to steal your Sunday or the stories that you trust. I just dust them in the doorway, see what's diamond, what is dust. When the last defense is silence, when the brightest words grow dim, maybe doubt's a kind of chapel, and the question is a hymn. So come on up and join the panel, darling. Let your sacred shadows crawl. I won't pick the pockets of your heaven, I just want to see if it can hold us all. Lay your answers on the table or let uncertainty stand tall. 'Cause I don't know in a smoky whisper might be the truest line of all.
Welcome to the Batcolyte. Are your beliefs feeling a little unexamined? You may be experiencing certainty without inspection. Common symptoms include avoiding questions, skipping curiosity, and sudden discomfort when ideas are turned around. Ask your inner thinker if questioning your beliefs might be right for you. The Batcolyte is a playful late-night gathering designed to help participants gently examine what they believe and whether those beliefs can withstand a few friendly questions. Side effects may include increased curiosity, thoughtful pauses, unexpected perspectives, and occasional, that's interesting.
This is not a debate arena, no beliefs will be taken from you. Results may vary depending on openness and willingness to explore.
If you think you might be able to question your own beliefs, request on up.
The Batcolyte.
Where curiosity is always in session.
This is not a debate arena, no beliefs will be taken from you. Results may vary depending on openness and willingness to explore. The Batcolyte. Where curiosity is always in session, where curiosity is always in session. The Batcolyte.
Hell yeah. I don't know why I expected there to be. Ah, there it is. Something else. Thank you so much to Heretical Apothecary and to Michael V for those songs. I don't think we listened to one of the long form Batcolyte ones. I already forgot the name of that segue. He knows the naming system. I know the naming system. That one. We hadn't listened to the long one of that one in a while. It was good. I like that segue style, especially when we get a pair of guests who didn't quite get the the assignment. Coffee cheers, hell yeah. Woke up to this live out of tortured sleep. It's fascinating the assumptions people make. Without question. My created scissors. It's adorable. They do often joke that I might be the skeleton of Socrates, but no. My created system. Look, we appreciate you here, and if you pay attention, slow down just a little bit. I think you'll appreciate it too. For more than just the soothing voice. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not looking to burgle your gods or tear down your faith. I'm not even looking to prove you wrong or suggest that you are. I really just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And I might have a few more questions for you. And if you've been up here before and I've questioned your beliefs and you can question them, well, I bet you've been waiting for this. This is your opportunity to question the questioner. That doesn't mean I have all the answers, or really any, but yeah, we know how quick I am to answer in the normal course of questioning beliefs. Not at all. But I'll do it now. If I've questioned you before. Kind of the, well, I don't know if it's a reward, but if you can question, you get to question me. Every retort needs an ad hom, apparently. Good morning, Ketchup. I was just thinking about one of your songs I haven't really had a chance to stop and listen to yet. I might have listened to it, but we're gonna find out. That is, unless, of course, somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that finds their way up to the panel. Wow, it's interesting. Agency also implies responsibility for, well, I mean, consequences for those actions, doesn't it? So, like if you're in a chat room where you should be respectful, where the general vibe is being respectful, and every other retort has an ad hominem, an attack, personal vendetta against those people who are just commenting and asking you to calm down or maybe stop being so, I don't know, aggressive. Maybe there's a reason they're doing that. And maybe it takes a minute or two to catch your breath and recognize that nobody's attacking you. They're just asking you to stop attacking everyone else. So, agency meet consequence. Agency will return again. Consequences will increase. If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. I don't know, you might get a ruler after this one, Radical. We'll see. That's true, Michael V. Sometimes that is what it does. And, you know, V may be back. I only gave her a minute. Noctis is a ruler. Whatever ruler you end up with, it wouldn't compare. Oh, it wasn't a catch-up song that I hadn't heard yet. It was a mustard song. I mean, that fits the moment. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. Just to see if you can question it.
Have I lived this before? This plays out like something I've already seen. But if I can't remember the future, what could this false memory mean? Wait a minute, I know I've had this thought before. Like a life I might have finished, playing out again once more. Is life after death just the same life again? Do I have to get it right before I ever reach the end? What if every life is a trial, a chance to get it right? How can we find the answers with only echoes from past lives? If I know I'm being tested, would I act differently? Already seen, already lived, deja vu, deja vu. How am I supposed to do better, keeping nothing from before? What's the point of the scoreboard, and who is keeping score? Should I pretend it doesn't matter? Should I fall on my sword? What happens when I reach the end? What am I aiming toward? Is there life after death? Is death ever real? I need a playbook for how to act, how to feel. What if every life is a trial, a chance to get it right? How can we find the answers with only echoes from past lives? If I know I'm being tested, would I act differently? Already seen, already lived, deja vu, deja vu. If there's a judge I don't remember, if there's a rule I lost the thread, if I was told what I'm supposed to be, it didn't stick inside my head. Maybe the loop isn't punishment, maybe it's not a test. Maybe noticing the pattern is as close as I get. What if every life is a trial, a chance to get it right? How can we find the answers with only echoes from past lives? If I know I'm being tested, would I act differently? Already seen, already lived, deja vu, deja vu.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Mustard, for that one. And I think we've got a request. Well, we'll see. Takes a minute sometimes. You guys are awesome. I mean, y'all are. Absolutely the best audience on TikTok. I mean, I can question that, but why would I? Hell yeah, W community. And if you want to join this community, see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, of course you can. There's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. That first link will take you to the Discord. You just got to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. And if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. We keep getting requests and then nothing. There's a I don't know, something phantom-like about it, right? Yeah. Something phantom-like that, I don't know, maybe somebody should write a song about. Something like the, I don't know.
Can you hear us?
Are you
In the light where the voices gather, where each word is meant to be known, there is one we cannot follow, one who stands and stands alone. A name appears, a place is opened, a space is held within the line, but something lingers just beyond us, a voice that never crosses time. I feel them there within the silence, not absent, no, but out of reach. A presence caught between the moments, with something still they meant to speak.
just beyond
just unseen.
In the space
In between, the phantom of the Batcolyte is here. The voice we wait for never clear. Call to the light,
to join the ride.
yet held beyond the Batcolyte. We remain,
Do not turn.
for every voice deserves return. No fault, no failing, no forsaking, no judgment in the quiet air.
Only the weight of something waiting, and all of us still standing there.
We speak their name into the silence. We leave the space where they should be.
As if the sound might find its pathway and bring them back to what we see. Almost here,
Almost near,
like a breath.
we could hear the phantom of the Batcolyte draws near. A fragile sound we almost hear.
Between the dark and offered light,
They linger just beyond our sight.
we hold the place.
We keep the flame.
We do not close upon their name.
You are called.
You are still called
The space remains.
until you arrive.
The phantom of the Batcolyte remains unbroken by these silent chains. And if the veil should ever lift, their voice will be the waiting gift. We will hear the moment they are able to show. We are here, waiting for you. We are here, waiting for you.
Yeah, something like that. That might do. Thank you, Morgan Le Fay, for the Phantom of the Batcolyte. It's unfortunate that that happens so often, that there's a need to write a song about it and everything. Now, this might bode well. Might. Okay.
Hi. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
We can do the thing.
The thing.
The thing.
Here.
Yeah, we can do it. Yep.
Are you sure?
I am going to practice what I preach, and I am going to take the excellent example that was said earlier, and I'm going to do the thing. Besides, we can't listen to another song. We need to do some questions.
No, we really shouldn't be listening to another song. But I mean, it was fitting. There were like 3 in a row.
No, it was a great song. I love that song. I love all the songs, but we need to do some questioning, so.
And there was a guest here who, well, might have something to question another time, but I think they weren't quite in the right headspace. But if they're here, I would love it if you were here for their questioning.
Who was it? Oh yeah, yeah. Well, just like if you share the live. Okay, look, when you shared the live with me earlier, I was like, I was talking to Hazel about something actually, and I was like, Hazel, Thrayle just shared the live with me, and she was like, oh, we need to go there then, because something's happening. So if you want me there, just share the live with me, because if it's, especially when it's you, I'll be like, oh, that needs to be there. Oh, hi, B.
Yeah, V is still here, but or Violet. I like that name.
I was about to say that. I like that name too.
But the thing,
I had to force my way through that sentence earlier. I had the thought formed in my head, and I went to say it, and I couldn't, and I was like, oh, Thrayle's gonna hear this, and he's gonna have questions.
really quickly, I mean, for simplicity, the thing is your cognitive dissonance.
Yes. And I said something earlier for anybody who wasn't in the room. Oh, my cognitive dissonance is my, like, very, like, hard rejection of determinism. Even though it does seem to be the most logical, I don't want to say answer, because it's not, like, necessarily an answer, but it does seem to be the case. We'll say it like that. And earlier I said something to somebody who was experiencing a very similar type of dissonance, that the dissonance might be an indication from our brains that it's might be time to start to let it go. And here we are. That's where we're at.
So you have a firm rejection on emotional grounds for determinism.
Yes.
But you recognize to you that it is logical, or at least seemingly the most logical system under which we operate.
Yeah, I mean, I can pick every problem with it. Like, I can pick it down to every single little problem. But more often than not, it is the logical, like, conclusion about reality, yeah. I also know that dissecting it down to every single little problem I can find with it, which is a lot, isn't necessarily intellectually honest, like the most intellectually honest thing to do.
Do you think that even those dissections can be counter-dissected?
I think yeah, I think so. I think they can be, which is really frustrating to me. Because I do think that the problems I find in it are like valid criticisms or problems or things to be looked at. And I think that, you know, my whole determinism of the gaps thing that I think that sometimes happens, that is frustrating for me too. That's a...
Why is it frustrating?
Why is what frustrating? I said a couple things were frustrating.
Well, let's back it up then to the main point. Why is determinism so frustrating to you?
Determinism isn't frustrating to me. It is physically painful. It is so emotionally painful, it is physically painful. Determinism isn't frustrating, except for the fact that I don't want it to be the case, and it probably is. It destroys an emotional need that I have. For there to be the possibility that things don't have to be the way that they are, and that I do get to make choices.
Is it really just about you getting to make choices, or is it about things not having to be the way they are because others made choices and could have made others? So you need it to be true. Why is that a
I
need?
need there to be, because if it's not true, then because if it isn't true, then okay, one second.
Take your time, Kat. And hit the brakes whenever you'd like. And while she takes a moment, thank you to everybody for being here. Thank you so much for tapping, for sharing, for all those things. All of that really does help, but really, just thank you for being here.
Because if it isn't true, if that isn't the thing, then everything. This is a little bit of an explanation that it needs a little backstory. I don't think that I think that people make bad choices, and I think that people do things that aren't necessarily nice or kind, but I don't think that people are bad. And I think that if that's not true, then maybe people are just bad. Not every person, but some people are just bad. And that is really difficult for me. I think that we oftentimes will choose to be kind to each other just because it's intuitive, or it's a biological imperative to survive, or whatever it is. But I know that some people are just bad, probably, or I like the true crime and stuff, but I don't think about. It's just. I have never close up witnessed something so awful happen to myself or anybody else, or close up in person, right up in your face, witness something so awful for no reason. I've seen people do terrible things to each other, but there's usually some sort of explanation, because determinism, mental health, or just whatever it is, right? And maybe that's something to do with it too. I don't know, but it's just my brain. It doesn't make sense in my brain if there isn't choice in it.
You listed factors that could have played mental health, potentially substances, and
yeah.
Emotional turmoil, interpersonal relationships. Any number of things can contribute to a person's mental state and the actions that follow. May seem like on the surface there's no reason, but does it actually mean there's no reason, or just no visible, discernible?
No good reason?
No reason you like or that satisfies.
I think that I don't think it's just me that thinks it's an unsatisfactory answer. But I think that one second. I think that it's that there is a reason, right? Obviously there's a reason, but it was still a choice. Like, just because there was a reason, no matter how unsatisfactory or not unsatisfactory or whatever, it's still a choice, and
I'm gonna ask
there's
a question.
Still accountable for it.
I'm gonna ask you.
The one I didn't answer last time?
What is a choice?
That's fair. I dodged this fuck out of this last time you asked it to. Yeah. A choice is a this or that. Like I don't. I want to say a decision, right? But like that's a synonym. It doesn't. That doesn't count. But it is a process through which we it is a process by which we determine an action, a forward action, or a future action. Does that track? Is that reasonable?
I mean, it's the answer you gave.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's right.
Well, I'm not Duragon, so I don't know the way he would question that, or
He would say that you use all your antecedents to make that choice. Yeah.
that is it you that's determining, or is it a process that's happening?
It has to be me that's determining it.
What is you?
That's a good question. I don't. It has to be me that is determining it, because some days, every ounce of my brain chemistry, like every thing in my brain screams at me to do a thing, and I don't do the thing. So How? So if it's all determined by antecedents
Are there antecedents
that cause me to not do the thing? Sure. There's past experiences that tell me that I probably shouldn't do this thing, but I think brain chemistry overrides. I don't know.
Couldn't that be part of your brain chemistry, though? Those past experiences?
They could be.
Could there be a balance in there that has tipped in favor of not doing the thing?
There could be. Doesn't always feel like it.
And that would be why it's probably a close balance. But is that you deciding? And again, what is you?
Me is, it's just a bunch of neurotransmitters firing in a brain, in a vat, in a little orange cat. Little orange
So
cat
if
in a
the
vat.
neurotransmitters are firing and things are occurring,
Yeah.
determinations are made.
I think that should be on the list. That word should be on the list.
Determinations. Yeah.
Any version of the word. That was a joke, but
The next time you see him, you can tell him a choice is a determination.
I should. That's exactly what I should do. God.
He was here earlier. Well, he scrolled through, but he didn't come up. I can't see him still.
I like him and he aggravates me all at the same time. In a different way than you aggravate me. Than I like you and you aggravate me.
I don't know if he aggravates me, but I do like
him. I don't know. See, like, the thing about it is, right, is like, there's no way to know the answer to any of these questions. And I don't know the answer.
Are you sure that there's no way to know?
What the self is? What makes up me? Or whether or not all of the things are determined, or like
both.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that as it stands right now, there's no way we could know the answers to those questions without like a shadow of a doubt. Yeah. I'm pretty confident in that one.
Is it possible that neurology could lead to advancements that lean more heavily in favor of determinism than free will?
I didn't say I believed in free will.
I know. I mean that in the colloquial.
Possible, sure. Likelihood, less sure of.
Speak of the Duragon.
No, he did it. No, he fucking didn't come in here right now.
He did.
Maybe he is right. Maybe there is a God.
Duragon, we got a definition of choice that I think you should chew on.
Nothing's going on here. Get out of here. Bye. Nothing to see here. I'm doing the cat thing where like the cat like looks around like it's not doing anything wrong, but it's totally doing something. Have you ever seen them do that? So sometimes when cats are doing things they know they're not supposed to be doing, they'll sit down and if you look at them, they make eye contact, they'll like sit their little butts down and they'll look around, like look anywhere but at you, like they're not doing whatever that you clearly just caught them doing.
He wants to know the definition of choice.
What did I say? It is like a process by which we, I didn't say the word. Did I? Did I say the word?
You said that word.
It's a process by which we, no, I'm not saying it again. No, I'm finding a different word. Hold on.
I mean, you could just shorten it to a determination.
No. Because that word is, because I'm not saying that word anymore, ever. It's a process by which we make it's a process by which we, fuck, there's not another word. There is another word, hold on.
She's gonna look at an hypothesis, or a hypothesis.
A what?
Wow, my brain just stopped. A thesaurus. Yep, that was the word my brain meant to grab, but it went for hypothesis.
It's the process by which we establish a future action.
Establish. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a good one. I like that one.
Are you an establishmentarian?
Shut up. Yeah, that's what it is. Establish. That's a good one.
So it's the process by which we establish what?
Future, like, action.
Do I need to read it?
Hold on.
He says, welcome to the dark side.
Why is he a mod?
He was a mod.
I know, but I can't make it go away.
He's been a mod almost as long as Noctis, I think.
Right, no, but I can't make it go away. That's what I was trying to do.
No, you can't make it go away.
No.
I can. But I won't.
I know.
We have a guest.
Saved by the
Bell. I meant to request up. There was a lot of background noise. Duchess, did you mean to join us?
I did.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Older than 21.
How much older?
Good morning.
How much older than 21?
43.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Well, I asked a question last night and was wanting to know your thoughts on it too.
Okay, so do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm starting to, I think. One thing I was
starting to believe in what god?
kind of I suppose an agnostic.
That's a lot of background.
You know, belief in something, not quite sure what it is, but you know, kind of that voice that we all have, that conscience.
I don't know what you mean by voice.
You know,
we all have.
And there's two.
What do you mean by voice we all have?
Well, Um, a conscience.
Are you sure everyone has that?
Well, I started to look up the definition of a conscience as we know it. And there is a common secular or scientific, belief or determination.
I'm sorry, did you hear the question I asked, or are you just trying to give a TED talk between
I'm
two
sorry, I have
questions?
something in the background. I'm going to turn you up.
Yeah, you've had a lot of background noise, and I don't think you've heard probably 80% of my questions.
I haven't. I apologize. I can hear you now.
Why did you request up?
Well, I wanted to know your thoughts on conscience. Do you think?
I'm sorry. Are you saying conscience or conscious?
Conscience.
Do you know what the difference between those two words is?
Conscience and conscious?
Yeah.
I'm more focused on conscience.
What does that mean?
Well, it's the idea of knowing between rightness and wrongness.
Okay.
What is
Right?
rightness?
Well, we justify it as the voice within. Kind of the voice going, hey, that's not a good idea. Or,
Sorry, I said what is rightness?
Well, some people determine it as the 7 deadly sins. You can
Rightness is
look at it
sin.
from Socrates' point of view, which is the voice within, the inner
Really?
light.
The inner light, that's Socrates.
Well, that's what he says is an inner voice.
Where?
Only when making a mistake.
Okay. Why did you request to be on this panel?
Well, I kind of had some questions about the scientific portion of it, like what your thoughts are on it.
Why would I have answers on a scientific thing?
Well, it's not exactly
Did you?
a factual thing, I don't believe, and maybe I'm wrong, but there's the probability that it's genetically determined.
What is?
And this is what I read, anywho.
Sorry, there's a probability that what is genetically determined?
Conscience.
Whether you have one or not. How it rules what is right and wrong.
Well, they say it's imprinted.
Can one
Part of
person?
your culture. That's what I read.
Who is they?
Well, I looked on the AI generated, and then I looked at Wikipedia, and then I found some definitions on it from the Webster Dictionary. So,
oh dear,
that's what I'm
This
getting.
is not a
on.
conversation.
why did you come to ask?
Well,
why did you come here? Are we scientists?
I just wanted to get your thoughts on it. That's
On what?
I mean, I for one am not anywhere close to an authority or even all that knowledgeable about like many scientific things. And so I probably shouldn't speak to them with any type of like truth value or knowledge.
I mean, it took us 10 minutes to figure out 10 minutes is an exaggeration, but it took us a while to figure out that you were talking about
Yeah, about
conscious.
5.
Sorry,
I guess.
conscience. I was still speaking conscience and not conscious. And then from there, you haven't really articulated like the reason for coming up on the panel, just to get our thoughts on conscience. I can't even say it. Conscience. Jiminy Cricket.
Well, there's a religious side to it too.
So, like when I asked you if you believed in a God or God's higher power, you said you're beginning to.
Mm-hmm.
Which God are you beginning to believe in?
Well, when they say, in Christianity, right?
So is it the Christian God? Is that your answer?
No.
Okay, so which
Not
God is it you're
necessarily.
beginning to believe in?
Well, that inner light, that voice, that
Conscience
yeah.
is God.
Well, the morality of it, I suppose, maybe.
What is an inner light?
That voice that determines this is good versus this is not.
Here's the thing.
I don't know.
It's like this is so I cannot with this all the time. It's like you're saying things like that inner light, that voice. But what are you actually what are you actually describing? What are you actually talking about?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. The conscience is. I find it interesting, and the more that I do, well, I suppose it comes down to when I looked at it, and then I learned that it's more of a prehistoric imprint from what research has been done neurologically on it. It's not the frontal cortex. It goes back to an inherent, like, prehistoric portion of the brain which we process.
How could we possibly know that?
Well, that's what I was reading on consciousness, and the research that's been done on it.
Do we have any soft tissue of any kind from anything that is from prehistoric times to study?
No, I meant the portions of the brain in which, they were stating that it's not the frontal cortex in which we use to process, right and wrong, fight or flight kind of situation.
Thrayle, did that question make sense? That question made sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't listening to questions. We were literally just voices between entries in her TED Talk. That was all we were. We were not here. She's just here to monologue. There was no. Oh, for some reason I thought that was you, Kat.
What?
You wouldn't do that.
What?
That dropped her. It was Durgan.
Oh, no, it wasn't me. No, if I'm gonna drop somebody, it's gonna be Hammy or Uncle Rory, probably.
I bet you thought it was me. I was feeling.
I did. I thought it was you, and you thought it was me. And it was Durgan.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, we do have Max joining us. Max, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Sleep well, Max. No, we don't.
Durgan, there are like a limited number of scenarios where it's acceptable to do that, but I think that was one of them.
He usually manages to squeak by that that guideline. Oh wait, no, I'm not running this one this weekend. There we go.
Uncle Rory's. I thought Hammy might be the most fun person to drop, but he's not. Uncle Rory is by far the most fun person to drop.
Yeah, I actually don't think Hammy is that fun to drop, except at the end, when he's ready.
It is well, that's the thing, is like, it's way more fun to make him crash about something dumb.
Yeah.
Especially because then he says, I'm not crashing out, and then you ask the audience.
Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to drop Con in a while, Durgon, but yeah.
You know who's really fun to drop?
Who's that?
You.
I don't know what you mean.
I didn't do that. He did that. That was all him. Genuinely. He likes to do that. He likes to try to frame people.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do that. You know I didn't do that.
I did. Maybe. Can't prove anything.
No, it's so funny though, because like you so rarely get on other panels, and like when you do, and then you ask one of the mods to drop you, all the mods go to drop you at the same time, because it's like, oh.
This is your chance.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I need context behind the conversations that took place where when I came in.
Oh, with the definition of choice.
Yeah, so Kat, what's going on? How did we land here?
We questioned somebody else earlier who is like familiar to us, like that comes here a lot, and we questioned a belief in the Mossman, and somehow we ended up in a place very similar to the place that I am in about determinism. And I said, if your brain, like if you are compelled to question this, even though you know the consequences of the questioning, could lead to, I said to them that if you're compelled to do this, even though you know it could lead to something that is dissonant with like this thing that you're holding on to for an emotional reason that you know is illogical, and like you know that if you push into it, like you're gonna get somewhere you might not necessarily want to be. I said I think there's probably a reason that's going on, and it's probably a nudge from yourself to start letting it go. And then I told Thrayle to shut his fucking mouth and not say anything to me about that right then. Then there were no guests and we needed to question, and so I fell on the sword and we were talking about that.
Right.
Yeah. And then he made me define choice because I dodged the fuck out of the question last time.
Do you how do you feel about that definition?
I feel like I don't want to hear how you feel about it.
Oh no, I don't care how I feel about it right now. I want to know where you're at.
I think that defining that word was a lot harder than I had ever really thought about it being.
Would you be surprised if I told you I'm not I'm not surprised?
What, that it's a hard word to define?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't be surprised about that. I cannot even imagine if I had $1 for every person you asked to define that word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would have all of the dollars.
Yeah, I could buy one of the really nice ones that Durgon has.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have so many dollars. It's almost my birthday. If anybody wants to give me $1 for every person that Durgon says to define choice, my PayPal and my Venmo are in my Linktree. My birthday is in 2 weeks. Yeah, I don't. It's a hard word to define, especially like because like I feel obligated to like not use synonyms or in the definition because I cannot even begin to describe how many times I've been like, you're not saying anything, you're just saying the same thing over and over again to other people, so I can't do that.
I think that's something that we kind of start growing out of when we start actually looking at things in a little bit more depth.
What, using synonyms to define words?
No, the opposite of actually not using synonyms.
Hmm.
To actually be able to give a definition of a word instead of like seeing another word that just replace that word with another word, and now I still don't have an understanding of what we're talking about.
And we're sandwiches all the way down, yeah. We have no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's something that I have like, but it was really hard with that word. Like usually I don't have an issue doing that. Like usually for most things, like it's not a problem. But it is very, very difficult when like for that word specifically to not use any synonyms in the definition of the word.
Yeah. Isn't it all uncomfortable?
What, choice or
understanding choice or defining choice?
I mean, it was definitely a like exercise for my brain. I still think that choice exists. So,
as a
process.
As a process
To establish.
Right. So this is I believe the perspective of a hard incompatibilist who holds to determinism but believes in choice with a definition of this kind.
An incompatibilist?
Hard incompatibilist.
How can you say choice, free will and determinism are incompatible and also hold to choice?
Yeah, so the difference between my understanding of choice and the way a hard incompatibilist looks at choice is just in the definition of it. If I were to adopt that definition, which I do, I would be leaning more towards hard incompatibilism. And I kind of do, but I think one of the issues why I don't really lean as heavily to go in that direction is because almost every person that you talk to is not looking at choice from that definition. Because when you talk to people and you ask them like, what is choice? They do give you a synonym. They don't give you a definition.
Mm-hmm.
They start doing the whole, choice is going to be like you deciding something or like picking between options, and you're just like, well, you just said the same thing, just replace the word, and now I'm supposed to magically understand what you're talking about. That didn't really help, and I get it's kind of hard to do that because the word choice itself isn't like it's not a physical or an inanimate object where you could say, I can give you a definition of what a book is. I wouldn't just say like a book is a thing and then now all of a sudden, oh yeah, now that you said that like book is thing, therefore now I understand what a book is. If I tell you what a book is, it'd be like it's going to be made out of paper, and it's going to be in a specific shape and specific form, and usually it's going to have writing in it with pages, and you're able to like skim through this and read information from there. You can actually give descriptors for like physical objects, but when you're talking about this idea of choice, it does become a little bit harder, because you're trying to explain what it actually is, when it's just a mechanism or a system of coming to a point where an action will either be taken or not. And like that sounds like I'm kind of like trying to sneak choice in there, but I don't necessarily think that's the case.
What was interesting to me about like the struggle with defining the word was that like I can define like other things that are like conceptual, right? Like Hazel, when it was her Christmas break, she did this survey of a bunch of us where we like rated how important the like whatever list of concepts that she had, how important they were to us. And then she has a bunch of aggregate data about what we all think about things. But while she was doing this, there was a lot of like discussion on like, okay, what is that? Like, what does that mean? Right? Like authority, or what are some of the other ones, Thrayle? I can't even think right now. Things like but they were all like conceptual things, right? And I didn't really struggle with defining many, if any of those, but choice was hard to define. Like concepts are usually like my mind works in like a very abstract way most of the time, like analytical but abstract, which is a little bit odd. But yeah, choice was hard. That's kind of what threw me for it, which was that like I can usually define abstract things like fairly like easily. Like I can kind of describe what something that is conceptual is, but it was a lot harder than I thought it would be.
But you do realize even within concepts, like we are giving like a physicality to them, right? If I'm talking about a chair in my mind, but the chair doesn't actually exist, I could still explain to you what the physicality of something would be, not necessarily is.
Right, but you can't describe like the physicality of non-physical things, like things that do not have a physical like representation. You can't describe the physicality of happiness or contentment or control or
yeah, I would agree, but the thing is, even within those, like you're able to draw out physicality, not necessarily directly from that thing, but as maybe relative is not the right word. Like for example, I can't give you like a physical description of like music, but I could I can go down a path and like explain to you like the way it makes you feel, and like if it gives you goosebumps, and like the physicality behind that and the emotions that this leads to, where like your senses can be overwhelming, and you could cry or whatever. But like I think there's fuck, I don't know how to make the tying, like I don't know how to tie it into this, but I've talked about like proving negatives before, and how specific negatives can be proven, and it's not necessarily difficult, but when you start getting into like more vague and general negatives, it becomes harder to prove. It's something like that, but I don't know how to tie that into where it makes sense. Does that make sense or no? Do you get it?
I think so. I think yes. I think I'm
Like
picking
if-
up what you're putting down.
Right. So like if I were to say something like to be able to prove like a negative, like God doesn't exist, I would have to go in every single location within everything to be able to show that, hey, because we've looked every single place and God doesn't exist, therefore God doesn't exist is kind of a thing. Versus if I were to say there is no like empty water bottle in my red Mercedes, where we could actually go there and look inside my red car and see that there's no empty water bottles.
Questioning the assertion that you only have one red Mercedes.
Right. At the moment, yes, I do. I only have one red Mercedes.
Really quickly, I'm going to jump in and thank Jade, also Cassidy the Sea, Cat the Witch, and Tricera Bear for helping with the previous call. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of you. And of course, if anybody watching's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, that is what we're doing here. And there's plenty of boxes if you're capable of questioning your belief. What else am I forgetting? Oh yeah, thank you guys for the 71,000 times you tapped the screen and the 77 times you shared the live. Keep doing that, and I'm sure we'll come across somebody's FYP who's curious enough or courageous enough to hit one of those boxes. Kind of like Stan just did. Or not. Maybe Stan didn't mean to. Oops. Cat. Do you believe that you have the ability to do otherwise?
I have to. Yeah.
What do you mean you have to?
I mean that I have to wake up every day and have the ability to not indulge myself in substances that I know are bad for me, and I have the ability to work. I still have the ability to take things that were like the only thing I knew. Like I grew up in a house like with one narcissistic parent, where all I knew was like deception and like hiding things and lying and this weird like very dysfunctional way to interact with like the people around me, the world around me, and I had to choose. Like it would be very easy to just continue that pattern, right? But I didn't. And I think that was a choice, actually. That's it. I have to have the ability to choose otherwise, or else I am not who I am. Because the easy thing to do would have been to not choose otherwise. Durgan, do you know that I have like impossibly high standards about accountability?
I can see it.
For myself included, like myself and everybody else. And I said this the other day to Thrayle and some other people. I said, you have to check me on this, because I know that I hold myself to these impossibly high standards of accountability, and I do it to the people, like to everybody. And I know that sometimes they're impossibly high, but I don't know where the line is. And it's about choices, right? It's about the fact that like accountability is important, right? But like also it's like I have to be able to be responsible and be accountable for these things. The things that I do, the decisions that I make, the things that I say, or they don't matter, right? Like if I can't be accountable to them, then it doesn't matter what I do or say or whatever, you know?
When well, before I say anything, Kat, I want you to hear me when I say this. I see you and I hear you, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I know. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you think that the life that you've experienced has made you into the person that thinks this way?
That's an interesting question. I like the obvious answer is yes, right? But I also, but also, yes, and the life that I have experienced has caused me to think this way in the way that the things that I've experienced have caused me to like not want to continue to experience them, I guess, maybe.
Can you say that again?
These things that I've experienced has caused me to not want to experience them again, and also want to help as many people as I can experience less of these things. So I have formed these thought patterns in opposition to the things that I've experienced, I suppose, which is still, yes, caused by, right, like by the things I experienced, but but there's two ways that these things can go, right? Either you do the what I would say is the easy thing and just like continue the cycle, or you make the hard choice and you figure out how to break it. And that's where the choice is. And I don't know if there is some way or some scenario or something that determines who does which thing, right? But that's where the choice is for me. I don't know of any specific reason why I chose to break the trauma or break the cycle, except for that I wanted to. And I don't know why other people don't choose to break the cycle.
I'm I don't think I'm there.
Where?
I don't wanna go down that road.
He has an equally emotional reason for choosing his belief.
Yeah.
Well, choosing is the wrong word. Sorry, Dirk.
No, it's fine.
But it's similar. That's what surprises me about why you two have such seemingly disparate beliefs on this, while both holding to the conclusion with an emotional reason.
I say it all the time. I think beliefs are like very emotionally driven, and also very there's utility. Emotion and utility. That's what beliefs have. I really liked that question you asked that one time, Durgan, about like what belief is made up of. That was a really good question.
Yeah. Can I ask you another question?
You can ask me as many as you want. Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like you're invested
In what?
In your beliefs?
So is the rejection a belief too? Is that, yeah, it is. Okay, yeah.
In philosophical circles, yes, it absolutely is.
Okay.
It's a positive claim.
It's a positive claim. I see. Yep. You're right. Absolutely. Do I feel like I'm invested? I feel like I am. I feel like it's like a security blanket, right? Or like a crutch. It is a emotional equilibrium that it is a security blanket to maintain my emotional equilibrium, and to allow myself like reasons and justifications for the things that I do and the way that I am, right? I think it's like, and I think that's what you would say to me if I asked you the same question, or something similar, probably. I think it's a reflection on the way I see the world and the way my brain works and the way I have to rationalize it.
I think you're defending your beliefs. And I think the way you're explaining it, it sounds like, yeah, you are invested.
I don't, I never yell and I cry very rarely, but like cry a sad cry or an emotional cry very rarely in a public space. And so, yeah, I think that's pretty. I didn't know how invested I was at that moment, but
It's okay.
it is okay.
Are you maybe are you is not the right question. How much of you do you feel like might be your beliefs?
Like how much of my identity is entangled with this belief or any beliefs?
Yeah, I like the way you put that, yeah.
I think that I have I kind of struggle with this idea of identity and like the way people identify themselves or how people categorize or think about themselves. I didn't realize how many like categories most people put themselves in, like when trying to explain or define their identity. I would say it probably doesn't. I think the accountability thing, like, is a big part of like who I am and like how I, like, if I had to think about like things that are like fundamental, if I had to pack my overnight bag, right, of fundamental things, the accountability thing probably would be there. So that's pretty important. But otherwise, I don't know how entrenched or entangled my identity is into this. But I see it in other people often. And I understand how it gets there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you a question?
Please.
How entangled are your beliefs and identity?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, exactly. But I think there is maybe this is a little bit more than I would probably share. But I think it might be important. There's a level of emotion that I have detached from it. And it has to do with like a disconnect that I have with just caring about things in a way. I wouldn't say it's nihilism, but maybe a level of it. Sometimes when you're just kind of like just done with it, when you're done with something.
Mm-hmm.
I've been kind of done with some things in my life for a while now, and I'm trying to trying to put the pieces together, and I don't know, something like that.
I have Durga, I see you too, and I paid a lot of attention when you're asking questions and when you're answering them, because when you're asking and answering questions as much as you have been last month or two, I feel like it's because you're working on something, right? And I think that it's not maybe a loss, but a change. if you feel like you're done with whatever aspects of this it is, it's because you feel like you have achieved what you were getting from it, and you can do it on your own.
Oh, man, it's... Oh, fuck. Yeah, I can't go.
No, then you don't need to.
No, I just, yeah, sometimes we're really, really going through it,
Yeah, I know. Totally, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's like this trauma bond here, Thrayle.
Yep.
Kat, there's some things that I would really like to talk to you about.
Feel free. Anytime. Just hit me up. You hear Discord, wherever. Yeah.
Yeah. So if anyone in the comments has a belief in a god or gods,
You're gonna think, please save us from ourselves.
yeah. Or anything like that, please feel free.
What has that skeleton been doing? I haven't been looking at him because I can't.
Just looking around.
That's what the cats do, right there. That.
He's cooking something up. What are we just doing now?
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of hard for anyone to be able to see what he's doing because there's always someone watching. It's kind of like if you watch Doctor Who, the Weeping Angels. They don't move when you're looking at them, but because someone's always looking, he's not gonna do what he wants to do. Oh.
It's the dragon's not here.
Dragon.
It's great.
There's a dragon somewhere. What's a dragon?
Oh. I knew that was coming, by the way.
I'm wondering what Kat's definition of dragon is.
You know what my favorite thing ever was when that guy came up and was like trying to like, I don't know, tie Genesis to Revelation or whatever. And he said, what if the serpent in the garden was the red dragon from Revelation? And I said, are you saying that Mushu caused the fall of humanity? Little slithery talking red dragon? Mushu. From Mulan.
From Mulan.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Eddie Murphy.
Yep. And so now that is the canon, I think, in my head.
So in the language, when I look at serpent, in Armenian it's Vishop, which means dragon. When you translate
Really?
it back. It's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, it was Mushu. It is canonical.
There we go.
Thank you for that.
And the green grass grew all around.
I saw the dragon.
Thank you, Pocket Senpai. Appreciate you. But dragon.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Nothing. There's nothing to see here.
Interesting. We have an avatar. Hello, avatar. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Wow, you got a beautiful face.
Thank you.
Host.
Can I get your age?
33. 34.
And do you have a... I'm sorry, did you say 33, 4?
Yeah.
Which one?
34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Not a higher power though, but I believe in nature. Is that a kind of belief? I believe in nature. Everyone, including us and the nature. For example, like, nature doesn't have racism or any kind of violence. Because
Nature doesn't have any kind of violence. What are you talking about?
Because, see, animals only kill animals to eat. But
Is that
humans,
not violent?
Nope.
Are you sure animals only kill to eat?
They need to eat, I think.
Sorry, Avatar. Are you sure that animals only do that to eat? That they don't do it under any other circumstances?
No, they do. Actually, they do. They fight for the turfs. Yeah.
For territory?
Yeah. You're right.
For breeding?
Yeah.
What else?
There was also a case about the lions in, I want to say it was maybe in Sierra Leone, who kind of just lost their shit and just went and unalived a whole bunch of people. I might be off on the location, but maybe I'm not. But you also said that nature doesn't have racism. You realize racism is a human construct, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
For example, like, imagine that nature had like one color of flower.
Sorry, but what does any of this have to do with nature being a higher power?
Oh, yeah. Because, like, I am...
Are you just saying nature is a higher power so that you'll have a belief to question on this panel?
Yeah.
So why did you want to be on this panel?
It kind of attracted me to this. Like, why do you believe in a god? Or no, I don't believe in a god, but I wanted to know whether
why don't you
nature
believe
is
in a
something
god?
like that. Sorry?
Why don't you believe in a god?
Oh my. Because of the violence going on. Because in the name of God, they are killing everyone. In the history of mankind, in the name of God, they have killed everyone. And
so because people do violence in the name of a god, that means no god exists.
And there's a way to understand if you go into deep meditation, which I've been doing for 15 years or so. So, in there,
I'm sorry, I had asked you a question and you kind of didn't acknowledge it. So, are you here to question your beliefs, or are you just here to kind of
question my beliefs, because I am not a person in fixating in one idea. I search for many ways, like you or like this panel, any kind of ideas that I could work
assumptions?
with.
What does questioning your beliefs mean?
I need to arrive like a satisfied plane, or I need to stop this search for whatever. I'm searching for the meaning of life, actually.
So,
You know?
questioning your beliefs means stopping your search for the meaning of life?
No, it's continuing my meaning of life. What's your idea on meaning of life?
I don't really have one. I don't know what you mean by meaning or why life should have one.
Why shouldn't it have one? Can I get a, like, I'm not like
Why
in an
should
offensive way, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah, why should life have a meaning?
Why shouldn't it have a meaning? But we could go both way, right? Because people like in history, like example for Buddha or when many mystics or something, that they have arrived somewhere like nirvana or something like that.
Can we? I'm sorry. Let's try and pull it back a little bit. You said that you don't believe in God because of the violence that you see in the world. If I were to give this to you, like as like just a philosophical argument, just really simple with a couple premises and the conclusion, tell me if this tracks for you.
All right.
If God exists, there wouldn't be violence. Violence exists, therefore God does not exist. Does that sound like a sound argument?
Yeah, because why are there like children born with illnesses, autism or something? Like why there are a lot of illnesses that you can't even imagine going through, and there are a lot of things
Look,
going through.
I'm
If
gonna
there was a
look,
God,
I'm gonna grant that diseases and violence and all these things exist. How
Yeah.
does that get you to the premise, like to the conclusion that because of these things existing, that God can't exist?
Because you suffer.
Okay.
By
You just
you,
said the
everyone
exact same
suffers.
thing. Look, I granted that suffering exists, but you're telling
Yeah.
me because suffering exists, God can't exist. I want you to give me the symmetry breaker here as to how you get to the understanding that this is the reason God can't exist.
Because I myself suffer. Where is he?
I don't
for
I
my
don't know
suffering?
how to, I
It's
don't know
not
how
you,
else to
Durga. Yeah.
No,
it's not
I
you.
know. I don't have words to be able to make this make more sense than what I'm saying. I'm asking. You're saying God doesn't exist, and you're telling me the reason God doesn't exist is because suffering exists. How
Yeah.
do you know and understand that the reason God can't exist is because suffering exists?
Because early in my life, I searched for God, and I got nowhere. I searched for 5 years or 6 years. I was born Catholic, and I questioned why, what the hell is going on? Like, why are we going to these churches and praying for people and telling our sins to someone that they all sin, they all do the bad work, and we are going to do that. So I question. So I wanted to find God, but I never found him, or him, or it, or whatever. But I believe in nature. Is nature kind of a God? Then yeah, I believe it. Because after a while, I'm connected to it.
What do you mean after a while you're connected to it?
Yeah, I do like meditation and stuff. So if you have experienced meditation, you will not believe what I'm going to say, but there are supernatural experiences. Not like
I'm sorry, we are what?
Supernatural experiences. If you could say, like, yeah. You be able to see that you be able to pinpoint your DNA, and it's got like go into that DNA, and there are a lot of memories, and there are past lives. You can go there, but you have to try. You have to meditate. You have to do that. That's the path I found. So there is, in my experience, there is a reincarnation. There is going on this suffering altogether, you know. And it's terrible. If you can feel it, it's very in your heart. You know you suffer, right? So when you go into that, when your heart tells you kill yourself or whatever, I was there. I was up to a point there, but you know.
Abso-fucking-lutely not. We don't say shit like that on TikTok lives. We tap the screen and we share the live, and we keep tapping that screen. And yeah, we don't use phrases like that on TikTok. Think about what you're saying before you speak. Right, except for the band stuff. Like, I want to be able to continue questioning that. I had a few more, but nope. Take a moment, take a lap. If you still want to try to question your beliefs, if that's something you can even do, if we're getting there. But yeah. Very true, V. He could be new. And hopefully he's still in the comments and taking a moment to think about the way he was phrasing that. I can appreciate that, Avatar. Yep. You're welcome to request backup. We can try again. You just can't say phrases like, well, the one you said right before I dropped you. Well, I appreciate you. I don't know what there is to learn from me, but to question, to listen, and then to question more. you, if any of you, have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue, just here to see if you can question. Oh, thank you, Pocket Senpai and Bratch, for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. And we've got a Flocky joining us. Is it Flocky or Floki?
I kind of like Flocky. I might be going with that from now on.
So I guess that means it was Floki. So do you have a belief in a god or gods? Well, I first need your age. I think we've spoken before though.
I'm 34.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I am a Lokian Norse pagan.
Yep, we've definitely spoken. I remember this. If not, then I've seen you on another panel. So,
I'm pretty sure you've, because Heretical's in my lives, and I think you've popped in from time to time.
Mm-hmm. So you believe in Loki?
Well, I believe in the Norse gods, yes. Loki is one of those deities.
In what way do you believe they exist?
A couple of different ways, to be honest. I believe that all of the deities are a part of who we are, but I also believe in them as some type of physical construct beings beyond our comprehension.
Physical construct being beyond our comprehension.
Well, I don't understand the entire concept of things beyond the veil or things of a higher quality than us, so I believe that they are physical beings, but it might not be in the physical essence that we personally think of physical beings.
What is the veil?
The invisible metaphorical boundary between us and anything that potentially lies beyond.
Beyond the potential boundary?
Beyond what we perceive as reality.
Does that mean that these cannot be perceived in reality?
I'd say yes and no. No, because we can't. It's outside of our reality, so we can't see, feel, touch, or like smell them.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we can comprehend them in small ways.
Comprehend.
Small little ways that are personal to each individual person.
By comprehend, you mean we can we can think about them.
Yeah.
Does thinking about them make them real, though? And if they are beyond reality, is that beyond real?
I think it's just a different type of reality.
Morgan's going to be very sad that she missed this. What is reality?
That is an excellent question, and one I honestly can't answer. Because reality to me is more than likely a different reality to you. Because our perceptions and our experiences influence how we perceive the reality around us, in my opinion. So my experiences are different from your experiences. So while we may be looking at the same thing, we could perceive it entirely differently. I like to think of it as the three
Isn't that
blind...
the perception, though? Is there not a thing that we're perceiving that is what it is?
Yeah.
Is that reality?
Sorry, I've actually been diving deep onto what reality is recently, and I believe that there's a baseline for what humans see as reality. But when it comes down to our senses, we very well could be seeing, people could be seeing the world in different shades or different perspectives. So I'm
right, but that wasn't my question. My question wasn't about what we're perceiving. My question was, is there a thing we're perceiving, that we're all perceiving? And is that thing a reality, if it's independent of our perception?
Yes. I think that there is definitely a common denominator with reality in all humans.
Just humans?
Whoa. No. Humans, animals, species, anything living. Or possibly even those that have leveled up as well.
What does leveled up mean?
Passing on. Unaliving.
What is it you think still exists after life?
What I think exists after life?
Believe.
I believe that there is there's another life after this one.
Let me clarify.
Yeah.
What of you exists after this life?
Oh, that's actually a really good question. I've never actually thought of that because I've always just thought when we pass that we just go. But what you would define as your soul, so your core concept, your, for lack of a better term, the essence of who you are moves on.
From where?
From your body.
Where is that in your? Where in your body is the essence?
No idea.
What is the essence?
What most people would call a soul. I don't really have a better way to word that or phrase it, to be completely honest with you, because it's
The
still...
soul is the essence, and the essence is the soul.
Yeah.
I have a background for that too.
The fuck is soul? That, honestly, that is an amazing question, and one I genuinely wish that I could answer, because there's a lot of different stories about what a soul is, the different parts of your soul, the different parts of who you are. But I really don't know, because it's like a lot of people say that it's the consciousness, but I believe it's more than just your thought process.
It is more than your thought process.
Your your emotions are a big part to do with it, I believe. Because I believe that emotions are powerful, and your emotions more or less power your thought processes and the way you go about the world.
Oh, Cat, did you get battery warning?
Um. Tagger it.
Oh, I got nothing, if you're asking me.
Why is it important to you that your gods exist?
Why is it important to me? Honestly, it's not really that important. I think that it's the way that I choose to translate the world, and my relationship with my gods is based on trying to understand and comprehend things that I can't understand or comprehend. I think that's kind of the main point of spirituality in general.
What is spirituality?
That is a question I've never been asked before. Huh. I would say that spirituality is the attempt to comprehend what we don't understand.
Wouldn't that also be science?
It could be, absolutely. I think that science is the science is more or less trying to discover the laws and the rules that the gods created everything with.
Okay.
What about mathematics? Like, let's say if there's like math that I don't understand, and I want to, like, maybe take some classes to get better at it. Is that spirituality?
I mean, there is the entire theory that there are people out there that believe that math is math proves the gods. So yeah, studying math very could be your own path of spirituality.
So, is it anything that you don't understand that you're trying to learn about or you want to learn about is going to be spirituality?
No, you're right. That probably wasn't the best phrase to actually use. I still haven't had my coffee yet, and I'm kind of useless without it. So,
Does coffee give you spirituality?
oh, absolutely, it does. Spiritual coffee
Have you
gives me.
tried blueberry coffee?
No, I'm not a big fan of blueberry coffee.
That's a heresy.
Thrayle, I'm surprised you kept them on the panel because of that. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I don't drop people just because I disagree.
We do love people that are heretical. So I'm looking at you down there.
Philly ate a bat head once. I lit her up all the time.
Yeah, that's like the most extreme heresy.
I think that's yeah, maybe.
Like if your god is the bat goddess, then
What?
Beep, 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 beep.
Floki,
Yes.
have
Sorry,
you
I'm
read your Eddas from beginning to end?
Yeah. Sorry, my brain's still trying to process the what is spirituality question.
I thought it might be. probably
But
going to
yes.
chew on that one for a while. Do you believe the stories from the Eddas to be true?
Not entirely, no.
Which parts are true?
I think that the generalized stories, like the general stories, probably have a grain of truth in them. But I also believe that history is written by the winners. And when things get written down, especially centuries after the fall of something else, then what we have isn't exactly what they thought back then, if that makes any sense.
Are you saying that your beliefs are tainted?
I believe that I believe that all stories that we have that got passed down via oral tradition originally were tainted a bit, yeah. Because, like, for example, the Asir won the uh essentially like won the war. They were the winners of everything that went on in the story, so everything is told through the winner's perspective. And if history on Earth has taught us anything, it's that when the winners write the story, they usually neglect large chunks of the opposition.
Why would you believe that anything from the Eddas was true?
I honestly no other reason than my own personal meditations and from more or less studying human history and the stages of polytheism. I I also think that a lot of the stories were meant to be metaphorical and in essence, in order to help us cope and deal with the world that we live in.
Meant by who?
Uh, the people that originally came up with them.
Have you read the Havamal?
Yes.
Do you believe those are the words of Odin?
Sorry, I don't. It's not that I actually find that question funny, but that is a question that goes around the app and is amusing to me. Um, do I believe they're the words of Odin? Yes. Do I believe that you are supposed to follow the Havamal word for word and exactly in its context? Absolutely not.
That might have been my next question, but you do believe that they are the words of Odin?
Yeah, but I don't think Odin not like in the Christian faith that Odin went down, like found some random guy named Ragnar and said, "These are the words of mine, copy them down and live by them." I think that they were pulled from the stories and was like, "Oh, Odin said this, and that's kind of why. So let's put it all together in a book."
So you don't think these are the transmitted words of the deity, All-Father Odin, but that these are the words of a character portrayed in many stories?
Yeah. I mean, I don't. Odin and I don't really get along that well anyway, so.
Gee, I wonder why.
I know, right?
Why Loki?
I consider myself a child of Loki. The chaotic nature, the way he is extremely similar to what I was raised and grew up around. And I think that having a opposite perspective of what everybody else thinks of the stories is healthy for the spiritual path.
Can I make an observation?
Absolutely.
All the Norse pagans I know have this kind of oppositional, defiant, contrarian uh, viewpoint, practice, veneration kind of thing going on.
Are you trying to say they're all rebels?
Black sheep?
Yeah.
And I feel like that's just all the Norse pagans I know, because I think I associate myself with a certain type of Norse pagan, and then there's another type, you know? But I think it's you guys are funny. Not funny haha, but like funny, like I see this pattern of like, you know, these things.
I mean, a lot of, especially Norse pagans, a lot of them kind of started as rebelling from either their Christian upbringing or something along those lines. And one of the reasons why I personally like the term Lokian is because to me, Lokian means freedom. It means the freedom to believe what I want to believe. It means the freedom to understand and comprehend the world around me in the way that I see it. But it also means that other people can see the world around them in a completely different way than I do. Like there's
something freeing about it.
Yeah. You know, there's a freedom in it. This is going to sound a little weird, but yes, I took freedom and added more freedom. Heretical. Sorry, I got to stop paying attention to the comments. So I just derailed my thought process.
And that's why you don't read the comments while you're up here.
Yeah.
You got real close to the mic, though. Does Loki want, desire, or care about your veneration?
Well, considering he's chained up and in a lot of pain at the moment, I don't really think he cares all that much, to be honest.
Do you think it is important to, well, you said earlier that you don't, trying to remember correctly. Did you say that you don't follow the Havamal? Like everything in it?
I use my own critical thinking abilities to determine if what's being said in there it really applies. I don't believe that everything in the Havamal applies to every situation. I also believe that the Havamal is slightly misogynistic, and a few other. I also think that the Havamal alludes to a very paranoid type of mind. So I think there are aspects of it that maybe shouldn't be listened to on a day-to-day basis, but in certain circumstances the wisdom could be useful. Because in the Havamal it also says for if you're an idiot to basically shut up and listen to what smarter and wiser people are saying. And I think that's a good bit of advice, but at the same time it tells you more or less not to trust women. So
And you stand in opposition to that teaching?
Well, yeah, I hope that nobody thinks of me as a misogynist. You know, I do
you think of yourself as a misogynist?
No.
Why not?
Because I respect women. I think that women are important. I think that women are more important than men.
Why more?
From an evolutionary standpoint, evolution kind of made women more important than men.
Fascinating. What do you mean by that?
Women have a longer life expectancy, and women also are capable of performing the miracle of birth and creating life.
Is that a miracle?
Sorry, miracle as a loose term, but they're capable of creating.
What about the women who can't create life? Are they important? Are they just as important?
Well, yeah. I was thinking generally in a perfect world. But yes, there are some people that can't have children and whatnot. That doesn't make them any less important or anything along those lines. But basically, like, the main thing I was trying to get at was the act of giving birth is something that's very dangerous, and even in today's society, and when more or less evolution decided to put women through the menopause cycle in order to take them offline from having more children, so that way their knowledge and experience can be preserved for longer. No, damn, I gotta stop paying attention to comments because I'm making myself sound like an idiot.
Because we didn't ask you something, and then you're responding to that.
Yeah.
And also,
it's a great question.
Yeah, and Mika and I both asked it, so I think it is a good question. In a perfect world, all women would be able to give birth. That's a very I fear you may have.
Oh fuck. Yeah.
Do you think you might be a little bit misogynist?
I didn't. God damn, I really am useless without my coffee.
Can I tell you a secret?
Yes.
Everybody is a little bit misogynistic, including women. Sometimes, especially.
All I was trying to say is that I believe that on an evolutionary process, I think evolution decided that the grandmother's knowledge was more important than the grandfather's knowledge and wisdom in order to be able to pass it on. I don't think that women are only here to pump out babies or shit like that. Yeah, I'm gonna get off of this topic now because I'm just gonna dig myself in deeper. And well, Heretical was right. This would be fun for him at least.
I know. I almost scolded Thrayle for the foot he pushed into the grave that you were digging.
You've done fine, Flocky. No, you've done fine, except I think it is important, especially for men in today's society, to recognize that even if they don't want to, there's likely some misogyny there that we should all be aware of. And so when you said that, I saw an opening.
No, that is perfectly fair. And it's actually, like, having it pointed out is a growth experience in my perspective, because that's how we grow in order to be able to get past certain constructs, is by other people pointing it out and be like, whoa, you're claiming you're not misogynistic, but you're kind of sounding a little bit right now. So
I'm so satisfied with the way this conversation went.
You've done great, Floki. I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions. I hope you keep questioning.
Oh, absolutely. I've actually been watching this live for a few months now, debating on when I was going to come up and actually join the panel.
Well, you did really well. I don't know that I have any more questions for you right now. Kat, Duragon, any more questions for Floki before we move on?
Sure. As I'm done laughing my ass off right now. So, how much of the information within your scriptures would you say has probably gotten the characters of these gods correct or accurate, in your opinion?
I think especially with the Asir, because the Vanir we don't really know too much about, but especially with the Asir, I think their basic personality is more or less right on par.
Yeah.
I think there are aspects of their personalities that were kind of like pushed off to the side in order to make them seem better. Because, like I said earlier, history is written by the winners, and everybody wants themselves to look a little bit better than they were. I think on the flip side of that, deities like Loki and the Jotuns and whatnot are spun into a more negative perspective because, for lack of a better term, they were the losers. But when it comes to the actual stories themselves, I think the events happened, but I'm not necessarily sure about the complete accuracy of it, because there are holes in the story, or in a lot of the stories. I feel like there are important parts that are missing.
Sure.
You pondering a follow-up there, Durgon?
Yeah, I can't put it together. It's okay.
I feel like I could ask more questions, Floki. Does it... Which Norse afterlife are you hoping for?
Honestly, just Helheim. Helheim's perfectly fine with me. I'm not a battle crazed warrior. I'm not any type of lieutenant or general, so I don't have any interest in Valhalla or Volkvanger. I don't like the ocean, so I have zero interest in going to any of the Drowned Hall or anything like that. So Helheim's perfectly acceptable for me.
Sorry, I feel like that was a much worse heresy than the Blu-ray copy thing.
What, that I don't want to go to Valhalla?
No, that you don't like the ocean. Who doesn't like the ocean?
Because the ocean is terrifying. There are things underneath that water that shouldn't exist, and it's creepy and terrible, and that's how you know that the gods have some
The
messed
ocean
up
is
thought
literally
process.
10 feet away from me right now. I've been listening to it the whole time.
I like the idea of the ocean. I hate the beach.
And honestly, yeah, it's the sand. It's the sand at the beach that bugs me. And like, come on, have you ever seen the black anglerfish? Those things are like scary. They're terrifying.
I bet we would be equally scary and terrifying to them if they saw us for the first time also.
That is valid.
But I think, I mean, okay, so that's like a really interesting thing. That's like maybe a little bit off topic, so I'll make it real quick and end it there. But it's people, like human beings, are really really weird looking if you really sit there and think about it. It's only normal to us because we interact all the time with each other. But yeah, the beach, the sand, the water, the sun, the wind, all of it. I hate all of it. Thank you.
Questionable as fuck. So fucking questionable.
Like, to be fair, like the ocean, if I can see the bottom of it, I will go in it and I will whatever. If I can see the bottom, I'm okay. But if I can't see through that water, I'm not going in it.
Not me over here living on an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Just like,
Hey, that for you, that is amazing. If that is what you like and everything else, like all the power to you. Somebody's got to live there because I don't want to.
Do you feel like adding the structure of Norse paganism to the feeling of or desire for something after is like seeing the bottom?
Yeah, I guess it kind of would be, huh?
Is it really seeing the bottom if you're painting it on?
Why do I feel like we just circled back into the question of reality? I mean, technically, yeah. If the bottom is painted on, then it would still be a bottom if you perceived it to be so. But
I mean, on the surface. Could you be painting that onto the surface and thinking it's the bottom?
it could be, yeah.
The ocean is scary
Agreed.
for you.
Yes.
Is the unknown scary?
The unknown, no.
Is not knowing scary?
No, I wasn't expecting you to actually start questioning this part. Okay, no. I don't like water because of traumatic events in my past. That once I get under the water, brain goes bad.
We can go past the metaphor, though. Is not knowing scary?
Not knowing to me is borderline comforting.
Really?
Like, I like not knowing certain things because then it means that I have something to be studying. It means that I have something to continue researching in my life. Not knowing what's around me and something being able to like just bite my leg off without me even knowing it's there is a little terrifying in a different aspect, but
If you think the ocean is scary, we shouldn't even start to talk about the volcano.
Does is the freeway scary?
I mean, yeah, I don't drive on the freeway, so but that's only because I don't trust other drivers around me. It has nothing to do with
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it
they
being
are kind of
unknown.
like sharks, and they can bite your leg off at any time. That's true.
Yeah.
How do you deal with things that are scary?
Usually I face them head on.
Everything you just said leads me to believe that otherwise.
Normally if things terrify me, I try to move right on or try to face it. Like when I was younger, I was terrified of heights. And I actually ended up becoming a roofer for about 6 or 7 years, where I went from being terrified of being on the ladder to running up the ladder 3 stories, climbing up and all over the roof. The ocean, it's not necessarily fear, it's more of my ultimate anxiety and panic attack moment because of
I was more talking about the freeway, but
honestly, the only real reason I don't actually drive on the highway is because I usually have cars that if they go over like 45 miles an hour, they start falling apart. So it just kind of became habit not to travel on the highway.
Did you know statistically there are more accidents that take place on the streets than the freeways?
I did not, but that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Did you have another question, Durga?
I did want to ask a few questions maybe about like fears and phobias, but maybe maybe not. I'm not sure.
Well, we do have another request, and I do bring one new guest up at a time. So we will get to you here in just a moment. But before we do, Floki, well, actually, Durgon, did you want to knock out a couple of those questions?
No, I think I'll hold them for another time. I'll remember these two.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate you, Floki, for coming up. You've been great. I hope you keep questioning.
Always. And I appreciate you having me up. It's been fun.
Absolutely. I think you got a little bit to question from this, and I hope we get to hear from you again.
Oh, absolutely. I got quite a few things to question, so I appreciate it. Always be researching.
W's for Floki in the chat. We can question his beliefs. I think there's some questioning though to go.
I was going to ask you something, and I forgot what it was.
You
Damn it,
certainly
Thrayle.
can before we bring up the next guest.
No, actually, I'm going to reserve that for later, too. I'm going to pull Durgon and reserve that one.
A lot of reserved questions sitting around.
Hello.
Hello, Super Bat. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Of course, my friend. I'm 40 years old, from Bahrain, Middle East.
From Bahrain. And
Yes, of
do
course.
you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Why, yes. If I do believe in spirits called the jinn, of course I believe in a higher power.
I see. So you believe in a jinn, and I take it then you believe in Allah.
Of course.
And have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
I do actually read it. And I also read the hadith. But the problem with the hadith, some of it doesn't even make any logical sense into it. As you might can actually say, it's a bit, how could you actually say, forged by different numbers. They say this hadith came 200 years after the Prophet, but therefore is it actually, how could you might say, accurate? I don't know. But one thing for sure, since there's a spirits in this world and jinns in this world, the world that we cannot see, a different dimension, then therefore it comes into my thoughts, into mind.
What is a
Who created this? Who created it?
But what is a spirit? You said since there are spirits. I would ask, what is a spirit?
A spirit is a different entity, which we actually call a jinn, smokeless fire.
Smokeless
Some of them are good, some of them are evil.
Superman, do you believe all of the words of the Quran to be true?
Real quick, check out the
Yes.
super fan box in the top left corner. Thank you, Mika.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Mika.
I'm sorry, let me smoke a bit. It's a lovely tobacco. If you actually tasted it, you would
You
actually
don't
really
need
love
to
it.
describe that on the live, though.
No, it's just a tobacco. It's a special.
Right, but you don't need to describe it on the live. TikTok has strange rules about that. So,
Then I apologize.
So, do you remember the question I just asked?
You said to me, do I believe everything about the Quran?
Every word. Do you believe the words are all true?
Why, yes.
All
Why?
of them, every...
Why do you reject a higher being? That is my curious question.
When did I say I rejected one?
Then what is your belief?
What do you mean, my belief?
What do you believe in?
It's a very broad question. What do you
Then-
mean, what do I believe in?
Do you believe how much you are say in your American language it is? Do you believe in spirits?
I don't know what a spirit is.
A spirit is an entity, as I explained before. The eye cannot see, but you can actually feel it.
I don't know what that means. An entity you can't see, but you can feel. I can't say that I have ever experienced an entity I can't see, but can feel.
In the English language, you might call it a ghost. Another language, you might call it a golem. Another language in the Arabic, in the Middle East, we would call it ifrit.
Yes. I can't say I've ever experienced something like that, so I don't know why I would believe it. Why do you?
Then how can I persuade you or actually show you something that you
Why
do
would
not
you
believe?
want to persuade me? Why is that important to you?
Because people in this world and society only believe something until they see it.
Only
So how
believe
could you
something
believe
until they see it.
see it?
I think Kat's got a question.
Oh, you know I do.
Go for it, Cap.
Are you a happy person?
Who is she talking to?
You.
Well, yes, I am.
Could you tell me how you reconcile that with Allah hating happy people and thinking that people shouldn't be happy?
Quite do not understand your question.
2872 in the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
Where Allah says that you shouldn't be happy. And He hates happy people.
It really depends on how you interpret it.
Yeah, but like if right, but the words mean, that is what the words mean. Sure, we can make them flowery and poetic and assign, a certain connotation to them, but that's what it says. It says God hates happy people, don't be happy.
Can I have the number again, please?
2872.
2872. Let me see. Surah Al-Qassas. Ask them also, imagine if Allah were to make the day perpetual for you until the day of judgment. Which God other than Allah could bring you night to rest in? Will you not then see? Is that the one?
Right. I have to check my messages with Tav again. Might have been 25.
It is actually means of a different day of judgment. Believing into one God doesn't bring anything here about happiness.
Yeah.
But
it's
the question
4 o'clock in the morning. My hold on. I might keep.
So, Mr. Batcolyte, if I'm pronounced it, I do apologize wrongly. Tell me about yourself, so I can understand you more.
Fascinating.
What would you like to know about me? Let's exchange, shall we?
Why did you request that?
It's a very interesting live that you came into, but I was actually attracted to the music that was in your live. And therefore I saw your title, Why Do You Believe in God? It's a very interesting philosophical question.
Yeah, it doesn't say that anywhere. Why do you believe in God?
You might not see it, Durgon. There's a sticker at the very top.
It was 2876. Sorry, I'm so.
Oh, it does.
So close.
Corrected.
It's 4 a.m. I think I did pretty good.
2876 was the Surah she was talking about.
$28.76. I have it right now in front of me. But anyways, if I misunderstood this live, I have to apologize. It was very interesting. But you said over here in the panel, can you question your beliefs? So I already explained my beliefs.
So did you... Are you just glossing over the question she was asking you, though, about happy people?
Mm-hmm.
No, there's nothing that he even explicit about saying happy. Nothing about happy and sad.
I didn't say anything about sad.
But nothing is written in front of me about happy.
What does it say?
2876. Indeed, Korah was from the people of Moses, but he behaved arrogantly towards them. We had granted him such treasures that even their keys would burden a group of strong men. Some of his people advised him, don't not be prideful. Surely Allah does not like the prideful. Prideful equals vanity. Vanity equals
prideful?
poison.
Does it say
Is
prideful?
Is prideful a word used there?
It's written right in front of me. Would you like the website?
I think we may have done some embellishing of the translation.
Is it an English translation that you're reading?
Yes.
Do you read Arabic?
Why, of course.
What is the word there that it's translating to prideful?
Al-Farihin.
What does that mean?
Al-Farihin means, in different meanings of Arabic, Al-Farihin means happiness in one word. But it also, Farihin has a different meaning also, people of high vanity. The Arabic language is very, what you might say, has many meanings in front of it, or deep inside of it. It's a very hard language. It's not simple as the English language.
Fascinating. Because no words in English have multiple meanings. None of them.
But just to be clear there, the Arabic word used there does mean happiness.
But my dear sister, let me explain something. When I was learning English, what's the difference between I and I? I with one letter and I with 3 letters. Why is there 2 meanings of the word that sounds the same, but they're actually 2 different meanings? I as in myself, and I as in the I that you see. That is how we understand the language is very deep. Why do you put the no with a K in front of it?
Interesting.
I don't know that these are quite equivalencies, but English is also a very difficult language, and I'm not gonna nitpick it.
But I want to understand, since the English language is your mother language, please teach me, for I'm just an Arab. Why is there a K for no?
Fascinating.
You don't need to condescend to me.
English. Yeah, that is very condescending. Kat, did you have any more questions for this guest?
No.
Duragon, did you have any questions for this guest?
I don't think so, but I would say that I get the issues that we're gonna run into with language. I don't necessarily have an issue there. But I guess the thing I want to ask is, as someone who follows Allah, are you able to question your beliefs, or is that more frowned upon from your religious stance?
Would you like to hear my story?
No,
I'd like to hear when I was 18 years old. It's all connected.
I'd love to hear this.
Yes, it's all connected, my dear friend.
Sorry, when I was saying yes, you did want to hear his story.
It's all connected.
I'd like to hear a brief thing.
It's not a long one. It's a very short one.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind hearing it. I'd be interested. But
is it going to answer the question though?
Why, of course.
Sure.
Before, when I was young, I was always questioning myself, why was I even a Muslim and not a Christian? And not even a Christian or a Jew. Therefore, I started to deny my belief in the God that they call Allah. At this time, I was only 17 years old. At the age of 18, I had dreamt of an evil dream. It was a black scorpion that came to me in my dream. And therefore, I told my mother about it, so she had a deep prayer. And after that, the next day, I realized there was a person that wanted to harm me. And then that person has just been extinguished. And then slowly this type of thing happened multiple times. And then I started to believe into a higher power being. And then when I went into deep research into knowledge, of understanding the Quran, the story of Moses, the story of Solomon.
Fascinating how a yes or no question is getting nowhere near
And then I
the yes
found
or no.
out that God exists. And it's all connected even more with the spirit realm. So yes, a miracle happened more than one time. I believe into my religion.
So no, you can't question your beliefs, and you're just wasting our fucking time.
How can I not question it?
Nonsense answer. Do you actually? Did
Think
you hear
about
the
it.
question? What was the question that Durgan
This
asked?
question is simple. Do I
What was it?
believe in the Quran?
That wasn't the question Durgan asked you.
Yeah, I asked if you're able to question your beliefs.
Fascinating.
Of course. We have the right to question.
Now you're lying to us, and I'm bored with liars. Maybe you can question your beliefs. You're not demonstrating it here. You're demonstrating condescension, arrogance, and absolute certainty. If you're capable of questioning your beliefs, why don't you think about what that actually means for a moment? And if you feel like you can, request backup. But at the moment, I don't feel like you're here in good faith. His first, well, no, it wasn't his first, but one of his first questions to me was, how can I convince you of my God to believe this thing? That was what he came here for. What does normal mean? We had another request, but they seem to have vanished. Well, if you have a belief in a god, or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you, or argue, or be condescendingly preached to. I'm here to see if you actually can engage in questioning your belief. Not to give it up, not to destroy it. I'm not here to burgle your God. I have no plans to take your God from you and stuff it in a sack, haul it out to the woods in a shed, put it where no one will ever find it. That's not my plan, anyways. I really am just here to see if you can question whatever it is you believe in. And if you can, then what is it you believe in, and why? Hell yeah. I see that, Mika. Appreciate you. Someone else will see it. I'm with you, Mika. Well, maybe he'll come back one day and actually be able to question. Sometimes people take more than one time. Appreciate you dancing in duality. Thank you so much. I do have a song stuck in my head. Hell yeah. There are 2 boxes up there. Oh, what song and why? Well, I mean, we're absent a guest. No one with a belief in a god or gods able to question that belief is capable. I should think about that word. No one with a belief in a god or gods courageous enough or curious enough is requesting up. So, I mean, I think they should, probably bring out their gods.
There's a cart rolling slow through the edge of town, lantern swinging, no one around, voice like gravel, not too loud. Anyone home? No decree, no list of names, doesn't say what council claims, just a knock and a quiet ask, show me one. Not to take, not to keep, not to argue what you believe, just to see what stands when it's not in your hands. Bring out your God, the ones you say are there. Bring out your God, set them in the open air. No tricks, no fire, no sleight of hand, just let them stand. Bring out your gods, if they can bear it there. Some bring gold, some bring words, some bring something never heard. Some bring nothing, just a shrug, not sure. Some get angry, shut the door. Some lean closer than before. Some just laugh and say what for. He don't answer, doesn't press, doesn't promise, doesn't bless, just waits a while, then moves along. Bring out your God, or don't, it's all the same. Bring out your God, or keep them in their place. No tally kept, no final call, no win, no loss. Bring out your God, or don't, and that's okay. Someone whispers, what if they fall? Someone else says, what if they don't? Cart just creaks between them both and keeps going. Morning comes, the street's the same. Nothing proven, nothing changed. Just a space where something was or wasn't. Lantern's gone, but not the thought. Not a lesson, not a fault. Just a question left behind. Soft. Bring out your God if you ever feel like it. Bring out your God or leave them where they sit. No one here to tell you how or tell you what it meant. Bring out your God or don't. Just the echo of a wheel and the sense of something real, not in answers. In the asking.
Oh, there's a blast off the lute there. But thank you, Morgan Le Fay, for that song. Always love that one. And we have a new guest. Well, kind of new. Hello, Vice.
Hello, I'm 27. Oh, sorry.
Before I could even ask. That's great. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And
I am sorry.
Go ahead.
I am an eclectic pagan. I might be leaning more atheo-pagan now, but still there.
What does eclectic pagan mean to you?
It just means I draw from different flavors of pagan, like Celtic, Norse. Those are my main two.
When you say you draw from them, what is it you're drawing?
I gravitate towards different goddesses from different flavors of pagan.
Is it goddesses specifically?
Yeah, I tend not to worship gods. I just gravitate towards women more.
Do you believe that these goddesses actually exist?
See, that's where I believe they exist because we worship the things they represent more than themselves, if that makes sense.
Can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Yeah, so like Eris. People worship Eris. When I feel like they're really just basically worshiping the entropy that comes with it. Which is just chaos.
But you don't think that an embodied goddess sowing chaos and discord throughout existence is real?
I don't think there's a magical person who is creating all of it. Again, I think it's more an embodiment of that characteristic that they portray.
Could that characteristic be portrayed by a male deity such as Loki just as easily?
Absolutely. I'm one of those people that just gravitate towards women more. I don't particularly know why. Maybe it's because of my orientation, but
could that same characteristic be embodied by a character of your own creation just as easily?
I'm sure it could. Like, if I'm trying to think of something that gods don't embody, and that's just not really, like, if I worshipped figurines, like pop figures or something, I feel like if I loved them enough, they could be embodied into something else. But because of how fundamental these concepts are that are replicated in gods, I feel like everybody, not everybody, but like, I feel like we try to find patterns, so therefore we try to find something that resonates with us to some degree. And that can, in itself, can become an embodiment, if that makes sense.
Do these concepts need embodiment?
I don't think so. I think that it's replicated to give people comfort in something tangible that they can understand.
Is it really tangible? Or is it just the idea of something tangible?
I think it's just the idea of something tangible. Like, do we think that wind is an actual person? I personally don't.
What is it that draws you to embody these concepts into
I think
gods? Sorry for the pause.
No, that's my fault. I thought your question was done, and that's my fault.
No, it really was mine. I don't know why I tacked that on. You knew what I meant.
And now I can't even remember your question. I'm sorry.
Why is it important to you to embody your concepts into God?
So I personally am struggling to find that. I think for me previously, I really wanted an embodiment because it felt like I could talk to a person rather than just relating to something they represent.
And now?
No, I'm not so sure. I think that we really just praise what we can relate to. So like one of my deities is Selene, and she is the moon. And I personally don't think that there is a I think that I just love the moon so much because of how important it is for the earth. But I don't believe that there is an actual lady up there just like able to be talked to. Now, do I believe you can talk at the moon? Yeah. But will it talk to you back? No.
Do you talk to the moon?
Yeah, I do. It doesn't talk to me back, but
Do you
I do
feel like
talk.
it is listening?
I feel like because it does have an energy, it can get my frequency, but I don't think I'm actually like, I don't think it's receiving my information, if that makes sense.
You brought up two things I'm going to question. One, what is energy?
I had trouble explaining this last time. So energy is basically, I said another thing that you questioned because I said it was a force. And
That screen too.
yeah. So energy is just what we're able to use to understand how things are maybe not things. So I think that energy is just the I'm gonna use force again. It's like a force that is able to give a quantifiable sort like an output based on like how we can measure the force that is there. And force is basically just something that is able to push and pull.
So force is something able to push and pull, and energy is force that we can measure the output of. So a push and pull that we can measure.
Yeah, and force is also quantifiable. It's just a matter of like how it is portrayed. So like frequency and energy are not the same, but
What
they
is
are.
frequency?
Yeah, frequency is basically just how much something. It's the waves of energy that are quantifiable.
Interesting. When you say that they are quantifiable, how are they quantifiable?
So usually we use like things like NMR to understand what is going on in something, and I'm a biochemist. That's why I relate everything back to science. But yeah, like it's quantifiable because we can measure it and we can find exactly how much energy a thing is releasing. Like rocks have energy, and we're able to.
How would you measure the energy that you said the moon can You said its frequency could... I guess I'm a little confused. If the moon is putting out a frequency because it's rocks, or how does that relate to you speaking to it?
I think it's just able to... I think it's not able to understand my energy, but I do believe that it is able to take that energy.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so, like... Ooh, okay. So you have a Red Bull in front of you, or an energy drink of some kind, right?
Coffee.
Coffee. And... coffee, and
Blueberry
you...
coffee.
Ooh, that sounds amazing. Okay, but
good.
You have blueberry coffee, and it does have energy within it, like caffeine. I feel like you can talk to your coffee, and it can taste different than when you don't talk to it or give it the love that, like...
As a biochemist, what is it that is changing in the coffee before and after I speak? Like, if I speak to the coffee and say, you are terrible, does it matter if I, what's changing in the coffee before I ask the next question?
Yeah, so I believe that if you put good energy or good vibes into something...
What is good?
That's a relative term. It's... I personally can't tell you what's good or not. I just feel it when I see it. So, long story short, I don't know.
I don't know. So if you don't know what's good, how would we know if the talking to the coffee is good or bad? Like, how does the coffee know that it's good?
I don't think the coffee knows, but I think you know. So, like, you tasted the blueberry coffee and said it tasted really good.
It is. It's delicious.
So, I believe that in itself is putting good energy into it.
What if I
Whereas
tell it
if
that it's
you...
terrible?
Well, do you believe that?
Does it matter?
I think it does. Because,
How does what I believe do to the... Like, if the words alone aren't changing it, how does my belief change it?
So, I know this is going somewhere. Do you have an unfavorite flavor? Like you hate the taste of something?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I just...
That's okay. Let's just say you don't like cranberries, right? So you have a cranberry coffee, and
That sounds strange. Why would you do that?
well, there's actually a
Blueberries exist.
there's a cranberry praline coffee that's actually really good. But anyway, like if you don't like cranberries and you're going into it expecting to not like it, I think you won't like it. It might be because you already don't like cranberries. But what if...
But that sounds like I'm going in and I am going to not like it because I have decided. In what way is that changing the molecular structure of the coffee to be something I don't like? It sounds more psychological than physical.
That is exactly what I was going to bring up, is that it's in your head that you like this blueberry coffee. And you like blueberries and all of that. But but the second that like you taste it, you realize you love it again and you fall in love with that coffee again.
Right. I, in my head, do.
Yes.
Did anything actually change in the coffee?
I don't think it changed in the coffee. I think it's the thought that goes into it, if that makes sense.
Right, so it's kind of like my opinion then.
Exactly.
How is that related to energy?
Yeah, so like if I talk to the moon, does the moon change? No. But will I find a different piece in that because I already love the moon? Yeah.
For you, Vice, is it that you are talking to the moon and well, could it be that you're not talking to the moon at all? That you're talking to yourself and that you're using the moon as an analog so that you're not talking to yourself?
For sure. Again, I don't think the moon can talk back to me. I think that would be a different problem. But I do believe that something can be therapeutic without it being able to talk back.
So you find it effective for you to use the moon as an analog?
Yes.
But the actual exchange of energy with the moon isn't really with the moon as far as you were talking about.
Exactly.
It's more with yourself.
Yeah. You put that in a way more, mine was convoluted. You made that very succinct.
I would still wonder if the way you're using energy is important to your beliefs, the way you're using the word.
Yeah, I believe everything is an investment, like time, energy, physical labor, all that. Wait, I'm sorry, I forgot the question. I forgot where I was going.
Does the way you're using energy in talking to the moon, is that important to your beliefs?
Yes.
Why is the word energy so important to it?
I believe that it's the fundamental of like how things come to be. Like, I believe the first RNA was created because of the energy of water and its properties and how it's able to let things collide in it. I don't believe anything comes from nothing.
What is nothing?
The absence of literally anything. And anything is like like there won't be a singular star in nothing.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yeah, so the reason I don't believe that there can't be a singular star in nothingness. Like, I don't believe anything came from nothing. I believe that nothing is the absence of anything else. And I don't think that's possible.
Uh-oh.
Morgan!
I have arrived.
It's the fastest way to get Kat back on the panel. Good morning, Morgan.
Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, Vice.
Hello, my love.
We're talking about, nothing.
I heard. Oh, instead of a cat, we got a tab. So have we discussed what nothing is?
We have. I said that nothing is the absence of anything. So, like, there can't be a singular star in nothing, and I don't believe in nothingness.
When you think about nothingness, how can you conceptualize that to somebody who may not understand what it is?
Conceptualizing it, I think I feel like if you put somebody in a dark room and there's absolutely, like, it's barren, it's a completely blank room, I feel like you can kind of grasp the concept of nothingness. But yet there's still walls. There's still a ceiling, probably. But to that person, it doesn't feel like there's anything.
Would that really be a true experience of nothing?
Absolutely not. I don't think we can fully comprehend nothingness because it's not what we know.
What do you mean by that?
So, going back to that example, like, even in that dark room, there are still walls, there's still stuff. And the thought of absolute nothingness, like just complete darkness, there's no sun, there's nothing, quite literally, I don't think people can comprehend that because all we know is we have daylight. We have some sort of belongings. And if there's absolutely nothing, like, you're not even there, and that doesn't make much sense.
Does the dark still exist in nothing?
Well, that's a good question, because like we know the sun, and the sun is something. So all we can think about is that there is darkness in nothing, but it could very well not be the case.
I don't have a specific follow-up to that.
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
I believe, I haven't even told Morgan this yet, but like, because of the things they represent, it would be hard to not believe.
But are you believing in the analogs or the things they represent?
The things they represent. Like, do I believe in chaos? Yes. Do I believe in Eris? That Eris is an actual being somewhere causing it? No.
What would convince you that a god, not some analog for a concept, but rather an embodied deity who interacts and wants something from you? What would convince you that that kind of being exists?
Seeing it, and not just like in dreams or something, like it's in front of me. Like, the deity I can see, I can touch, and it's there. I feel like that's the only way that I'll truly believe.
If you were given this evidence, this reason, would you worship a god just for existing?
I feel like that depends. Like, if Morgan showed up right in front of me, I would follow her because I know what she represents. However, if Odin were to come up to me, probably not.
About a deity you know nothing about, but that it is a deity claims to be the absolute and is presenting itself to you.
That's where I would need to be able to see morality, that their morality, in order to follow them. Yeah.
What would the first question that you ask it be?
Thinking.
Take your time.
I think I would ask what their end goal was. Like, what is your prerogative?
Is there some answer that would satisfy you?
To quote pageants, world peace.
Nice.
If that were its goal, and it were a powerful deity, would it seem like it was effective?
What do you mean by effective? I just want to be sure I'm answering your question properly.
Does it seem like it's achieving its goal?
Right now, in my opinion, no.
So if it is well-intentioned but ineffectual, would it be worthy of your worship?
No, they're a deity, meaning that they have some form of control. And if they can't control what they're meant to, is it really a deity?
What is a deity?
A deity is something we construct so we can explain different phenomena.
Construct. Interesting choice of words. How did that feel?
How did that feel?
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about that definition?
I believe it's I believe that it's different for every person. So I can't particularly say I'm right.
On a scale from 0 to 100, 100 being completely certain, 0 being absolutely uncertain, how certain of that are you right now?
I would say 87%. Because there's only so much that my words can do.
What's the other 13%?
The 13% is my lack in knowledge of words. Like, all language is made up. And I know only the words that I know. So that's the 13%. And also, like, again, other people could have truer definitions than I do. I'm not one to believe that I know more.
How do you determine what's truer?
I don't think there is a way for me to determine what is truer than the other, since I've never, like, spoken to a goddess in real life and heard her story and, like, what she believes that she is. I don't think anyone can be completely 100% true. I think we can all touch on it, but I don't think we can be 100% sure about what a deity is until we meet one.
Does that bother you at all?
To be frank, it's none of my business. Like, I'm not bothered by it. I feel like coming to terms with being uncertain is something that we scientists just have to deal with in general. So I am comfortable not being 100% correct.
I'm trying to remember the question you asked. I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, Thrayle. Oh God. It was with me and Duragon.
I'm sure I asked more than one question.
No, you did, but it was like a very specific one. I can't remember what it was. Would you rather know something, find out that you don't know something, or find out that you were wrong? Something like that.
I would rather not find out that I don't know something. I feel like that's just an opportunity to learn rather than you being wrong or ignorant or whatever. And yeah.
Why?
I could take that as an educational journey, just much like being wrong, but if you're wrong and you continue being wrong, I don't know, I feel like being uncertain gives you more of a chance to learn something.
Can finding out you're wrong about something not present more incentive to commit to new information?
It absolutely can. I just feel like if you're wrong, you already have ideas about what things are supposed to be, whereas if you are uncertain, you have the ability to retain more.
You feel that being uncertain is, for you, a better starting point to learn something new.
Yes.
And should that something new that you learn be wrong, you feel that that would then limit your ability to learn the truth of it?
Yes, I think that wrong ideas could persuade what the truth is. Not persuade what the truth is. I think it could persuade what you perceive about the truth that you were just told.
Vice, would you rather have a harsh truth or a useful fiction?
I would rather have a harsh truth because I don't like living in a lie. Like, I don't like living in it's like the red pill, blue pill question, and I would rather just be able to see things how they are.
Why?
Why would I rather live in a harsher truth than an okay. I would rather live in a harsh truth because I'm a scientist. I would rather know something to be able to help fix it rather than live in ignorance and not be able to help change the outcome.
I feel like there's another question there, just waiting to be asked. Morgan, do you have any more questions for Vice?
Not at this time, no.
Right? You can. There's one.
Mm-hmm.
If you could choose for the gods of these concepts to be real, would you want them to be?
Thinking.
Good.
I can't
You
have all
said
the
it.
glory with that.
You said if I had a choice, would I prefer them to be real?
As fully embodied beings, would you want that?
I think so. I think it would be great to have someone to talk to rather than talk at.
I'm right here.
I love you.
I know earlier when you said if Morgan were in front of you,
I know,
it took
I
me a
held
moment
back.
to be like, she means the Morgan.
No, it was important what she had to say. I wasn't gonna.
How do you quantify importance?
For me personally, level of care.
I thought what you had to say was important.
You didn't know I was going to say anything. So there.
Okay.
So if you got the proof that you needed that these deities were real, embodied beings, which do you hope appears to you first?
I honestly, I think it would be Eris. And I think because I like what she represents, I'm a huge fan of entropy. I feel like she would be very cool to talk to because she's fundamental. Like, it's supposed to be the change in entropy over the change in time is supposed to be equal to or greater than zero. And I wonder how that correlates to what she does, if that makes sense.
Any follow-ups, Morgan?
Interesting. It's just I find it interesting that you would choose Eris. Can you?
Morgan, knowing me, who did you think I was going to choose?
That's tough. I'm not sure. I have to think about that.
Are you familiar with the Principia Discordia?
I don't know what those words together mean, so no.
Are you partial to hot dog buns?
To hot dog buns? I mean, they go with hot dogs. I don't know.
Are they important?
I don't think they're important, no.
Do they have to go with hot dogs?
I don't believe so.
I think there's a book you might enjoy. Those words I said you didn't understand.
I'll put it in my Discord.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can find the whole thing online for free to read. Yeah, I don't know if you'll like it or hate it. Either way, don't believe a word of it.
I like reading anyway.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Thank you, Vice, for coming up and questioning with us.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure, and I hope that you keep asking questions. I can definitely tell that you can question your beliefs. I see the difference from last time to this time.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
I hope that you keep asking questions, especially around some of the more confident claims that you hold. And, well, I may quibble over definitions sometimes. I think the way that you're using and looking at energy still deserves questioning. But I think you're doing great. So, big W's for Vice. Thank you.
Absolutely, W's Vice. Good job coming back up here.
Hell yeah.
Thank you again.
I almost got her. I was trying.
Not christened into the Batcolyte quite yet. Oh well. Maybe the third time will be the charm.
Couldn't quite get her in the middle of a sentence. But big W's for Vice. She did great.
Hello?
Hello, Karshi. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like
Yes.
that?
Yes.
And which god do you believe in?
Allah.
And have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
Yes. All 24. All 14 chapters. All 114 chapters. Oh, I have a question. So I should look. So you would agree that I should look into my religion morally, right?
That you should look into your religion more.
Morally, right? You know, like morals.
Morally.
Yes.
I don't know. Is
But
that important to you?
No, I'm just saying because like I
What is
find that
immoral?
like there's really no morality in atheism.
So you came up
That's
here
why.
to start a debate on a live where it says
I I just wanted to like your thoughts on like morality and atheism.
I'm not interested in being fished into your boring debate. If you can't be respectful, if you can't actually respond to the prompt, then I'm not interested. If you're so nervous about being up here that you couldn't actually participate in the exercise, you just wanted to, jump into the weird argument that you're ready for, then really fuck off. But if you can question your beliefs openly and honestly and mostly lucidly, then we really would like to see if you can and ask you some questions. Yeah, we see him heretical. It's hilarious. The obsession is real. I think, rather than showing him the door every day, we can just let him watch in silence every time. Every single time.
I love that idea. That's a great idea.
Hope you enjoy. But if you can question your beliefs in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, then burgle your gods or have any kind of conversation. We really are just here to see if you can engage critically thinking about what it is you believe in and why. I got you, heretical. He's in here nearly every day, with the same disrespectful tone. So, I mean, clearly he just wants attention for it. We just won't give it to him. We'll make sure that he can come in and put the tape on his own mouth every day. I wonder if Tavium's still around. I think that's the only, the only interest I would have in questioning the previous guest is to see where Tavium's questions would go, but otherwise, yeah.
I'm not so sure that he would get any further than we did, if I'm honest.
I don't know that it's required, Mika, but I'd be curious. And by previous guest, I actually meant super bats down there. Super bad attack. But I just don't think that he's questioning yet. But he might still. There might be potential for that. We could find out. We could pull him up on panel and see if Tav wants to join too. If he's not too busy with his Sunday afternoon. What do you think, Tav?
Hello.
Welcome back, Superbat.
Why, thank you.
Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
Why, of course. I am 40 years old.
From Bahrain, right?
Yes.
And you believe in Allah?
Yes.
Do you follow let me think of how to word this. Oh, where is Allah?
From what we actually learned from it. In the sky, that people call the heavens.
So, go ahead, Tavi. I mean, you know where we're going.
Sorry, Thrayle. If you want to continue, you can continue. I just want to make sure. Salafi, because I know Bahrain doesn't really have much of a Salafi presence there.
Let me tell you something more precise. Who am I talking with? Another Muslim?
Sure, yeah. I'm Mu'tazila,
No.
let's say.
Are you Muslim following in which line?
I'm a Mu'tazila.
Are you a Salafi, a Wahhabi, a Maliki, a Shafi'i, a Hanbali?
He said
Never actually heard about them.
اوكي طائفة قديمة شوية من المتكلمين.
اوكي طائفة قديمة. زين. أول مرة.
Okay, congratulations. Do you want to continue this conversation or not?
Sure. You're a Muslim or not a Muslim?
I just literally said I am.
Yes, but there is, different types of viewpoints. I would call myself a Muslim. Other people might say that they are Sunni. Other people might say that they are Shia. Which one are you?
Okay, let's go with Sunni. Sure, Sunni Mu'tazila. Is that good?
So you actually follow everything about the Hadith, correct?
That would interesting. I wonder where you heard
that would depend. But I'm gonna ask you the same question. Do you follow
So
the Hadith?
now, why would I actually follow a person that wrote a book after the Prophet's death 200 years after?
So you are a Salafi. Just say yes, bro. It's a
How
simple
can I be
question.
a Salafi 200 years after following Hadith that doesn't make any sense?
So you're a Quranist.
Not Quranist. Some Hadith makes sense and some Hadith is very illogical.
Okay. What Hadith is illogical to you?
Who has a very deep knowledge? Would you actually follow the Prophet or a person that came after him 200 years?
That doesn't really answer my question, though.
Yes, it does. Because it has a different meaning to it. How do you know this is the Prophet's word and if it came 200 years after?
That's a very good question, and I'm gonna ask you the exact same question. Okay?
And he
How do you
never
know
met the Prophet. So how do you know if this hadith is 100% the Prophet's
You
word
don't
and he
feel
never met him?
okay? I'm gonna try one last time. You're up on the panel to question your beliefs, not my beliefs. Okay?
My beliefs, I'm a Muslim, not a, how you might
Let's go
say,
through that.
believe into Looney Tune hadith.
That's amazing. Now let's go through that. Leave my Islam alone, but let's go through your Islam.
No. Is your Islam the true Islam or is it just another fake
No, my Islam is made up. I just made it up on the spot. Mu'tazila don't even exist. Let's just go through your Islam.
That's why I went along with you.
Bat, why are you being disrespectful on my panel?
I'm not being
You have
disrespectful.
avoided every single one of his questions.
He was not being truthful from the beginning.
Fascinating.
You don't know
You're
Mu'tazila,
calling
my
my
God.
friend a liar. If you can't be respectful on the panel, you can't be on the panel.
He doesn't even know the history of Islam. Like, Mu'tazila is one of the first literal sects to come out of Islam. Less than 50 years after the Prophet. You should go look it up. Please, educate yourself. My God.
He has a fixation on a single hadith that he just doesn't like, I guess. And that's all he wants to talk about. He can try again. He's likely in the comments. If he thinks he can come up and be respectful, he can try, but I don't see any respect. Just arrogance.
I mean, if he wants, I can go through what the Mu'tazila believes, but this is gonna take a really long time, and I don't think you guys have the time for it.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna request again. He liked the oud music, and that's why he's been here. He came up earlier, pulled the same kind of reversal on every question, avoided and stated with confidence, but he doesn't actually intend to be respectful or question his beliefs. Just condescending, arrogant, cocky, and overall, unquestioning. Yeah, I saw he said he's still here, Cassie. I'm wondering, I guess the reason he hasn't requested back up is because he knows he can't be respectful. So he invited his friend back. The one who was fishing for a debate about the Quran. Oh, well, about atheists.
I seriously don't get this. Like, by Islamic standard, he wouldn't be counted as a Muslim. But okay.
We can try again. Here we go.
I mean, by Salafi standard.
Do you think you can be respectful this time?
So what is the question again? What would you like to know this time?
What hadiths do you not follow? Or what's your criteria for discarding hadiths?
Do you think Bukhari, all of it makes sense?
Wow.
Did I ask you what my thoughts are on Bukhari? Or did I ask you to ask
Is
me?
Bukhari a major source of a hadith?
Did you hear his question, Superbat?
He said which specific hadith?
What did he say? Which specific hadith, or was there more to the question?
He's focused on hadith.
What did he ask you?
Which hadith
Which
I
hadith
said
what?
reject? Correct?
I said criteria, but okay, sure.
Is it clear? He said, which hadith?
He said, which hadith do you reject, or what is your criteria for rejecting? And you responded about Bukhari. Can you answer his question directly?
Sure. Do you believe?
That's not
To be
answering.
honest-
This is a question. This is not an answer.
I said, let me
answer his
give him a question.
directly. Answer his question directly.
The specific hadith of the age of the Prophet marrying Aisha. Do you think this is true?
I'm sorry, is this the hadith that you disagree with?
There's more of it, but this is one of it.
Okay, so you disagree with the hadith about the age of Aisha.
Yes, because the number
Thank
of
you
the
for
past.
answering the direct question. Fascinating.
That's very cool. Yes, like he has the ability to answer questions.
Eventually.
Yeah. Okay, so Bat or Super Bat, do you have a specific criteria to reject hadiths?
Yes, of course.
Can you tell me what that criteria is?
Why would I follow a hadith that's been written 200 years after the Prophet's death? Answer my question.
That's very
Why?
good. That's very good. You shouldn't believe in anything written 200 years after the Prophet, but that would discard the entire body of the hadith and the athar, all of it.
So how do you know this is a strong hadith and a weak hadith? By following the Quran, correct?
Super bad. Do you reject all hadith?
Well,
Do you
based on
reject all
specific
hadith?
books. All of it or some of it?
Do you reject all hadith?
My God.
If I reject all of it, then therefore I don't know how to pray.
Wow.
So you don't reject all of it.
Not 100%. I don't follow everything from Bukhari.
Do you know how to answer a direct question?
I gave you a direct question. And a direct
No,
answer.
not do you know how to give me a direct question? Do you know how to answer a direct question?
Yes, I did. And I gave you a direct answer.
Oh my God.
He's not capable of questioning. He's trying to argue.
I thought.
Badly.
Let's try again one more time.
Yes.
If everything written 200 years after the death of the Prophet is invalid, that would make the entire body of the hadith and athar invalid. Not just one of them. So I'm telling you that your criteria, the provided criteria, is a bad criteria. Can you question your criteria?
I already gave you it. I don't follow something which is illogical.
So the
I
logic.
gave you the answer.
The logic.
Do you
What is
think that
logic?
this hadith is correct,
What is
Tavian?
logic? What is logic?
Hold on a sec, Mr.
What is
Owner. Let
logic?
me talk with Tavian, please.
I'm asking
No,
you a
okay.
question.
Let me go through with that. I want to see how it goes. Come on, go ahead. Well, which hadith do I find it logical?
You told me right now you reject all hadith. I said something which is not logical. Of course, I will reject it. Easily.
Okay.
What about you? What about
We're good
you?
on that point.
What about
We're
you?
good. I'll answer you later. We're good on that
No,
point,
no,
right?
no. Wait. Answer me. Because this is, you say you're a Muslim, right?
Yes, I'm a Muslim.
Okay. And you're a moderator in this live, correct?
Yes, a Kafir life. Yes, I'm a moderator on a
I
Kafir
don't
life.
care if this person's atheist, agnostic.
He's not an atheist. He believes in the bad goddess cosmic thingy, I think.
I don't care. My focus is with you.
Okay, I'm paying my attention.
So Do you believe in Bukhari, yes or no?
Well, some of it.
Some of it. So you just cherry picking.
Literally, yes. That's my method.
Mm. And how do you differentiate between this is logical or illogical and this is forced
I
or not
don't. If
forced?
I like it, I don't. I don't. I'm just telling you. I don't. If I like the hadith, I'll go with it. If I don't, I'll discard it. Simple as that.
Super. Are you actually capable of questioning your own beliefs?
Of course.
What does that
Okay,
mean?
so one last question, Thrayle. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Just one last question. Is logic from the Quran or did you get it from outside the Quran?
Let's see. Logic. I would use both.
Logic is what? I'm sorry. Logic is what?
Quran. You said Quran.
Yeah, I said is logic from the Quran or outside the Quran?
I said to you both. From my own mind and from the Quran. Both.
Mm-hmm. And the three laws of logic are from
Then
your
I
brain
have
or...
a question. Now hold on.
No,
Answer my question. You've been
no.
answering me a lot of
Wait,
questions. It's back and forth.
That is
Sharing
not
is
back and forth.
caring.
That is not how this live works. You've just decided that. Stop being an arrogant, pompous ass talking over people and trying to take over my life, you piece of... Never mind, I'll stop there. Wow.
I'm sorry.
You have absolutely... He has absolutely no fucking self-control. He just has to try to win. He can't actually question.
I'm not here to win or to lose.
There's no winning or losing here, buddy. We're just discussing.
That's just the point. So where is the logic that you derive from the Quran?
Three laws, specifically. The three laws of logic. Where do you get them?
Historicals.
Is that just a word you decided to throw out at us? What does that mean in relation to the question you were asked?
In Quran, there is history written in it, correct?
What does that have to do with the three laws of logic?
You read, you connect, you research.
What are the three laws of logic?
It really depends how you see logic and how I see logic.
What is logic?
Wait. Yo, laws of logic depends?
Of course.
What is logic?
Okay. Yes, what is logic? That's a good question.
Logic is something that you see stated by facts.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You state things by facts.
You state things by facts. Is that what you said?
Yes, if it makes sense and if it doesn't make sense.
Sorry, that's logic?
Mm-hmm.
100% logic. Come on, Thrayle. It's 100%. Sorry, go ahead.
Where did you get that definition of logic?
From philosophy, Arabic books.
Which one?
It makes sense.
Which one?
Do you read Arabic?
I'd like
Read
to know
Arabic.
which book.
Hold on a sec, please.
Yep. I will be happy to hold on while you find out which Arabic philosophy book tells you that logic is just stating facts.
Come on, bro. Just state facts. Come on. What's wrong? Skelly, man.
If you state facts, it's logic.
Of course. Okay, so heads up. Move any further? Heads up before we move any further. I'm just a tiny little bit elevated. Just a tiny.
Have you read books from Ibn Khaldun? Al-Ghazali?
I did, but Ibn Khaldun is a sociologist, not a logician.
I thought you were going to find some philosophy.
Ibn Khaldun, Al-Ghazali.
Do they say that logic is just stating facts?
Where in the discography or the library of Ghazali did he say that logic is just stating facts? Because I've read a lot of books from that
Go
guy.
ahead. If you read it, tell me. Because many people can say
I'm sorry,
something, but
if
they
you
don't
read
say
it, tell me doesn't actually answer the question. It just shows Superbat that you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, and you're speaking from absolute ignorance and arrogance without stopping to think for even half a second. Are you capable of turning your brain on, or is it just in a permanently hibernating state?
I just have a simple question. Relax. Don't give me the attitude. Just relax.
I relaxed my drop finger. It's very relaxed now.
That was entertaining. I'm sorry, Thrayle, don't look at me like that. That was entertaining.
I'll just state facts. That's logic.
The funniest thing is that he wrote Arab philosophers into Google and just spit out the first thing. Ibn Khaldun is a sociologist, my guy. He's not even a philosopher. He's a historian, maybe. A sociologist, yes, but not a philosopher. I promise you that. Al-Ghazali is a theologian. He could have spoke about this in his early work, but he doesn't really go into logic. He just talks about metaphysics and stuff. Aspect would have been one of the Mu'tazilas, because they were the really early ones that translated Greek books, Greek philosophy books, Plato and Aristotle and such, into Arabic. But I bet you he doesn't know any of these.
Have you read any of Imam Ghazali's books?
Before you jump in here, Imam, I need your age for TikTok TOS.
Don't interrupt me.
I need your age for TikTok TOS.
Dude, I don't need to disclose anything.
If you're going to be rude or condescending on my panel,
You sound zesty.
will not even be in
Bro,
this
is this man a
live.
homosexual?
Goodbye.
Sound like a fish. Good
You'll
day.
never be here again.
Go suck your mom's
Fuck
pussy,
off.
faggot.
I hope that people find your account and report it from there. Don't do it from the live. But he won't be back. No. Does he? I wonder how many disposable accounts he has.
A lot. I'm seeing them enter right now. There's a lot of them.
If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I am just here to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you're going to come in with an attitude or disrespect, then you'll find yourself suddenly not even able to access this live. How about that? guessing we don't have any more requests. He must have run out of burner accounts.
I mean, it could have just been nice. That would have been really way too easy.
It wouldn't have taken him a moment to tell us his age for TikTok terms of service. Everybody does. It's how you participate. It's the first step. It shows you can answer a question and covers our bases.
But you interrupted him though, and he didn't state any facts.
Mm-hmm.
On you. I'm being honest, it's on you.
It's true. If I'd have stated some facts, then I could have had some logic.
I love that conversation. You guys can hate it all you want, but I love that conversation.
It was definitely a strange one. It was a wild way to speak to the host. But I do see we have a request. Did they mean to request is the question.
Oh, man.
I guess you did not. I muted you just in case, Mustard. I'm gonna give you a moment. If you did want to be here, you can unmute. If not, I'll set you down. And big W's to always, Mustard. Either way, appreciate you. I'm gonna guess that was a pocket request. But I think I've got it in me for at least one more. If you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request a. And this time I'll say it first. I do see the mustard back in the queue. Did you? If you meant to request, we'll stay in the queue. If not, then you know the pink and blue people. I was, but I'm here. Okay. So it was a pocket request, but now it's a real one.
Hello.
So, hello, Mustard. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 33.
And I already know some of the answers, but you never know, they could change. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe there could be a higher power. I'm not particularly fussed about what that higher power is, but I just kind of like to hold on to something for comfort.
It's very honest. Is the holding on to entirely about comfort? Or are there other reasons?
Almost entirely for comfort, yeah. It's kind of like a security blanket.
Sorry, Mustard. Sorry to cut you off, guys. But Thrayle, can you change the prompt? Get the faith or what is anything. Okay, go ahead.
The series, hey, get the what?
Think. The standard one.
Oh, we're holding this one the whole time.
Alright.
Yeah, that way if they can question me. And sometimes I'll answer questions before that. which is kind of where I was about to go next. Mustard, did you request up to question the question?
I did. I don't have a ton of questions, but I had a few.
Okay.
Do you think that it's necessary to believe in a god or higher power to believe in an afterlife?
I don't think it's necessary.
Do you think that most people that believe in an afterlife also believe in some sort of deity associated with it?
I don't know if I have a sample big enough to say most people, but in my experience, yes, most of the people I've interviewed, if they believe in an afterlife, also believe in some deity, higher power, or judge.
Is there a compelling reason to believe in a deity that does not have to do with some sort of comfort for what happens after one moves on?
I would say if there was, that I knew of, I would likely believe it, if it were compelling.
Why, when you've encountered a lot with their eternal reward?
Yeah, fear, comfort, and desire tend to be the motivations. So some kind of reward, some kind of either acknowledgement or saving from yeah, it does all seem to be rather self-serving, and I can't think of any.
That's something that I've been thinking about a bit lately, is what, why I might still believe in the possibility of a higher power. It's that kind of comfort piece that I've been holding on to, but also wondering if it's not a requirement for there to be a God, for there to be an afterlife, then could I just cut that part out and have hope for an afterlife without crediting a creator?
Is that what most of your higher power lingering belief is about? Is hope for an afterlife?
I think so, probably. I mean, there's definitely a lot of lingering Christian guilt there. That whole indoctrination thing is a doozy, but yeah, when it kind of thinks through it logically, I feel like the biggest reason I want there to be something is to believe that some version of me, well, like myself, who I am, my personality, I guess, will persist. I guess more accurately, my consciousness. My consciousness will somehow persist, because I'd want to not just continue to be, but also know that I am continuing to be.
When you say your consciousness will persist, what is consciousness?
Awareness of self.
And what is self?
Your or a person's identity, memories, beliefs, just the core things that make up a person and how they interact with the world and the universe and the people around them.
If, hang on, to think about, I was already making an assumption in my question. All I got out was if. So if self is the memories, and the identity, do you think that those exist separate from the brain?
That's a really good question. I don't know.
And that's a really good answer. Do you have any reason to believe that they would exist separate from the brain?
Not really. I mean, there's, people tell ghost stories and having out-of-body experience, but other than anecdotal evidence, which I don't really rely on, but I find it curious. No, there's no real substantiated reason to believe that.
If there's no real reason to believe that memories or identity can exist outside of the brain, then why would those things exist when the brain dies?
Because consciousness may not just be tied to a brain, and those things may not just be tied to a brain. Just because there's not evidence of it doesn't necessarily mean it couldn't happen. That's kind of why I'm also more agnostic than atheist, is because I feel like it's for me, it would feel really arrogant to claim to know that there is no God just because there's not proof of a God. But I know that that's not arrogance for a lot of atheists. It's more just like not saying I'm claiming I know there's no God, more of just like I don't believe there's a God because there's no proof of a God. But I've also encountered atheists that are very much like, I know there's not a God and y'all are dumb. So
Yeah, we have seen them too. So if science could explain all of the relevant features of consciousness, and locate those processes in the brain, if it could, would that impact your belief in an external consciousness that could survive death?
I don't think so. Because that just proves that they're where they live in the brain, but doesn't necessarily exclude the idea that they could exist separately from the brain.
if those processes could be measured and shown that this is the result of the biology. If science could somehow pinpoint what consciousness is, what itself is, what identity is, where memories are stored and how they are processed.
I mean, if there was some way to scientifically and certainly exclude the idea that you could have a consciousness without a brain, I feel like that would impact a lot of people's beliefs. But it just, I mean, yeah, including mine, and that would kind of put an end to my hope for life after death. Or, I mean, because there is possibly still the idea of a soul, but...
Are there other beliefs that you hold simply because they can't be disproven? Or is it only in afterlives and so?
I think that most of the things that I believe, because they can't... No, there are a lot of could-be's. It's not like I believe there's a... It's not I believe there's a God because you can't prove there's not. It's I believe there could be a God because you can't prove there's not. Right. I believe it could be. So, yeah, it's all...
But with afterlife, is that more of a could be, or is it something more?
Oh, for sure. The afterlife is kind of that same... like, I don't know. There's no proof that there's an afterlife. I'm not saying certainty there is an afterlife or that I believe there is, just that I believe there could be because you can't prove there's not. And I like the idea that there is. Or might be.
You're late, Blake. We said consciousness like 5 times.
Yeah, you woke me up out of a dead sleep. I just like heard it ringing in my ears. I didn't actually have a question yet. I just heard consciousness as soon as I opened the app. So I had to come up here to live up to my reputation.
Yeah, that's the bat call.
Honestly, I thought that was their summoning sign. Or summoning ritual.
Yeah, it's the Blake sign. Consciousness.
He heard bio student earlier, and it worked the same way.
Guys, I studied mathematically modeling the brain. It's kind of my thing, okay?
Yeah. But no, I'm pretty dull to question in that I don't have beliefs in firm things, just possibilities of things and maybes.
If you could know that these maybes were absolutely true, would you want to?
No, I don't think so. Which sounds weird, but there's a lot of beliefs out there that I don't subscribe to that sound kind of awful. And if one of those ended up being the one thing that was correct, I think I'd rather just be surprised. Because knowing that the what happens after death could be awful would take away my comfort just as much as knowing that there were nothing. Actually, maybe even more so, because I'm okay if there's nothing. kind of like having it open for interpretation.
What do you think, Thrayle?
Oh, I mean, I think Mustard can definitely question our beliefs.
No, I'm not talking about that. The dude from earlier, the one who was questioning me, he didn't. Ali Darwish says he didn't understand the question. The question, I think, and he probably wants to come back. Is that okay with you?
Oh, I'm sorry, which guest was this?
He says Karshi Seller, but I haven't spoken to
the asshole who told me to shut up and then used homophobic slurs. Yeah, no, absolutely not. He's not getting unblocked. No. Yeah, no, he used homophobic slurs on the live.
No, that was Imam.
I didn't catch
Was
that.
that Imam? Was that Imam?
Yeah, that was Imam, not Karshi.
Karshi.
Karshi was the one that wanted to argue the morality of atheism.
The morality of atheism. Oh, well, he's not blocked. I don't think. He hasn't requested backup.
I mean, sure, it's up to you at the end of the day, but just to recap, we don't argue, we don't debate, it's a place to question beliefs. That's all.
The guy who came up here and was just arguing about atheism, he was presenting what atheists believe and wanting to say what they believe and talk about atheists. That's not questioning the questioner either. Okay, we'll see if he can be respectful.
Hello.
Hello, Karshi. Can I get your age for TikTok?
Yeah.
TOS?
I told you I was 30. Yeah, I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm Muslim.
Okay. Are you going to stop responding in the middle of my questions?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Are you in a hurry?
No. I just talk a lot. I just talk fast.
Are you capable of thinking before speaking? Wow. Are you capable of thinking before speaking, or do you just speak automatically?
I can respond after you say
Right.
something.
That's not what I asked. So you don't think, you just speak?
No, I can think. You have any questions? You want to question my speech?
Wow. Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
Which god?
Allah.
And have you read the Quran from beginning to end?
Yes.
In Arabic?
Yes.
Do you believe every word of it to be true?
Yes, it's the word of God.
Where is God?
I'm Ashadi. He's on the throne. I believe he's not within a place, you know.
I'll sum it up. He probably believes that God is in nowhere. So God doesn't have any physical attributes or any.
He exists before Makan.
Yeah,
He exists before Makan. He exists before Makan or a place.
He exists before place.
Yes, before like metaphysicality, you know, or ontology.
He exists before ontology.
Well, yes, I'm Ash'ari, so I hold that belief. A Salafi
What
would
is
be different.
ontology?
Ontology is like a branch of philosophy that deals with like physics or reality.
I see. So your understanding is that ontology means physics or reality, and that your God precedes that.
Yes.
Could you be mistaken?
Not sure.
Interesting. You're not sure.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Could you be mistaken? Well,
real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you know the definition of justice or al-adl in Ash'ari school?
Say it again. Say it again. My internet is busy.
The definition of justice or al-adl in Ash'ari school or Ash'ari thoughts.
Yeah, my internet buzzed again. Wallah, like, hear me good. I hear you. Full loud.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again. Do you know what the meaning of justice or al-adl in Arabic in the Ash'ari school of thought?
Yes.
Can you tell me that?
Yeah, so it's like God like being just, you know, but it's also like, you know, like within like tanzih or by like transcendence, you know? He's all just, you know, in a perfect sense.
Let's just slow it down. I know what you guys think of God. I know you guys think that God is all just, but I'm asking what the meaning of justice is, or the definition of justice is in the Ash'ari school.
You know, like divine retribution, and like you believe, and then like you know, like you believe, and then like all of a sudden like you believe or you disbelieve, so you just get rewarded for whether you believe or disbelieve.
You know,
hell or heaven, you know, all that stuff.
Can you speak Arabic?
I'm Somali. I'm not like native. I know some Arabic, so yeah.
The definition in Arabic is تصرف الملك في ملكه. Basically, the king acting in his property. That's the definition of justice in the Ash'ari school. Do you know that?
Yes.
So why couldn't you give me this definition when I asked you?
I don't know which way are you turning it to.
I'm not turning into any way. I'm just asking you.
Okay. I was just confused initially.
Okay. So you do know the definition of justice, right? Because that's one of the main pillars of the Ash'ari school.
Yeah, I just look into like I just look more into the attributes of Allah, like, you know, like justice, this and that.
Well, okay. Do you know the 7, or I think 5, main attributes of Allah, the Ash'ari attributes to God?
There's like more. It depends like which scholar you're taking it from.
Well, you know that only the Salafis say that that God has 99 attributes, but you guys only give him 7. You know that, right?
Depends what you mean by the 7. There's like more.
Consciousness, spirit, livelihood. What was the other one? Justice. You know these?
No, yeah, like which scholar you take from, like Ghazali, Bakilani, Razi, you know.
Razi, let's go with Razi, sure.
Do you have Razi saying like Allah has like 7 of these attributes with you?
Not really. I'm not in home right now or in anywhere near a computer.
I mean, you
just can't really pull it up.
I mean, just made the claim that the Ash'ari, like, you know, like say about the 7, and then like Razi, like Ash'ari thing. I'm just wondering, do you pick Razi?
You can just say, I don't know, or you might be mistaken or something like that. You don't have to go through the entire line of, oh, please bring me the sources or whatever. Just tell me that I'm wrong and give me the actual number, please.
Sure, I'm wrong. Give me the number. Go ahead.
What's the number?
What number?
Of attributes, Ash'ari attributes to God.
It depends.
Depends on what?
He left. I didn't do that.
Okay, this is the second time this happens.
Yeah. He's coming up to debate. He's not here to question his beliefs. That's twice. And I do block liars. So think about that before you come up here to be disingenuous, to just debate despite the prompt. Think about that. Do you actually want to participate, or do you just want to come up and embarrass yourself one last time?
Honestly, I don't mind being told I'm wrong. I might be wrong. It's been so long since I've read these books. But he could just engage with me, just tell me I'm wrong. You don't have to do the line.
But yeah, he wanted to turn it into a debate. Interesting.
All right.
It's like in one ear and out the other. And now, denial of reality.
Okay, just to be clear, so I don't confuse anyone. Super bad. No, I'm a Muslim, but like the Mu'tazila school is very old, so you probably never heard of it. But the closest thing to a description you can give to us in modern terms is agnostic Muslim. Does that make sense? But sure, yeah, you can say whatever you want.
It's not like he's gonna go look it up.
Yeah, that takes a lot of effort. Drop the other word, buddy. There was a word before the agnostic. Or after the agnostic. I don't remember how I said it.
Yeah. Oh. You said it after. Fascinating. You...
We are doubling down in this house, Thrayle. You hear me? We're doubling down.
Apparently.
Tavium, would you describe your branch as, or like sect, I'm not sure what term you would use, but as kind of similar to like ethno-religions where you are practicing it for like the cultural purpose more than like a belief in it, or is it more like as a practice it is more like agnostic all the way through, if that makes sense?
I got you, but the thing is, the sect itself promotes being more of a skeptic. So the metaphysics, the building block of this sect itself, leads you more towards questioning more than believing blindly. Even if you did believe blindly, that's cool. You just have to arrive there through a process of questioning and whatever. However, me personally, I would consider myself somewhat of a cultural Muslim, even though I pray from time to time, fast in Ramadan, whatever. But I don't follow everything strictly. Like, I drank alcohol, I'll eat pork, I don't mind. I'll, do whatever.
Yeah, I guess that's how I would view it. But I guess that even when you're a lot of times when you're practicing culturally, you don't engage with it. Well, no, I didn't say that, but yeah, because the way that you describe your relationship with Islam, like, strikes me as a lot of very similar to the way that some of like the indigenous ethno religions are like still continued, where it's very like, oh yeah, we're going to question all of this, but we're going to continue to like tell the stories.
Well, yeah, to a certain point, yes. Yeah. If you want to really go into details, we can go into the Discord if you want.
I gotcha. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to turn the question in on you.
No, it's okay. I don't mind it. I've been questioned a lot on the panel. It's kind of the thing of the panel, you know? Kind of thrills thing.
Yeah, these are things that you've described in depth here, but just getting clarification for my own understanding.
It has been nearly a year since I first interviewed Tavian.
Back then, identified as something completely different. Shift that happened in that year is wild.
You said it's okay to believe blindly as long as you've arrived there through a series of questioning. Do you think that still qualifies as believing something blindly?
Well, I was quoting one of the scholars, but to be honest, I don't pay much attention to those details. You know what I mean? I mean, sure, yeah, you can say it's not it's not believing blindly. You do have a foundation that you built upon to arrive to that belief, but sure, I guess. The blind part is that if you override there through a serious questioning and you stop questioning, that's the blind part, as described by Qadi Abdul Jabbar, I think his name. So that was the guy I was quoting.
So, according to this scholar, it's okay to stop questioning?
You have to also keep in mind the historical context that he was in. Being surrounded by Muslims in a time where being a non-Muslim is a crime in a Muslim state. So I think that, yeah, he would push you towards questioning to a certain point and then stopping. Also, you have to keep in mind that he was one of the scholars that said that non-questioning Muslims cannot be considered Muslims because they've not arrived to that conclusion through questions or even thoughts. They just was born into it. Being born into a belief doesn't make you a believer. But again, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I might have mixed up the names. It's been almost 4 years since I've read those books. Engage much with them now.
I'm not familiar with any of it. It sounds really interesting. I was just curious if that's kind of a belief that you hold as well. If it's, question everything up to a point.
No, I think if you want to go questioning, you should question everything. I mean, the point he was specifically talking about was the message of the Prophet and the Prophet's character and the Prophet's action and God. But I would go even that. I don't mind. We can question that if you want.
I'm okay. I think I've actually reached the point where I've questioned up to the point where I need to stop questioning due to family obligations.
Understandable, Mustard. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Big W's for Mustard. I'll go ahead and set you down. But, you're always welcome back. And especially while question the questioners up. If you got more, come on back. Hell yeah.
Wait, there's a catch-up in the comments. We had a Mustard on the panel. Where's the mayo?
Would you believe they're married?
That would be a surprise, but a very cute twist, I guess.
Would you believe I gave her username?
That would be amazing. I would believe that, yes.
Why is that more believable than them being married?
Because you're Morgan.
Valid.
Wait,
Sorry, I was switching headphones. Did somebody say they got married?
No, we were just talking about ketchup and mustard.
Oh,
Karshi
okay.
was dropped, but you left Karshi in the middle of speaking. Like, nobody dropped you.
Well, they are the cutest couple, so.
Wow. Fascinating. He thinks he was dropped because of, that doesn't even make sense. If that's really the way that you process things logically, no wonder we're having difficulty communicating. You dropped on your own. If I walk into someone's house, start bending and twisting the rules, and then walk out on my own, would it make sense for me to show back up and complain that I was thrown out for what? Something nonsensical. I don't even know how to compare that into my analogy. Breathing. I don't know. I think he wants to be a victim. Like, painted so he looks like one. No, he didn't. He didn't want you to prove it. He even told... He was so ridiculous. He's rewriting history in the comments now. You are lying. Right now, you are lying. That is not what Tavium said. You are lying. You are either lying or you are absolutely incapable of understanding what transpired when you were here. This is recorded.
Mm-hmm. On the internet forever.
Forever. Are you planning to continue lying to all 55 of the people in the room? Or would you like to actually stay? Read his comments. Karshi says that he was kicked, or no, he dropped because he was demanded to prove your unproven claim of 7 attributes. He's lying. Daddy
was
like,
asking.
tell me. Yeah. He was asking you about them and then said, even tell me I'm wrong or I don't know. But you'd refused to respond and dropped. And now you're playing victim in the comments. You even claim to have been dropped and now you admit to dropping. So you are just lying. That's all you do. I block liars. I said that when you dropped. That's very unfortunate. You'll have to get your friend to come back and advocate for you again. Because now you don't get to stay and do it. If you're just gonna lie. You fucking gay.
Okay. That's a weird. That's a really weird interaction. Not gonna lie.
I can still scroll up to the comment where you claim.
Yeah, I'm reading them right now.
We can read the comment. If you scroll up, you liar, you can read the comment where you claimed you were dropped. Goodbye, liar. Fuck off.
The reason I dropped. Okay. That's a weird. Like, I've been trying to be patient, my guy. What's going on? What?
Oh gosh. Yeah, that.
He did say
That's
he
fun.
dropped. Before that, he said he was dropped. That is so weird.
I honestly been trying to be very patient today.
He's just here to debate. He's not here to question. Not his own beliefs, anyways. He's not capable. Not if he's up here just lying in the comments. I'm not interested in liars.
Liars be lying, I guess.
It's what they do.
It's what
There's no point. There's
Why
absolutely
you always lying? Why you always lying?
I swear to God, that song was playing in my head. How's everyone? It's been really a long time since we spoke.
It has been pretty good. I mean, I have my days. I think I've been pretty good.
Yeah, I've been pretty good lately, actually. Very busy. Putting in a new path in my walkthrough educational garden here, so it's exhausting but rewarding.
That's pretty cool. How are you, Morgan? How have you been?
I'm alive.
The best response ever.
And that's really all I can say on the live.
Relatable and felt and good for you.
Same, wallahi, same.
Thanks.
The red lighting makes you look angry. Yeah, it's less angry now.
Red lighting?
Yeah, there's a bit of a red shade on your skull. Or is it my phone?
I mean, it's a little red. Sort
Red
of
with green
orange,
eyes.
candle-ish glow.
Angry Thrayle.
I don't know why you would think
He's blushing. Yes, you're definitely blushing. You're not angry. Yeah, now you're angry.
I don't know that I'm angry, but I just thought I'd make the eyes match.
Does the expansion on the heavens of the heavens in the Quran challenge your atheism, Thrayle?
What atheism? To define atheism, I suppose you'd have to do that first, to make sure that I was an atheist under that definition. But really quick, I do need to thank Angela, Ketchup, Dancing in Duality, the Super Bad Attack, also Morgan Le Fay, Mrs. JJ, and Cassie the C for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much.
And awesome tapping job. Good job. 155.5 thousand likes.
Hell yeah. The expansion of the heavens. That's fascinating.
So there is. Sorry. There is another. There is another simple face-hitting contradiction I found the other day. There is a verse my mother likes to throw around a lot, especially when I'm playing Tekken with my brothers. The verse goes in Arabic. I'm going to say it in Arabic, then I'm translating it. وَلَا تَنَابَزُوا بِالْأَلْقَابِ means don't call yourself or call each other names. Which is very nice. It's a very nice thing to say, especially a command from God. However, in two surahs, one it says, كالكلب يحمل أسفارا إن تنهش ويلهث وإن تتركه يلهث or something like that. I'm gonna have to look up the verse specifically, like the specific wording, but it literally translates to he's like a dog. If you go near him, he barks. If you go away from him, he barks. And the other verse, كالأنعام بل أضل سبيلا, which literally means or translates to, they're like camels, but they're worse in their lost ways. So, don't call each other names, but me as God, I'm calling you camels, cattle, and dogs.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Exactly.
This reminds me of Isaac Newton and Hook's fight, where it sounds really nice that Isaac Newton was saying, I stand on the shoulders of giants, until you realize that he was writing it to Hook, who had a spinal deformity and was therefore really short, and was actually saying, you're really short, and that's what it was about.
Interesting.
Why is he preaching in the comments? Why are you
I think
preaching, Ollie?
I think he's referencing the name Jabbar, because God has 99 names, I think. One of them is Al Jabbar. Al Jabbar means, how would you translate that? Should be something close to all proudful, all controlling, or something like that.
Have y'all ever heard of the short story, The 9 Billion Names of God?
No? What's that?
I think it's an Arthur Clarke story, but it is about this sect of Buddhism in the Himalayas that is systematically trying to find all of the names of God. And they approach this computer company in the 1960s because they think that they've like come up with a way to systematically do it. And so they like IBM sends out these scientists to set them up with a computer, and like as the story goes on, the scientists are kind of like they're gonna be mad when this doesn't work. What do we do? And eventually they get the computer to start working. The monks use it. It lists off all the 9 billion names of God, and the stars start going out one by one.
That's very interesting because, again, God has 99 names, but when the 100th is revealed, it should be the end of time. Or that was the legend I was told as a child.
Ooh, interesting. So it must be inspired by that, because I haven't heard anything like that in Buddhism.
Yeah, it's very possible, yes. Hello, Michael.
Good morning, Michael.
Hey, I accidentally requested, but good morning. Hey.
I accidentally
Wasn't on purpose. Oh, donuts. I'm full. Thanks.
Hell yeah. Well, it goes with the coffee.
It does. I was just about to make some more. That's why I was like, oops. All right, thanks. I'll see you later.
Appreciate
Drop
you,
me
Michael.
into space.
Take care. Big W's, Michael V, as always.
Go check out their art. It's awesome.
Yes, if you're not following Michael V, you better. Well, I mean, not like I'm going to do anything about it, but why not? Why aren't you?
Kind of art, V. Michael does everything. He's amazing at it.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, thanks, Fibonacci at it. Arthur C. Clarke. Got that story. I love a really heavy short story. Library of Babel, probably my favorite piece of text of all time.
Dropped him a while ago. What is he even on about? Ollie, you haven't been on this panel in months. I imagine if you had lied deliberately or directly, you wouldn't be here right now.
Is this Karshi's all to count?
I was thinking the same thing, to be honest.
Who has the time and energy for this?
I have 2 accounts, and I forgot that one exists, and I'm just using this one for now.
What kind of person would have 2 accounts?
I guess I am like the only one that doesn't have multiple accounts.
Only a weirdo has 2 accounts, you know? Or a skeleton banging a cassette. I miss cassette tapes.
That's... Wow, now I'm gonna have to go back and check a recording, because that already sounds like... He's saying I called him a liar for saying a Muslim word, or an Arab word means this. Sorry, Arabic. So if an Arabic word means something, you think I would have called you a liar. That already tells me you're probably lying. I can imagine that we might have questioned that, but I'm not here to tell anybody what another language's words mean. What date, Ali? I already find what you say to be in question. You're already trying to start an argument over something rather than question your belief. You're here to be disingenuous. You've preached in the comments. Like, why do you actually have any interest in this live if you're not capable of participating honestly?
Ooh, I thought of a question for you, Thrayle. Is there anything from the Baha'i faith that you still do in any regard, like any kind of like, or even like cultural thing that you got from it, like food that you still like to enjoy or anything like that?
Yeah.
Ooh, what kind of food do y'all eat?
I don't know the names of it, but I remember a particular dish with rice seasoned heavily with dill, lima beans, and it was usually served with lamb or chicken.
Ooh, I'm allergic to dill, but that sounds fire. I still eat it, even though it makes me sick.
And you cook it till the rice has a not like a burnt crust, but like a hard, sort of firm, kind of crust to it, and it's quite good. It is a Persian dish, Tavium. Persian food is amazing. I still prefer the Persian baklava that I grew up on to the Greek.
Ooh, what's the difference? I don't think I've ever...
Do you want to get rid of...
Yep, I saw it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, what is like the difference between the baklavas? I think I've had Greek baklava, but my exposure to food kind of is very limited when it comes to the Middle East. Or really the entire MENA region.
There's a difference in texture, and I think the
seasoning.
The seasoning, the sweeteners used, yeah.
Yeah. the first thing that told me it was a Persian dish that was the deli.
Yeah, and I don't know that they would have used lima beans. That might have just been what was locally available. I think the original dish would have used something similar, though. I forget the name of the other bean.
Now that's interesting because when I hear dill, I think Scandinavian.
Probably a difference of culture. I'll be honest, I haven't had most of the Middle Eastern food. Just a lot of Iraqi food because one of my cousins is married to an Iraqi person, and a lot of North African, obviously, and a lot of Persian because I have a lot of Persian friends that always send me either food or send me the recipes. Also, a lot of Palestinians because a lot of Palestinians are my neighbors.
Thrayle, are you talking about tadik?
Yeah, the crust, the tadik. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dill is where Scandinavian food usually just has dill and like fish paste and stuff. So the dill in rice and lima beans and other stuff sounds a lot more appetizing to me. Whoever told the Scandinavians that fish paste is breakfast needs to have a talking to.
Fuck is a fish paste? I've never heard that term even.
Food processed
What it
fish
sounds
in a
like.
tube.
Yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they eat rough up there in the cold. My mom lived there for a while, and oh my, I was like getting sensory overload just having her talk about the food. Ugh.
I've reworked this poem twice. I don't like it.
We have a lot of food in our cuisine. A lot of food. A lot of fish in our cuisine. But the closest thing I can think of a fish paste is probably the fish soup. The fish soup we make with the fish heads. Because once you're done with everything else of the fish parts, you're left with the head. So you make a soup with it. I won't go into any further details. I think the gummy bears are catching up to me.
Yeah, no, that is an appropriate use of a fish. If you're putting a fish in a blender or a food processor whole, especially in an industrial setting, something's gone wrong in the culture. Okay, I'll stop hating on you, Scandinavian food, but y'all say this too. I've heard you say it, so.
You don't want to know what Eastern Europeans eat.
this weird dish that shouldn't fit together. I think it's an Iraqi dish. I don't even remember the name. There's a lot of ground beef. That's the base layer. And then you get a lot of nuts, cashew nuts, whatever, you know, can be classified into that. And then you have a layer of crunchy bread, like toasted bread, real crunchy bread, and then yogurt, Greek yogurt on top. And I think there was a layer of eggplant somewhere, but I don't remember the exact order of it. It's amazing. It's fucking amazing, bro. I love that. Sounds weird, but it's really good. The eggplant is fried, cut into sliced into thin pieces, fried and put somewhere underneath the yogurt. It's really good.
That does sound good.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, I love yogurt-based sauces. It's so good. Keep making everything bagel yogurt or like Greek yogurt sauce. You just add everything bagel seasoning into like a lot of the seasoning into Greek yogurt. So good.
Random thing that just popped into my mind. My friend almost lost his mind when he found out that I am watching Dragon Ball for the first time ever. He asked me, what was your childhood? Yeah, dude. I miss the little dragon.
Hazel had some really
Dragon.
good questions in the comments.
I know. I'm actually thinking on the one that I just read.
The last one, yeah. I've been thinking about that one too.
The question, where might your doubt be more about fear than truth-seeking? I don't know if it is doubt. It's a really good question. Violet asks if I narrate audiobooks or anything. I haven't yet.
Planning to?
Maybe. I read audition scripts from time to time.
I have a book in mind. It's really big though, around 3,000, 4,000 pages.
That's a lot of pages.
We have another backup account.
Oh my
I
god.
see that. Nobody. Can you tell host why he blocked Darwish? He gave the universe expanding proof, and he blocked him for saying that his belief increased from his life. That's not why he was blocked, and he's not blocked currently. If you went and switched back to your other account, you would find that it's not blocked. But since you're going to come in here on another one, Chicken Man. But we'll see about when you come back as Ali.
I'm just imagining the very not fun Discord that they're all in together if they're not the same person.
One person.
Sometimes you have to let me lie to myself so I don't hate people.
And guess what? Chicken Man might find his way back in here eventually one day too. I'm feeling generous.
I'm like an 11th young being private one.
So, since you started watching Dragon Ball Z, have you started running around saying Kamehameha yet?
I mean, it's gonna sound really cringe, but I do, yes.
It's just, this needs to be studied. How it's just instinctual. You just start doing it after you've seen the show.
You run Naruto too, don't you?
Shut up, I'm not gonna answer that.
That's okay, you already answered.
I can't say anything. There's literally a video of me showing off a cardigan I made by Naruto running in it.
I love Naruto, bro. I love Naruto.
I've got a question. Can you hear me okay?
Barely. You are very quiet.
How about now?
It's still very quiet, but slightly less.
Oh, this is awful. I got a new microphone.
Does it have its own volume control?
Yeah, it's got gain and everything.
There you go. Much better.
Way better.
All right. How's it going, everybody?
Going great.
Amazing.
So, yeah, my friend wanted me to get online and talk to people, so he got me a microphone and a mixer, and I'm trying to figure out how to mess with it because it's a little different than what I'm used to. And I don't want it to be hissing while I'm sitting there trying to talk to people. But yeah, anyway.
So, did you have some questions for us both, Isaac?
Yeah. What was going on with that light? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know.